Vladimir Lenin Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Written, January, June, 1916. Source, Selected Works, Volume 1, pages 667-766. First published, early 1917. Online version, Lenin Internet Archive. Marxists.org. 1999. Transcription/markup, Tim Delaney. VI. Lenin Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. X. The place of imperialism in history. We have seen that in its economic essence imperialism is monopoly capitalism. This in itself determines its place in history, for monopoly that grows out of the soil of free competition, and precisely out of free competition, is the transition from the capitalist system to a higher socio-economic order. We must take special note of the four principal types of monopoly, or principal manifestations of monopoly capitalism, which are characteristic of the epoch we are examining. Firstly, monopoly arose out of the concentration of production at a very high stage. This refers to the monopolist capitalist associations, cartels, syndicates, and trusts. We have seen the important part these play in present-day economic life. At the beginning of the 20th century, monopolies had acquired complete supremacy in the advanced countries, and although the first steps towards the formation of the cartels were taken by countries enjoying the protection of high tariffs, Germany, America, Great Britain, with her system of free trade, revealed the same basic phenomenon, only a little later, namely, the birth of monopoly out of the concentration of production. Secondly, monopolies have stimulated the seizure of the most important sources of raw materials, especially for the basic and most highly capitalist industries in capitalist society, the coal and iron industries. The monopoly of the most important sources of raw materials has enormously increased the power of big capital, and has sharpened the antagonism between capitalist and non-capitalist industry. Thirdly, monopoly is sprung from the banks. The banks have developed from modest middleman enterprises into the monopolists of finance capital. Some 3 to 5 of the biggest banks in each of the foremost capitalist countries have achieved a personal link-up between industrial and bank capital, and have concentrated in their hands the control of thousands upon thousands of millions which form the greater part of the capital and income of entire countries. The financial oligarchy, which throws a close network of dependence relationships over all the economic and political institutions of present-day bourgeois society without exception, such is the most striking manifestation of this monopoly. Fourthly, monopoly has grown out of colonial policy. To the numerous old motives of colonial policy, finance capital has added the struggle for the sources of raw materials, for the export of capital, for spheres of influence, i.e., for spheres for profitable deals, concessions, monopoly profits and so on, economic territories in general. When the colonies of the European powers, for instance, comprised only 1/10 of the territory of Africa as was the case in 1876, colonial policy was able to develop, by methods other than those of monopoly, by the free grabbing of territories, so to speak. But when 9/10 of Africa had been seized by 1900, when the whole world had been divided up, there was inevitably ushered in the era of monopoly possession of colonies and, consequently, of particularly intense struggle for the division and the redivision of the world. The extent to which monopolist capital has intensified all the contradictions of capitalism is generally known. It is sufficient to mention the high cost of living and the tyranny of the cartels. This intensification of contradictions constitutes the most powerful driving force of the transitional period of history, which began from the time of the final victory of world finance capital. Monopolies, oligarchy, the striving for domination and not for freedom, the exploitation of an increasing number of small or weak nations by a handful of the richest or most powerful nations, all these have given birth to those distinctive characteristics of imperialism which compel us to define it as parasitic or decaying capitalism. More and more prominently there emerges, as one of the tendencies of imperialism, the creation of the rentier state, the usurer state, in which the bourgeoisie to an ever-increasing degree lives on the proceeds of capital exports and by clipping coupons. It would be a mistake to believe that this tendency to decay precludes the rapid growth of capitalism. It does not. In the epoch of imperialism, certain branches of industry, certain strata of the bourgeoisie and certain countries betrayed, to a greater or lesser degree, now one and now another of these tendencies. On the whole, capitalism is growing far more rapidly than before, but this growth is not only becoming more and more uneven in general, its unevenness also manifests itself in particular, in the decay of the countries which are richest in capital, Britain. In regard to the rapidity of Germany's economic development, Rees, the author of the book on the big German banks, states, the progress of the preceding period 1848 to 70, which had not been exactly slowed, compares with the rapidity with which the whole of Germany's national economy, and with it German banking, progressed during this period 1870 to 1905 in about the same way as the speed of the mail coach in the good old days compares with the speed of the present-day automobile, which is whizzing past so fast that it endangers not only innocent pedestrians in its path, but also the occupants of the car. In its turn, this finance capital which has grown with such extraordinary rapidity is not unwilling, precisely because it has grown so quickly, to pass on to a more tranquil possession of colonies which have to be seized, and not only by peaceful methods, from richer nations. In the United States, economic development in the last decades has been even more rapid than in Germany, and for this very reason, the parasitic features of modern American capitalism have stood out with particular prominence. On the other hand, a comparison of, say, the Republican American bourgeoisie with the monarchist Japanese or German bourgeoisie shows that the most pronounced political distinction diminishes to an extreme degree in the epoch of imperialism, not because it is unimportant in general, but because in all these cases, we are talking about a bourgeoisie which has definite features of parasitism. The receipt of high monopoly profits by the capitalists in one of the numerous branches of industry, in one of the numerous countries, etc., makes it economically possible for them to bribe certain sections of the workers, and for a time a fairly considerable minority of them, and win them to the side of the bourgeoisie of a given industry or given nation against all the others. The intensification of antagonisms between imperialist nations for the division of the world increases this urge. And so there is created that bond between imperialism and opportunism, which revealed itself first and most clearly in Great Britain, owing to the fact that certain features of imperialist development were observable there much earlier than in other countries. Some writers, L. Marteau, for example, are prone to wave aside the connection between imperialism and opportunism in the working class movement, a particularly glaring fact at the present time, by resorting to official optimism. Lockoutsky and Huysmans like the following: the cause of the opponents of capitalism would be hopeless if it were progressive capitalism that led to the increase of opportunism, or, if it were the best paid workers who were inclined towards opportunism, etc. We must have no illusions about optimism of this kind. It is optimism in respect of opportunism. It is optimism which serves to conceal opportunism. As a matter of fact, the extraordinary rapidity and the particularly revolting character of the development of opportunism is by no means a guarantee that its victory will be durable. The rapid growth of a painful abscess on a healthy body can only cause it to burst more quickly and thus relieve the body of it. The most dangerous of all in this respect are those who do not wish to understand that the fight against imperialism is a sham and humbug unless it is inseparably bound up with the fight against opportunism. From all that has been said in this book on the economic essence of imperialism, it follows that we must define it as capitalism in transition, or, more precisely, as moribund capitalism. It is very instructive in this respect to note that bourgeois economists, in describing modern capitalism, frequently employ catchwords and phrases like interlocking, absence of isolation, etc. In conformity with their functions and course of development, banks are not purely private business enterprises. They are more and more outgrowing the sphere of purely private business regulation. And this very research, whose words I have just quoted, declares with all seriousness that the prophecy of the Marxists concerning socialization has not come true. What then does this catchword interlocking express? It merely expresses the most striking feature of the process going on before our eyes. It shows that the observer counts the separate trees, but cannot see the wood. It slavishly copies the superficial, the fortuitous, the chaotic. It reveals the observer as one who is overwhelmed by the mass of raw material and is utterly incapable of appreciating its meaning and importance. Ownership of shares, the relations between owners of private property interlock in a haphazard way. But underlying this interlocking, its very base, are the changing social relations of production. When a big enterprise assumes gigantic proportions, and, on the basis of an exact computation of mass data, organizes according to plan the supply of primary raw materials to the extent of 2/3 or 3/4 of all that is necessary for tens of millions of people, when the raw materials are transported in a systematic and organized manner to the most suitable places of production, sometimes situated hundreds or thousands of miles from each other, when a single center directs all the consecutive stages of processing the material right up to the manufacture of numerous varieties of finished articles. When these products are distributed according to a single plan among tens and hundreds of millions of consumers, the marketing of oil in America and Germany by the American Oil Trust, then it becomes evident that we have socialization of production, and not mere interlocking that private economic and private property relations constitute a shell which no longer fits its contents. The shell which must inevitably decay if its removal is artificially delayed, the shell which may remain in the state of decay for a fairly long period if, at the worst, the cure of the opportunist abscess is protracted but which will inevitably be removed. The enthusiastic admirer of German imperialism, Schulze-Evernuts, exclaims, once the supreme management of the German banks has been entrusted to the hands of a dozen persons, their activity is even today more significant for the public good than that of the majority of the ministers of state. The interlocking of bankers, ministers, magnates of industry and rentiers is here conveniently forgotten. If we imagine the development of those tendencies we have noted carried to their logical conclusion, we will have the money capital of the nation united in the banks themselves combined into cartels, the investment capital of the nation cast in the shape of securities. Then the forecast of that genius Saint-Simon will be fulfilled. The present anarchy of production, which corresponds to the fact that economic relations are developing without uniform regulation, must make way for organization in production. Production will no longer be directed by isolated manufacturers, independent of each other and ignorant of man's economic needs. That will be done by a certain public institution. The Central Committee of Management, being able to survey the large field of social economy from a more elevated point of view, will regulate it for the benefit of the whole of society, will put the means of production into suitable hands, and above all will take care that there be constant harmony between production and consumption. Institutions already exist which have assumed as part of their functions a certain organization of economic labor, the banks. We are still a long way from the fulfillment of Saint-Simon's forecast, but we are on the way towards it. Marxism, different from what Marx imagined, but different only in form. 1. A crushing refutation of Marx indeed, which retreats a step from Marx's precise, scientific analysis to Saint-Simon's guesswork, the guesswork of a genius, but guesswork all the same. Footnotes 1. Grundriss der Sozialökonomik, S. 146. Table of Contents for Imperialism Collected Works Volume 22 Lenin Works Archive Marxist Writers Archive Lenin Collected Works, Volume 22 Lenin Collected Works, Volume December 22, 1915, July 1916. See also, Volume 22 Subject Index 1915. New data on the laws governing the development of capitalism in agriculture. Part 1 259K. Preface to Anne Bukharin's pamphlet, Imperialism and the World Economy 13K. 1916. Opportunism and the Collapse of the Second International 29K. Draft Resolution on the Convocation of the Second Socialist Conference 8K. For the conference to be held on April 24, 1916. Proposal of the delegation 8K. Speech delivered at an international meeting in Bern, February 8, 1916 8K. The tasks of the opposition in France. Letter to Comrade Safarov 10K. Have the organizing committee and the Chekhids group a policy of their own? 14K. Peace without annexations and the independence of Poland as slogans of the day in Russia 9K. Wilhelm Kalb and George Plekhanov 5K. The Socialist Revolution and the Right of Nations to Self-Determination Theses 32K. Letter from the Committee of Organizations Abroad to the sections of the RSAL page 9K. The Peace Program 17K. Proposal submitted by the Central Committee of the RSALP to the Second Socialist Conference 24K. Split award K. 7K. German and non-German chauvinism 6K. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. The Popular Outline 468K. The Genius Pamphlet 37K. The Discussion on Self-Determination summed up 99K. Volume 22 Transcription / Markup, Brian Bastian, Charles Farrell and David Walters, 2000. Lenin Collected Works, by Subject, Volume 22. Volume 22, Subject Index. On Imperialism. Imperialism, the highest state of capitalism. On the national question and self-determination, peace without annexations and the independence of Poland as slogans of the day. In Russia, the socialist revolution and the right of nations to self-determination. The discussion on self-determination summed up. On internationalism, opportunism and the collapse of the Second International Draft Resolution on the convocation of the Second Socialist Conference. The Peace Program. Lenin Subject Index. Vertical line. Lenin Works Index. Vladimir Lenin. New data on the laws governing the development of capitalism in agriculture. Trade. Part 1. Capitalism and Agriculture in the United States of America. Published, 1915. First published 1917 as a separate pamphlet by the Zink Eisnady Publishers. Source, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964, pages 13 to 102. Translated, Murius Dobiko. The online version, Lenin Internet Archive. Marxists.org. March 2000. HTML markup / transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. Section I. General characteristic of the three main sections. The homestead West, the industrial North, the former slave-owning South. Average size of farms, disintegration of capitalism in the South, the capitalist nature of agriculture. Areas of the most intensive agriculture. Section II. Machinery and hired labor in agriculture. Displacement of small by big enterprises. Quantity of improved land continued. Statistics on the value of farms. Defects of conventional methods of economic analysis. Marks on the peculiarities of agriculture. A more exact comparison of small and large enterprises. Section II. Different types of enterprises in agriculture. How the displacement of small-scale by large-scale production in agriculture is minimized. The expropriation of the small farmers. A comparative picture of evolution in industry and agriculture. Summary and conclusions. Editor's footnotes. A. Written in 1915. In early 1916, Lenin, while in Bern, sent the manuscript to Maxim Gorky for the peruse publishers, but it did not appear at that time. It was published in Petrograd in 1917 by Zink Eisnady. The material for the book, variants of the plan and statistical extracts from the U.S. Census reports for 1900 and 1910, was published in Lenin Miscellany XIX in 1932. Lenin did not realize his intention of writing the second part of the book, which was to have dealt with Germany. Collected Works Volume 22. Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin. Preface to Anne Bukharin's pamphlet, Imperialism and the World Economy. Written, December, 1915. First published, January 21, 1927 in Pravda. No. 17. Source, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964, pages 103-107. Translated, Murius Dobiko. The online version, Lenin Internet Archive. Marxists.org. March 2000. HTML markup / transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. There is no need for any special explanation to show that the subject dealt with in Bukharin's paper is topical and important. The question of imperialism is not only one of the most essential but is probably the most essential question in that sphere of economic science which traces the change in the forms of capitalism in modern times. Anyone interested not only in economics but in any aspect of contemporary social life must certainly acquaint himself with the facts pertaining to this sphere which the author has collected in such abundance from the latest material. It goes without saying that there can be no concrete historical assessment of the current war, unless it is based on a thorough analysis of the nature of imperialism, both in its economic and political aspects. Otherwise, it would be impossible to arrive at a correct understanding of the economic and diplomatic history of the last few decades, without which it would be ridiculous to expect to work out a correct view of the war. From the standpoint of Marxism, which states most definitely the requirements of modern science on this question in general, one can merely smile at the scientific value of such methods as taking concrete historical assessment of the war to mean the random selection of facts which the ruling classes of the country find gratifying or convenient, facts taken at random from diplomatic documents, current political developments, etc. Plekhanov, for instance, must have completely parted with Marxism to substitute the angling after a couple of little facts which delighted Purishkeva as much as Milyukov, for an analysis of the essential properties and tendencies of imperialism, as the system of economic relations of modern highly developed, mature and rotten ripe capitalism. The scientific concept of imperialism, moreover, is reduced to a sort of term of abuse applied to the immediate competitors, rivals and opponents of the two imperialists mentioned, each of whom holds exactly the same class position as his rivals and opponents. This is not at all surprising in this day of words forgotten, principles lost, philosophies overthrown, and resolutions and solemn promises discarded. Beni Bukharin's paper has especially high scientific value because he examines the main facts of the world economy relating to imperialism as a whole, as a definite stage of development of the most highly developed capitalism. There was an epoch of relatively peaceful capitalism, when it had completely defeated feudalism in the leading European countries and was free to develop with the utmost relative tranquility and smoothness, expanding peacefully over the vast expanses of the as yet unsettled lands and the countries not yet irrevocably drawn into the capitalist maelstrom. Of course, even in that period, roughly between 1871 and 1914, peaceful capitalism created conditions of life that were a very far cry from actual peace both in the military and the class sense. For 9/10 of the population of the leading countries, for hundreds of millions in the colonies and backward countries, that epoch was not one of peace but of oppression, suffering and horror, which was the more terrible, possibly, for appearing to be a horror without end. This epoch is gone for good. It has given way to an epoch which is relatively much more violent, spasmodic, disastrous and conflicting, an epoch which for the mass of the population is typified not so much by a horror without end as by a horrible end. In all this it is extremely important to bear in mind that this change has been brought about in no other way but the immediate development, expansion and continuation of the most profound and basic trends in capitalism and in commodity production in general. These main trends, which have been in evidence all over the world for centuries, are the growth of exchange and the growth of large-scale production. At a definite stage in the development of exchange, at a definite stage in the growth of large-scale production, namely, at the stage which was obtained towards the turn of the century, exchange so internationalized economic relations and capital, and large-scale production assumed such proportions that monopoly began to replace free competition, monopoly associations of entrepreneurs, trusts, instead of enterprises, freely competing with each other at home and in relations between the countries became typical. Finance capital took over as the typical lord of the world. It is particularly mobile and flexible, particularly internet at home and internationally, and particularly impersonal and divorced from production proper. It lends itself to concentration with particular ease, and has been concentrated to an unusual degree already, so that literally a few hundred multimillionaires and millionaires control the destiny of the world. Abstract theoretical reasoning may lead to the conclusion that which Kautsky has arrived in a somewhat different fashion but also by abandoning Marxism, namely, that the time is not too far off when these magnates of capital will unite on a world scale in a single world trust, substituting an internationally united finance capital for the competition and struggle between sums of finance capital nationally isolated. This conclusion is, however, just as abstract, simplified and incorrect as the similar conclusion drawn by aristocrats and economists of the 90s. Then they drew conclusions from the progressive nature of capitalism, its inevitability, its final victory in Russia that ranged from the apologetic admiration for capitalism, reconciliation with it, and glorification instead of struggle, and the apolitical, that is, a denial of politics or a denial of the importance of politics, the probability of general political upheavals, etc. To mistake specifically economist, to the outrightly strikeist the general strike, as the apotheosis of the strike movement, brought up to a point where their forms of movement are forgotten or ignored and capitalism is overcome solely by they lead from it to a strike, pure and simple. There is evidence that even today the indisputable fact that capitalism is progressive, when compared with the semi-Philistine paradise of free competition, and that imperialism and its final victory over peaceful capitalism in the leading countries of the world are inevitable, that this fact is still capable of producing an equally great and varied number of political and apolitical mistakes and misadventures. With Kautsky, in particular, his clear break with Marxism has not taken the form of a denial or neglect of politics, or of a leap over the political conflicts, upheavals and transformations, so numerous and varied in the imperialist epoch. It has not taken the form of an apology of imperialism but of a dream of peaceful capitalism. That peaceful capitalism has given way to non-peaceful, aggressive, cataclysmic imperialism. Kautsky is forced to admit because that is something he had admitted as far back as 1909 in the paper in which he last produced some integrated conclusions as a Marxist. 1. But if it is impossible to toy in rude, simple fashion with the dream of a straightforward retreat from imperialism to peaceful capitalism, why not let these dreams, which are essentially petty bourgeois, take the form of innocent speculation on peaceful ultra-imperialism? If the international integration of nationally isolated imperialism is to be called ultra-imperialism, which could remove the conflicts, such as wars, political upheavals, etc., which the petty bourgeois finds especially unpalatable, disquieting, and alarming, why not, in that case, make an escape from the present highly conflicting and cataclysmic epoch of imperialism, which is the here and now, by means of innocent dreams of an ultra-imperialism which is relatively peaceful, relatively lacking in conflict and relatively uncataclysmic? Why not try to escape the acute problems that have been and are being posed by the epoch of imperialism that has dawned for Europe by dreaming up the possibility of it soon passing away and being followed by a relatively peaceful epoch of ultra-imperialism that will not require any abrupt tactics? Kautsky says precisely that such a ultra-imperialist new phase of capitalism is at any rate imaginable, but that there are not yet enough prerequisites to decide whether or not it is feasible. Die Neue Zeit, April 30, 1915, page 144. There is not the wit of Marxism in this urge to ignore the imperialism which is here and to escape into the realm of an ultra-imperialism which may or may not arrive. In this formulation, Marxism has recognized in that new phase of capitalism which its inventor himself does not warrant can be realized, while in the present stage which is already here the petty bourgeoisie and profoundly reactionary desire to blunt the contradictions is substituted for Marxism. Kautsky swore to be a Marxist in this coming, acute and cataclysmic epoch, which he was forced to predict and recognize very definitely in his 1909 paper on this coming epoch. Now that this epoch has most definitely arrived, Kautsky once again swears to be a Marxist in the coming epoch of ultra-imperialism, which may or may not arrive. In short, any number of promises to be a Marxist in another epoch, not now, not under present conditions, not in this epoch. Marxism on credit, Marxism in promises, Marxism tomorrow, a petty bourgeois, opportunist theory and not only a theory of blunting contradictions today. This is something like the internationalism for export which is very popular today with ardent so ardent internationalists and Marxists who sympathize with every manifestation of internationalism in the enemy camp, anywhere, but not at home, not among their allies. They sympathize with democracy when it remains an allied promise. They sympathize with the self-determination of nations but only not of those dependent on the nation which has the honor of having the sympathizer among its citizens. In a word, it is one of the 1.001 varieties of hypocrisy. Can it be denied, however, that a new phase of capitalism is imaginable in the abstract after imperialism, namely, ultra-imperialism? No, it cannot. Such a phase can be imagined. But in practice this means becoming an opportunist, turning away from the acute problems of the day to dream of the unacute problems of the future. In theory this means refusing to be guided by actual developments, forsaking them arbitrarily for such dreams. There is no doubt that the trend of development is towards the single world trust absorbing all enterprises without exception and all states without exception. But this development proceeds in such circumstances, at such a pace, through such contradictions, conflicts and upheavals not only economic but political, national, etc. that inevitably imperialism will burst and capitalism will be transformed into its opposite long before one world trust materializes, before the ultra-imperialist, worldwide amalgamation of national finance capitals takes place. Via lie in December 1915. Footnotes 1. Kautsky's pamphlet Der Weg zur Macht, The Way to Power, published in Berlin in 1909. Collected Works Volume 22, Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin, Opportunism and the Collapse of the Second International. A. Written, January 1916. Source, Collected Works, Volume 22, pages 108120. First published in German in 1916 in the Left-Zimmerwald magazine for Boat Herald. Translated, Murius Dobico. The online version, Marx.org 1996, Marxists.org 1999. Transcribed, Workers Web ASCII Pamphlet Project, 1997. HTML markup, Brian Bastion and David Walters. Has the Second International really ceased to exist? This is being stubbornly denied by its most authoritative representatives, like Kautsky and van der Velde. Their point of view is that, save for the rupture of relations, nothing has really happened. All is quite well. To get at the truth of the matter, let us turn to the Manifesto of the Bal Congress of 1912, which applies particularly to the present imperialist world war and which was accepted by all the socialist parties of the world. No socialist, be it noted, will dare in theory deny the necessity of making a concrete, historical appraisal of every war. Now that war has broken out, neither the avowed opportunists nor the Kautsky-ites dare repudiate the Bal Manifesto or compare its demands with the conduct of the socialist parties during the war. Why? Because the manifesto completely exposes both. There is not a single word in the Bal Manifesto about the defense of the fatherland, or about the difference between a war of aggression and a war of defense. There is nothing in it at all about what the opportunists and Kautsky-ites want of Germany and of the Quadruple. The lions at all crossroads are now getting into the ears of the world. Nor could it have said anything of the sort, because what it does say absolutely rules out the use of such concepts. It makes a highly concrete reference to the series of political and economic conflicts which had for decades been preparing the ground for the present war, had become quite apparent in 1912, and which brought about the war in 1914. The manifesto recalls the Russo-Austrian conflict for hegemony in the Balkans, the conflicts between Britain, France and Germany, between all these countries over their policy of conquest in Asia Minor, the Austro-Italian conflict over the striving for domination in Albania, etc. In short, the manifesto defines all these as conflicts emanating from capitalist imperialism. Thus, the manifesto very clearly recognizes the predatory, imperialist, reactionary, slave-driving character of the present war, i.e., the character which makes the idea of defending the fatherland theoretical nonsense and a practical absurdity. The big sharks are fighting each other to gobble up other people's fatherlands. The manifesto draws the inevitable conclusions from undisputed historical facts. The war cannot be justified on the slightest pretext of its being in the interest of the people. It is being prepared for the sake of the capitalists' profits and the ambitions of dynasties. It would be a crime for the workers to shoot each other down. That is what the manifesto says. The epoch of capitalist imperialism is one of ripe and rotten right capitalism, which is about to collapse, and which is mature enough to make way for socialism. The period between 1789 and 1871 was one of progressive capitalism, when the overthrow of feudalism and absolutism, and liberation from the foreign yoke were on history's agenda. Defense of the fatherland, i.e., defense against oppression, was permissible on these grounds, and on these alone. The term would be applicable even now in a war against the imperialist great powers, but it would be absurd to apply it to a war between the imperialist great powers. The war to decide who gets the biggest piece of the Balkan countries, Asia Minor, etc. It is not surprising, therefore, that the socialists who advocate defense of the fatherland in the present war shun the Bal Manifesto as a thief shuns the scene of his crime. For the manifesto proves them to be social chauvinists, i.e., socialists in words, but chauvinists in deeds, who are helping their own bourgeoisie to rob other countries and enslave other nations. That is the very substance of chauvinism, to defend one's own fatherland even when its acts are aimed at enslaving other people's fatherlands. Recognition that a war is being fought for national liberation implies one set of tactics, its recognition as an imperialist war, another. The manifesto clearly points to the latter. The war, it says, will bring on an economic and political crisis which must be utilized not to lessen the crisis, not to defend the fatherland, but, on the contrary, to rouse the masses and hasten the downfall of capitalist rule. It is impossible to hasten something for which historical conditions are not yet mature. The manifesto declares that social revolution is possible, that the conditions for it have matured, and that it will break out precisely in connection with war. Referring to the examples of the Paris Commune and the Revolution of 1905 in Russia, i.e., examples of mass strikes and of civil war, the manifesto declares that the ruling classes fear the proletarian revolution. It is sheer falsehood to claim, as Kautsky does, that the socialist attitude to the present war has not been defined. This question was not merely discussed, but decided in Bal, where the tactics of revolutionary proletarian mass struggle were recognized. It is downright hypocrisy to ignore the Manifesto altogether, or in its most essential parts, and to quote instead the speeches of leaders, or the resolutions of various parties, which, in the first place, antedate the Congress, secondly, were not decisions adopted by the parties of the whole world, and thirdly, applied to various possible wars, but never to the present war. The point is that the epoch of national wars between the big European powers has been superseded by an epoch of imperialist wars between them, and that the Manifesto had to recognize this fact officially for the first time. It would be a mistake to regard the Manifesto as an empty threat, a collection of platitudes, as so much hot air. Those whom the Manifesto exposes would like to have it that way. But it is not true. The Manifesto is but the fruit of the great propaganda work carried on throughout the entire epoch of the Second International. It is but the summary of all that the Socialists had disseminated among the masses in the hundreds of thousands of speeches, articles and manifestos in all languages. It merely reiterates what Jules Gued, for example, wrote in 1899, when he castigated socialist ministerialism in the event of war. He wrote of war provoked by the capitalist pirates and guard. Page 175. It merely repeats what Kautsky wrote in 1909 in his Road to Power, where he admitted that the peaceful epoch was over and that the epoch of wars and revolutions was on. To represent the Manifesto as so much talk, or as a mistake, is to regard as mere talk, or as a mistake, everything the Socialists have done in the last 25 years. The opportunists and the Kautskyists find the contradiction between the Manifesto and its non-application so intolerable because it lays bare the profound contradictions in the work of the Second International. The relatively peaceful character of the period between 1871 and 1914 served to foster opportunism first as a mood, then as a trend, until finally it forms a group or stratum among the labor bureaucracy and petty bourgeois fellow travelers. These elements were able to gain control of the labor movement only by paying lip service to revolutionary aims and revolutionary tactics. They were able to win the confidence of the masses only by their protestations that all this peaceful work served to prepare the proletarian revolution. This contradiction was a boil which just had to burst, and burst it has. Here is the question: is it worth trying, as Kautsky and company are doing, to force the pus back into the body for the sake of unity with the pus, or should the pus be removed as quickly and as thoroughly as possible, regardless of the pang of pain caused by the process, to help bring about the complete recovery of the body of the labor movement? Those who voted for war credits, entered cabinets amid advocated defense of the fatherland in 1914-15 have patently betrayed socialism. Only hypocrites will deny it. This betrayal must be explained. It would be absurd to regard the whole question as one of personalities. What has opportunism to do with it when men like Plekhanov and Gued, etc. Asks Kautsky Zeit, May 28, 1915. What has opportunism to do with it when Kautsky, etc. Replies Axelrod on behalf of the opportunists of the Quadruple Alliance Die Kreis der Sozialdemokratie, Zurich, 1915, page 21. This is a complete farce. If the crisis of the whole movement is to be explained, an examination must be made, firstly, of the economic significance of the present policy, secondly, its underlying ideas, and thirdly, its connection with the history of the various trends in the socialist movement. What is the economic substance of defensism in the war of 1914-15? The bourgeoisie of all the big powers are waging the war to divide and exploit the world, and oppress other nations. A few crumbs of the bourgeoisie's huge profits may come the way of the small group of labor bureaucrats, labor aristocrats, and petty bourgeois fellow travelers. Social chauvinism and opportunism have the same class basis, namely, the alliance of a small section of privileged workers with their national bourgeoisie against the working class masses, the alliance between the lackeys of the bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie against the class the latter is exploiting. Opportunism and social chauvinism have the same political content, namely, class collaboration, repudiation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, repudiation of revolutionary action, unconditional acceptance of bourgeois legality, confidence in the bourgeoisie and lack of confidence in the proletariat. Social chauvinism is the direct continuation and consummation of British liberal labor politics, of Milibandism and Bernsteinism. The struggle between the two main trends in the labor movement, Revolutionary socialism and opportunist socialism fills the entire period from 1889 to 1914. Even today there are two main trends on the attitude to war in every country. Let us drop the bourgeois and opportunist habit of referring to personalities. Let us take the trends in a number of countries. Let us take 10 European countries: Germany, Britain, Russia, Italy, Holland, Sweden, Bulgaria, Switzerland, Belgium and France. In the first 8, the division into opportunist and revolutionary trends corresponds to the division into social chauvinists and internationalists. In Germany the strongholds of social chauvinism are Sozialistische Mannschaft and Legion and Company. In Britain the Fabians and the Labour Party, the ILP, has always been allied with them and has supported their organ, and in this bloc it has always been weaker than the social chauvinists, whereas 3/7 of the BSP are internationalists. In Russia this trend is represented by Nassoryan, now Nashdilo, by the organizing committee, and by the Duma group led by Chkhids. In Italy it is represented by the reformists with Bizaleti at their head. In Holland, by Tro Elstra's party. In Sweden, by the majority of the party led by Branting. In Bulgaria, by the so-called Shiroki socialists. In Switzerland by Grulich and Co. In all these countries it is the revolutionary social democrats who have voiced a more or less vigorous protest against social chauvinism. France and Belgium are the two exceptions. Their internationalism also exists, but is very weak. Social chauvinism is opportunism in its finished form. It is quite ripe for an open, frequently vulgar, alliance with the bourgeoisie and the general staffs. It is this alliance that gives it great power and a monopoly of the legal press and of deceiving the masses. It is absurd to go on regarding opportunism as an inter-party phenomenon. It is ridiculous to think of carrying out the Bell Resolution together with David, Legion, Hindman, Plekhanov and Webb. Unity with the social chauvinists means unity with one's own national bourgeoisie, which exploits other nations. It means splitting the international proletariat. This does not mean that an immediate break with the opportunists is possible everywhere. It means only that historically this break is imminent, that it is necessary and inevitable for the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat, that history, which has led us from peaceful capitalism to imperialist capitalism, has paved the way for this break. Volentum ducent fatus, nolentum trahunt. The fates lead the willing, drag the unwilling dead. I. This is very well understood by the shrewd representatives of the bourgeoisie. That is why they are so lavish in their praise of the present socialist parties, headed by the defenders of the fatherland, i.e., the defenders of imperialist plunder. That is why the social chauvinist leaders are rewarded by their governments either with ministerial posts in France and Britain or with a monopoly of unhindered legal existence in Germany and Russia. That is why in Germany, where the Social Democratic Party was strongest and where its transformation into a national liberal counter-revolutionary Labour Party has been most obvious, things have got to the stage where the public prosecutor qualifies the struggle between the minority and the majority as incitement to class hatred. That is why the greatest concern of the clever opportunists is to retain the former unity of the old parties, which did the bourgeoisie so many good turns in 1914 and 1915. The views held by these opportunists in all countries of the world were expounded with commendable frankness by a German social democrat in an article signed Monitor which appeared in April 1915, in the reactionary magazine Preußische Jahrbucher. Monitor thinks that it would be very dangerous for the bourgeoisie if the Social Democrats were to move still further to the right. It must preserve its character as a labor party with socialist ideals, for the day it gives this up a new party will arise and adopt the program the old party had disavowed, giving it a still more radical formulation. Preußische Jahrbucher, 1915, No. 4, pages 50-51. Monitor hit a nail on the head. That is just what the British liberals and the French radicals have always wanted: phrases with a revolutionary ring to deceive the masses and induce them to place their trust in the Lloyd George, the Sambats, the Renaudels, the Legions, and the Kautskys, in the men capable of preaching defense of the fatherland in a predatory war. But Monitor represents only one variety of opportunism, the frank, crude, cynical variety. Others act with stealth, subtlety, and honesty. Engels once said that for the working class honest opportunists were the greatest danger. Here is one example. Kautsky wrote in Die Neue Zeit November 26, 1915 as follows: "The opposition against the majority is growing, the masses are in an opposition mood. After the war, only after the war, then L-class antagonisms will become so sharp that radicalism will gain the upper hand among the masses. After the war, only after the war ? We shall be menaced with the desertion of the radical elements from the party and their influx into the party of anti-parliamentary, meaning extra-parliamentary mass action. Thus, our party is splitting up into two extreme camps which have nothing in common. To preserve unity, Kautsky tries to persuade the majority in the Reichstag to allow the minority to make a few radical parliamentary speeches. That means Kautsky wants to use a few radical parliamentary speeches to reconcile the revolutionary masses with the opportunists, who have nothing in common with revolution, who have long had the leadership of the trade unions, and now, relying on their close alliance with the bourgeoisie and the government, have also captured the leadership of the party. What essential difference is there between this and Monitor's program? There is none, save for the sugary phrases which prostitute Marxism. At a meeting of the Reichstag group on March 18, 1915, Worm, the Kautsky it, warned against pulling the strings too taut. There is growing opposition among the workers' masses to the majority of the group. We must keep to the Marxists. Probably a misprint. This should read the Monitor Center Klassenkampf at Gegen den Krieg. Materials im Fall Liebknecht. ALS manuscript gedruckt. The class struggled against the war. Material on the Liebknecht case. Printed for private circulation only. Education, page 67. Thus we find that the revolutionary sentiment of the masses was admitted as a fact on behalf of all the Kautsky. It's the so-called center as early as March 1915. But 8.5 months later, Kautsky again comes forward with the proposal to reconcile the militant masses with the opportunist, counter-revolutionary party, and he wants to do this with a few revolutionary-sounding phrases. War is often useful in exposing what is rotten and discarding the conventionalities. Let us compare the British Fabians with the German Kautsky-its. Here is what a real Marxist, Friedrich Engels, wrote about the former on January 18, 1893. A band of careerists who have understanding enough to realize the inevitability of the social revolution, but who could not possibly entrust this gigantic task to the raw proletariat alone. Fear of the revolution is their fundamental principle. Letters to Zarga, page 390. And on November 11, 1893, he wrote, These haughty bourgeois who kindly condescend to emancipate the proletariat from above, if only it would have sense enough to realize that such a raw, uneducated mass cannot liberate itself and can achieve nothing without the kindness of these clever lawyers, writers and sentimental old women. Ibid. p. 401. See, in theory Kautsky looks down upon the Fabians with the contempt of a Pharisee for a poor sinner, for he swears by Marxism. But what actual difference is there between the two? Both signed the Bell Manifesto, and both treated it as Wilhelm II treated Belgian neutrality. But Marx all his life castigated those who strove to quench the revolutionary spirit of the workers. Kautsky has put forward his new theory of ultra-imperialism in opposition to the revolutionary Marxists. By this he means that the rivalries of national finance capitals are to be superseded by the joint exploitation of the world by international finance capital. April 30, 1915. But he adds, we do not as yet have sufficient data to decide whether this new phase of capitalism is possible. On the grounds of the mere assumption of a new phase which he does not even dare declare definitely possible, the inventor of this phase rejects his own revolutionary declarations as well as the revolutionary tasks and revolutionary tactics of the proletariat rejects them now, in the phase of a crisis which has already broken out, the phase of war and the unprecedented aggravation of class antagonisms. Is this not Fabianism at its most abominable? Axelrod, the leader of the Russian Kautsky-its, sees the center of gravity of the problem of internationalizing the proletarian movement for emancipation in the internationalization of everyday practice. For example, labor protection and insurance legislation must become the object of the Workers' International Organization and Action. Axelrod, The Crisis of Social Democracy, Zurich, 1915, pages 39-40. Not only Legion, David and the Webbs, but even Lloyd George himself, and Naumann, Brighton and Molyukov would quite obviously subscribe to such internationalism. As in 1912, Axelrod is quite prepared to utter the most revolutionary phrases for the very distant future, if the future international comes out against the governments in the event of war and raises a revolutionary storm. How brave we are! But when it comes to supporting and developing the incipient revolutionary ferment among the masses now, Axelrod says that these tactics of revolutionary mass action would be justified to some extent if we were on the very eve of the social revolution, as was the case in Russia, for example, where the student demonstrations of 1901 heralded the approaching decisive battles against absolutism. At the present moment, however, all that is utopia, Bakunism, etc. This is fully in the spirit of Karl, David, Swedencam and Legion. What Gerald Axelrod forgets is that in 1901 nobody in Russia knew, or could have known, that the first decisive battle would take place 4 years later. Please note, 4 years later, and that it would be indecisive. Nevertheless, we revolutionary Marxists alone were right at that time. We ridiculed the Krechevskys and Martinovs, who called for an immediate assault. We merely advised the workers to kick out the opportunists everywhere and to exert every effort to support, sharpen and extend the demonstrations and other mass revolutionary action. The present situation in Europe is absolutely similar. It would be absurd to call for an immediate assault, but it would be a shame to call oneself a social democrat and not to advise the workers to break with the opportunists and exert all their efforts to strengthen, deepen, extend and sharpen the incipient revolutionary movement and demonstrations. Revolution never falls ready-made from the skies, and when revolutionary ferment starts no one can say whether and when it will lead to a real genuine revolution. Kautsky and Axelrod are giving the workers old, shop-worn, counter-revolutionary advice. Kautsky and Axelrod are feeding the masses with hopes that the future international will surely be revolutionary, but they are doing this for the sole purpose of protecting, camouflaging and prettifying the present domination of the counter-revolutionary elements, the Legions, Davids, Van der Helts and Hindmans. Is it not obvious that unity with Legion and Company is the best means of preparing the future revolutionary international? It would be folly to strive to convert the world war into civil war, declares David, the leader of the German opportunists Die Sozialdemokratie und der Weltkrieg, 1915, page 172, in reply to the manifesto of the Central Committee of our party, November 1, 1914. This manifesto says, inter alia, however difficult that transformation may seem at any given moment, socialists will never relinquish systematic, persistent and undeviating preparatory work in this direction now that war has become a fact. This passage is also quoted by David, page 171. The month before David's book appeared, our party published its resolutions defining systematic preparation as follows: refusal to vote for credits, disruption of the class truce, formation of illegal organizations, support for solidarity manifestations in the trenches, support for all revolutionary mass action. David is almost as brave as Axelrod. In 1912, he did not think that reference to the Paris Commune in anticipation of the war was folly. Plekhanov, the typical representative of the Entente social chauvinists, takes the same view of revolutionary tactics as David. He calls them a farcical dream. But listen to Karl, an avowed opportunist, who wrote, "The consequence of the tactics of Liebknecht's followers would be that the struggle within the German nation would be brought up to boiling point." Die Sozialdemokratie Damskia Duage, p. 50. But what is a struggle brought up to boiling point if not civil war? If our Central Committee's tactics, which broadly coincide with those of the Zimmerwald left, were folly, dreams, adventurism, Bakunism, as David, Plekhanov, Axelrod, Kautsky and others have asserted, they could never lead to a struggle within a nation, let alone to a struggle brought up to boiling point. Nowhere in the world have anarchist phrases brought about a struggle within a nation. But the facts indicate that precisely in 1915, as a result of the crisis produced by the war, revolutionary ferment among the masses is on the increase, and there is a spread of strikes and political demonstrations in Russia, strikes in Italy and in Britain, and hunger demonstrations and political demonstrations in Germany. Are these not the beginnings of revolutionary mass struggles? The sum and substance of social democracy's practical program in this war is to support, develop, extend and sharpen mass revolutionary action, and to set up illegal organizations, for without them there is no way of telling the truth to the masses of people even in the free countries. The rest is either lies or mere verbiage, whatever its trappings of opportunist or pacifist. When we are told that these Russian tactics, David's expression, are not suitable for Europe, we usually reply by pointing to the facts. On October 30, A delegation of Berlin women comrades called on the party's presidium in Berlin, and stated that now that we have a large organizing apparatus, it is much easier to distribute illegal pamphlets and leaflets and to organize banned meetings than it was under the anti-socialist law. Ways and means are not tacking, but the will evidently is. Werner Tagwatched, 1915, No. 271. Had these bad comrades been led astray by the Russian sectarians, etc.? Is it these comrades who represent the real masses, or is it Legion and Kautsky? Legion, who in his report on January 27, 1915, fumed against the anarchistic idea of forming underground organizations, or Kautsky, who has become such a counter-revolutionary that on November 26, 4 days before the 10,000-strong demonstration in Berlin, he denounced street demonstrations as adventurism. We've had enough of empty talk, and of prostituted Marxism. The Kautsky. After 25 years of the Second International, after the Bell Manifesto, the workers will no longer believe fine words. Opportunism is rotten ripe. It has been transformed into social chauvinism and has definitely deserted to the bourgeois camp. It has severed its spiritual and political ties with social democracy. It will also break off its organizational ties. The workers are already demanding illegal pamphlets and banned meetings, i.e., underground organizations to support the revolutionary mass movement. Only when war against war is conducted on these lines does it cease to be empty talk and becomes social democratic work. In spite of all difficulties, setbacks, mistakes, delusions and interruptions, this work will lead humanity to the victorious proletarian revolution. And Lenin. Editor's footnotes. The article was written by Lenin in German and published in January 1916 in the first issue of the theoretical organ of the Zimmerwald Left, the magazine Vorbote Herald. Earlier, Lenin had written an article in Russian under the same title. It was first published in the magazine Proletarskaya Revolutsiya Proletarian Revolution No. 528 in 1924, and is included in Volume 21 of Lenin's collected works LCW, where the text is not quite identical with the one in Vorbote. B. Friedrich Engels, Zur Kritik des Sozialdemokratischen Programms Irons 1891, published in Die Neue Zeit, J.G. XX, 1901. The II, No. 1. See Engels's letter to Friedrich Albert, search of November 11, 1893. No English translation available. Author's footnotes. 1. This does not refer to the personalities of Kautsky's followers in Germany, but to the international type of pseudo-Marxist who vacillates between opportunism and radicalism, but is in reality only a fig leaf for opportunism. Collected Works Volume 22, Collected Works, Table of Contents, Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin Draft Resolution on the Convocation of the Second Socialist Conference. Written between January 23 and 26, February 5 and 8, 1916. First published, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964. Source, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964, pages. 121. Translated, Murius Dobiko. The online version, Lenin Internet Archive, Marxists.org, March 2000. HTML markup / transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. The Bureau ISC, having conferred with a number of representatives of several countries, resolves to convene the Second Conference of Socialists supporting the Zimmerwald decisions. Agenda: 1. Struggle against war. 2. International unification of socialists opposing war and nationalism. 3. Practical measures of organization, propaganda and struggle against governments, for development of Zimmerwald decisions. To set the date of its convocation for April 15, 1916. To publish a present decision altering the date to March 15 in the notice. To call on all socialist organizations supporting the Zimmerwald decisions to discuss all the items on the agenda and the draft resolutions. The drafts signed by 223 delegates to be published in Werner Tagwatched. Collected Works Volume 22, Collected Works, Table of Contents, Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin, for the conference to be held on April 24, 1916. Proposal of the delegation. Written between January 23 and 26, February 5 and 8, 1916. First published, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964. Source, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964. pages. 122 translated. Murius.co the online version. Lenin Internet Archive Marxists.org March 2000 HTML markup / transcription. Charles Farrell and David Walters. 1. Only representatives of political or trade union organizations or individuals supporting the decisions of the Zimmerwald Conference shall be allowed to attend. 2. From countries where official parties or trade union organizations are affiliated with the ISC, only representatives shall be allowed to attend only from organizations and groups which, A. in a given country campaign orally or in writing in the spirit of the Zimmerwald decisions, B. support the ISC by their activities. 3. Individuals shall be admitted only as an exception and only with voice but no vote. 4. Final decisions in disputes over the validity of credentials shall be made, after hearing the motives and taking account of the circumstances, by a 9-man commission elected by the conference, which shall include 4 members of the ISC. 5. The conference shall establish the voting procedure. Amendment, not to be punished, entered in the minutes. Comrades who were present at Zimmerwald have the right in the French text to participate in the second conference with a voice but no vote. Collected Works Volume 22. Collected Works Table of Contents. Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin speech delivered at an international meeting in Bern. February 8, 1916. A. Delivered. February 8, 1916. First published. Berner Tageblatt. Number 33. February 6, 1916. Published. Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers. Moscow. Volume 22. 1964. Pages 123-126 translated. Murius.co the online version. Marxists.org 2000 HTML markup / transcription. Charles Farrell and David Walters. Comrades, the European war has been raging for more than 18 months. And as each month, as each day of the war goes by, it becomes clearer and clearer to the masses of the workers that the Zimmerwald Manifesto expressed the truth when it declared that phrases about defense of the fatherland and the like are nothing but capitalist deception. It is becoming more evident every day that this is a war between capitalists, between big robbers, who are quarreling over a loot, each striving to obtain the largest share, the largest number of countries to plunder, and the largest number of nations to suppress and enslave. It may sound incredible, especially to Swiss comrades, but it is nevertheless true that in Russia, also, not only bloody Tsarism, not only the capitalists, but also a section of the so-called war ex-socialists say that Russia is fighting a war of defense, that Russia is only fighting against German invasion. The whole world knows, however, that for decades Tsarism has been oppressing more than 100 million people belonging to other nationalities in Russia, that for decades Russia has been pursuing a predatory policy towards China, Persia, Armenia and Galicia. Neither Russia, nor Germany, nor any other great power has the right to claim that it is waging a war of defense. All the great powers are waging an imperialist, capitalist war, the predatory war, the war for the oppression of small and foreign nations, the war for the sake of the profits of the capitalists, who are joining golden profits amounting to billions out of the appalling sufferings of the masses, out of the blood of the proletariat. 4 years ago, in November 1912, when it had become clear that war was approaching, the representatives of the socialist parties of the whole world gathered at the International Socialist Congress in Dahl. Even at that time there was no room for doubt that the impending war would be a war between the great powers, between the great beasts of prey, that responsibility for the war would rest upon the governments and the capitalist classes of all the great powers. The Bell Manifesto, which was adopted unanimously by the socialist parties of the whole world, openly stated this truth. The Bell Manifesto does not say a word about a war of defense, or defense of the fatherland. It castigates the governments and the bourgeoisie of all the great powers without exception. It said openly that war would be the greatest of crimes, that the workers would consider it a crime to shoot at each other, that the horrors of war and the indignation these would rouse among the workers would inevitably lead to a proletarian revolution. When the war actually broke out, it was realized that its character had been correctly defined at Dahl. But the socialist and labor organizations were not unanimous in carrying out the Bell decisions. They split. We see now that in all countries of the world the socialist and labor organizations are split into 2 big camps. The smaller section, the leaders, functionaries and officials, have betrayed socialism and have deserted to the side of the governments. Another section, to which the mass of class-conscious workers belong, continues to gather its forces, to fight against the war and for the proletarian revolution. The views of this latter section also found expression in the Zimmerwald Manifesto. In Russia, from the very beginning of the war, the workers' deputies in the Duma waged a determined revolutionary struggle against the war and the Tsarist monarchy. 5 workers' deputies Petrovsky, Badetov, Muranov, Shagov and Samoylov distributed revolutionary manifestos against the war and energetically carried on revolutionary agitation. Tsarism ordered the arrest of those 5 deputies, put them on trial, and sentenced them to lifelong exile in Siberia. For months the leaders of the working class of Russia have been pining in Siberia, but their cause has not gone under. Their work is being continued by the class-conscious workers all over Russia. Comrades, you have heard the speeches of representatives of various countries, who have told you about the workers' revolutionary struggle against the war. I merely want to quote one other example from that great and rich country, the United States of America. The capitalists of that country are now making enormous profits out of the European war. And they, too, are agitating for war. They say that America must also prepare to take part in the war. Hundreds of millions of dollars must be squeezed out of the people for new armaments, for armaments without end. And in America, too, the section of the socialists echoes this false, criminal call. Let me read to you what Comrade Eugene Debs, the most popular leader of the American Socialists, the presidential candidate of the American Socialist Party, writes. In the September 11, 1915, American Weekly, The Appeal to Reason, September 11, 1915, he says, I am not a capitalist soldier, I am a proletarian revolutionist. I do not belong to the regular army of right plutocracy, but to the irregular army of the people. I refuse to obey any command to fight for the ruling class. I am opposed to every war but one. I am for that war with heart and soul, and that is the worldwide war of the social revolution. In that war I am prepared to fight in any way the ruling class may make it necessary. This is what Eugene Debs, the American Babel, the beloved leader of the American workers, writes to them. This again shows you, comrades, that in all countries of the world real preparations are being made to rally the forces of the working class. The horrors of war and the sufferings of the people are incredible. But we must not, and we have no reason whatever, to view the future with despair. The millions of victims who will fall in the war, and as a consequence of the war, will not fall in vain. The millions who are starving, the millions who are sacrificing their lives in the trenches, are not only suffering, they are also gathering strength, are pondering over the real cause of the war, are becoming more determined and are acquiring the clearer revolutionary understanding. Rising discontent of the masses, growing ferment, strikes, demonstrations, protests against the war, all this is taking place in all countries of the world. And this is a guarantee that the European war will be followed by the proletarian revolution against capitalism. Footnotes. This speech was delivered at an international rally during the enlarged meeting of the ISC, executive of the Zimmerwald Group in Bern. Collected Works Volume 22, Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin, The Tasks of the Opposition in France. Letter to Comrade Safarov. First published in French as separate leaflet on February 10, 1916 and in Russian in 1924 in Proletarchaya Revolutus a number 4 translated. Urius Dobakovy's source, 1929 in the second and third editions of Lenin's Collected Works, Volume 29, pages 1 to 7 130 online version, Lenin Internet Archive Marxists.org March 2000 HTML markup / transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. February 10 1916 Dear Comrade, your deportation from France, which, incidentally, was noted with a protest even in the chauvinist paper, La Bataille, which, however, did not care to tell the truth, namely, that you were deported for sympathizing with the opposition, has once again recalled to my mind the burning question regarding the situation and the tasks of the opposition in France. I saw Bourgaron and Merriam in Zimmerwald. I heard their reports and read about their work in the newspapers. I cannot in the least doubt their sincerity and devotion to the cause of the proletariat. Nevertheless, it is obvious that their tactics are mistaken. Both fear the split more than anything else. Not a step, not a word that might lead to a split in the Socialist Party or in the trade unions in France, That might lead to a split in the Second International, to the creation of the Third International. Such is the slogan of both Borgeron and Merriam. Nevertheless, the split in the labor and socialist movements throughout the world is a fact. We have two irreconcilable working class tactics and policies in relation to the war. It is ridiculous to close our eyes to this fact. Any attempt to reconcile the irreconcilable will doom all our work to futility. In Germany, even Deputy Otto Rule, a comrade of Liebknecht's, has openly admitted that a split in the party is inevitable, because its present majority, the official leaders of the German party, have gone over to the bourgeoisie. The arguments advanced against Rule and against a split by the so-called representatives of the center, Marshally Mary by Kautsky and the Vorwärts, are just lies and hypocrisy, however well-intentioned this hypocrisy may be. Kautsky and the Vorwärts cannot and do not even attempt to deny that the majority of the German party is in fact carrying out the policy of the bourgeoisie. Unity with such a majority is detrimental to the working class. Such unity means subordinating the working class to the bourgeoisie of its own nation. It means a split in the international working class. Actually, Rule is right when he says that there are two parties in Germany. One, the official party, is carrying out the policy of the bourgeoisie. The other, the minority, is publishing illegal manifestos, organizing demonstrations, etc. We see the same thing all over the world, and the impotent diplomats, or the Marsh, such as Kautsky in Germany, Longlet in France and Marteau and Trotsky in Russia, are causing the greatest harm to the labor movement by their insistence upon a fictitious unity, thus hindering the now ripe and imminent unification of the opposition in all countries and the creation of the Third International. In England, even a moderate paper like the Labour Leader publishes Russell Williams' letters urging the necessity for a split with the trade union leaders and with the Labour Party, which he says sold out the interests of the working class. The number of members of the Independent Labour Party have declared in the press that they sympathize with Russell Williams. In Russia, even Trotsky, the conciliator, is now compelled to admit that a split is inevitable with the Patriots, i.e., the party of the Organization Committee, the OC, who approve of workers participating in the war industries committees. It is only false pride that compels Trotsky to continue to defend unity with Chkiezd's Duma fraction, which is the most faithful friend, protector and defender of the Patriots and the OC. Even in the United States of America there is actually a complete split. Some socialists in that country are for the army, for preparedness, for war. Others, including the most popular leader of the workers, Eugene Debs, the Socialist Party presidential candidate, preach civil war against the war of nations. Look at what Borgeron and Merriam are doing. In words they are opposed to a split. But read the resolution which Borgeron moved at the Congress of the French Socialist Party. This resolution demands the withdrawal of the socialists from the cabinet. The resolution bluntly disapproves of the CAP and the GP. C.A.P equals com.adm. Perm. G.P. equals gr. Parlem. Exclamation point. The French abbreviations for Permanent Administrative Commission. It is as clear as daylight that the adoption of such a resolution would cause a split in the Socialist Party and in the trade unions, because Messrs. Renaudel, Sembat, Juhaus and Company would never reconcile themselves to that. Borgeron and Merriam share the error, the weakness and the timidity of the majority of the Zimmerwald Conference. On the one hand, in its manifesto this majority indirectly calls for revolutionary struggle, but is afraid to do so openly. On the one hand, it declares that the capitalists in all countries are lying when they talk about defending the fatherland in the present war. On the other hand, the majority was afraid to add the obvious truth which, in any case, every thinking worker will head for himself, that not only are the capitalists lying, but so also are Renaudel, Sembat, Longlet, Hinman, Kautsky, Plekhanov and Co. The majority of the Zimmerwald Conference wants to become reconciled with Van der Velde, Huysmans, Renaudel and Company again. This is harmful to the working class, and the Zimmerwald left acted correctly when it openly told the workers the truth. Look at the hypocrisy of the socialist chauvins. In France they praise the German minority, in Germany they praise the French. What enormous significance the action of the French opposition would have if it straightforwardly, fearlessly, openly declared to the whole world, we are in agreement only with the German opposition, only with Rule and his associates. only with those who fearlessly sever all connections with avowed and tacit social chauvinism, socialism chauvin, i.e., with all the defenders of the fatherland in the present war. We ourselves are not afraid to sever our connections with the French patriots who call the defense of colonies defense of the fatherland, and we call upon socialists and syndicalists in all countries to do the same. We extend our hand to Otto Rule and Liebknecht, only to them, and to those who associate with them, and we denounce the French and the German Majorite and Le Marais. We proclaim the great international unity of all those socialists in all countries who in this war repudiate the fraudulent phrase, defense of the fatherland, and who are a fraud, and who engaged in preaching and preparing for the world proletarian revolution. Such an appeal would be of enormous importance. It would scatter the hypocrites, expose and unmask international fraud, and would give a tremendous impetus to the rapprochement of those workers the world over who have really remained loyal to internationalism. Anarchist phrase-mongering has always been very harmful in France. But now the anarchist patriots, the anarchist chauvins, like Kropotkin, Grave, Cornelissen and the other knights of La Bataille Chauvinistique will help to cure very many workers of anarchist phrase-mongering. Down with the social patriots and socialist chauvins. This call will find an echo in the hearts of the workers of France. Not anarchist phrase-mongering about revolution, but sustained, earnest, tenacious, persistent, systematic work of creating everywhere illegal organizations among the workers, of spreading free, i.e., illegal literature, of preparing the movement of the masses against their governments. This is what the working class of all countries needs. It is untrue to say that the French are incapable of carrying on systematic illegal work. Untrue. The French quickly learn to conceal themselves in the trenches. They will quickly learn the new conditions of illegal work and systematically to prepare for a revolutionary mass movement. I believe in the French revolutionary proletariat. It will also stimulate the French opposition. With best wishes, yours, Lenin P.S. I suggest that the French comrades publish a translation of this letter, full translation, as a special leaflet. Collected Works Volume 22, Collected Works Table of Contents, Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin have the OC and the Czechs fraction a policy of their own. First published, in Social Democrat, number 50, February 18, 1916. Translated, Murius Dobakovi's source, Lenin's Collected Works, Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964, pages 131-136. Online version, Lenin Internet Archive, Marxists.org, March 2000. HTML markup / transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. In their magazine 1 and more definitely in their report to the International Socialist Committee 2 number 2 of the Bulletin, which appeared in German on November 27, 1915, the adherents of the OC attempt to assure the public that the Czechs fraction 3 and the OC have a policy of their own, which is completely internationalist and differs from the policy of Nash Diallo. These assertions are most flagrant untruths. In the first place, ever since the OC was formed August 1912, we have witnessed for many years the most complete political agreement on all fundamentals, and the closest political cooperation, between the Czechs fraction and the OC and the Nash-Soryan group, and only this group has carried on systematic work among the masses, the liquidators' daily papers. If there are any real differences among such close friends, they must be proved, not by words but by weighty facts. Not a single fact of this kind can be brought forward. Secondly, for a number of years, from 1912 to 1914, the Czechs fraction and the OC have been pawns in the hands of Nash-Soryan and have systematically defended its policy, a fact very well known to the workers of St. Petersburg and other places, and nor once did they exercise any influence in the direction of changing the policy of Nash-Soryan, Lush, etc. In politics concerning the MSFCS, for example, the struggle against the strike fever, the election of leaders of the biggest trade unions, metal workers and others, and of the most important insurance organizations, the All-Russian Insurance Council, Nash-Soryan was the only group that acted independently, while the OC and the Czechs fraction merely assisted is serving faithfully and well. Thirdly, not a single fact has occurred in the course of the last 18 months of the war to prove that the long-established relations of the Czechs fraction and the OC with Nash-Soryan have undergone any change. On the contrary, facts prove the opposite, and some may even be made public. the majority of facts of this kind should not be made public. It is a fact that in Russia neither the OC nor the Chekhids fraction has ever, not even once, opposed the policy of Nash Dialogue, and yet a real change in policy would require, not one protest, but a prolonged and victorious struggle, for Nash Dialogue is a political quantity fostered by liberal connections, whereas the OC and the Chekhids fraction are merely political stage scenery. It is a fact that Utrecht and Utrecht, which wholly and entirely pursue the policy of Nash Dialogue, even outwardly demonstrate their political proximity to the Chekhids fraction and speak in the name of the entire August Bloc. It is a fact that the Chekhids fraction is collecting funds for Rabberche Utrecht. It is a fact that the whole of the Chekhids fraction is now writing for the Samar social chauvinist paper Nash Golos C number 17. It is a fact that one of the most prominent members of the Chekhids fraction, Chkan Kelly, has published in the press, in the defensive store social chauvinist magazine Sovharmony Mir, the magazine published by Messrs. Plekhanov and Alexinsky, declarations of principles in line with those of Plekhanov, Nash Dialogue, Kautsky and Axelrod. We quoted Chkan Kelly's declaration a long time ago, and yet neither the adherents of the O.C., their magazine, nor Trotsky in his Nash Slug have dared to defend this declaration, although they defend and advertise the Chekhids fraction. Fourthly, direct political statements in the name of the whole of the Chekhids fraction and of the whole of the OC prove our assertion. Take the most important pronouncements, which have been reprinted in the O.C.S magazine, the declarations of Chekhids and Company and the manifesto of the OC. The point of view of both these documents is identical, the position they both take is the same. Since the OC is the supreme leading body in the August Bloc against our party, and since the O.C.S manifesto was printed secretly, which means that it was able to speak more freely and more openly than Chekhids is able to speak in the Duma, let us examine the O.C.S manifesto. It is interesting to note, by the way, that this manifesto has already been the subject of controversy in the German Social Democratic press, in the burnt Social Democratic paper. A contributor to that newspaper described the manifesto as patriotic. This roused the indignation of the Foreign Secretariat of the OC, which published a refutation declaring that we, too, the Foreign Secretariat, are guilty of such patriotism, and invited the editors of the paper to be the judges, as it were. For this purpose it submitted to them a full German translation of the manifesto. We must add that the editors of this paper are notoriously partial to the OC and give it publicity. What did these editors, who are partial to the OC, say? We have read the manifesto issued by the OC, said the editors number 250, and we must admit that the text may undoubtedly give rise to misunderstanding and impart to the whole a meaning which was perhaps alien to the authors of the manifesto. Why did not the adherents of the OC reprint in their magazine this opinion of the editors, whom fate themselves had invited to act as judges? Because it is the opinion of the friends of the OC who publicly refused to defend the OC. The opinion was written with exquisite diplomatic courtesy, which makes it particularly evident that the editors desired to say something pleasant to Axelrod and Martov. But the pleasantest thing they could say is, perhaps only perhaps. The OC did not say what it meant to say, but what it did say may undoubtedly give rise to misunderstanding. We strongly urge our readers to read the O.C.S manifesto, which is reproduced in the Bunds Bulletin number 9. Anyone who reads it carefully will know the following clear and simple facts. 1. The manifesto does not contain a single statement which in principle repudiates national defense in the present war. 2. There is absolutely nothing in the manifesto which in principle would be inacceptable to the defensists or social chauvinists. 3. There are a number of statements in the manifesto which are completely identical with defenses, and the proletariat cannot remain indifferent to the impending defeat. Almost literally what is said in Rabberche Utrecht, which says, not indifferent towards saving the country from defeat. The proletariat is vitally interested in the self-preservation of the country. The popular revolution must save the country from external defeat, etc. Instead of using expressions like these, one who is really hostile to racial chauvinism would have revolutionary chauvinists in Russia, they argued, because in Europe a combination of revolutionism with chauvinism is an absurdity. Yes, in Europe it is an absurdity. In Russia, however, it is a fact. You may reproach the preside crowds for being bad bourgeois revolutionaries, but you cannot deny that in their own way they combine chauvinism with revolutionism. The July Conference of the Narodniks in Russia, Nashdilo and Radikayutra wholly and entirely take the position of the Precisists in this respect. They, too, combine chauvinism with revolutionism. The Chekhids fraction, in its declaration pages 141-43 of the O.C.S magazine, took up the same position. Chekhids uses the same chauvinist phrases about the danger of defeat, and if he admits the imperialist character of the war, stands for peace without annexations, the general tasks of the entire international proletariat, the struggle for peace, etc., etc. So does Radikayutra, and so do the petty bourgeois Russian Narodniks. In this very magazine of the OC, on page 146, we read that the petty bourgeois Narodniks have admitted the imperialist character of the war, have adopted the demand for peace without annexations, and have admitted that socialists and Narodniks as well as the Radikayutra wish to be known as socialists must strive for the speedy restoration of the international solidarity of the socialist organizations in order to stop the war, etc. The petty bourgeois Narodniks resort to all these phrases to camouflage the slogan of national defense, which they have openly advanced, whereas Chekhids, the O.C., and Radikayutra pass off this slogan in the guise of save the country from defeat. The sum and substance of the whole thing is that Chekhids and the OC have poured out a string of revolutionary phrases, which commit them to nothing and which in no way hinder the practical policies of the Precisists and the Nashdilists, but they have hushed up these policies. In one way or another they support participation in the war industries committees. Fewer phrases about revolution, gentlemen, and more clarity, straightforwardness and honesty in the practical policies of today. You promise to be revolutionaries, but just now you are helping the chauvinists, the bourgeoisie and Tsarism, either by openly advocating that the workers be represented in the war industries committees, or by tacitly defending those who participate in them by refraining from fighting them. Martov may wriggle as much as he likes. Trotsky may shout against our factionalism, concealing with these shouts an old trick of Turgenev's ... heroes. His own, no doubt non-factional, expectations that someone in Chekhids' fraction is in agreement with him and swears that he is a left, an internationalist, etc. But facts remain facts. There is no shadow of serious political difference not only between the OC and the Chekhids fraction, there is none even between these bodies and Radikayutra or Precise. That is why in practice they are together in opposing our party, in supporting the bourgeois policy of workers participating in the war industries committees, and are together in siding with the non-party workers and the Narodniks. The verbal reservations and vows of the foreign secretaries that they disagree remain idle phrases, which affect the real policy of the masses as little as the vows of Sudicum, Legion and David that they are for peace and against war absolve them of chauvinism. Footnotes 1. The Bulletin of the International Socialist Committee at Bern was the organ of the Zimmerwald League and was published between 1915 and 1917 in English, French, and German. 2. International Socialistic Commotion zu Bern. Bulletin, the ISC organ from September 1915 to January 1917. It was published in English, French, and German. There were 6 issues in all. 3. The 5 Menshevik deputies in the First Duma headed by Chekhids. Collected Works Volume 22 Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin. Peace without annexations and the independence of Poland as slogans of the day in Russia. First published, in Social Democrat, number 51, February 29, 1916. Source, Lenin's Collected Works, Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964, pages 137-140. Translated, Murius Dobikovi. Online version, Lenin Internet Archive. Marxists.org. March 2000. HTML markup/transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. The Bern resolution of our party declared, one of the means of fooling the working class is pacifism, the preaching of peace in the abstract. At the present time, peace propaganda unaccompanied by a call for revolutionary mass action can only have the effect of spreading delusions and demoralizing the proletariat, for it serves to imbue the proletariat with confidence in the humanitarianism of the bourgeoisie and to convert it into a plaything in the hands of the secret diplomacy of the belligerent countries. See Social Democrat, number 40. and socialism and warn the opponents of our point of view on the question of peace, who are numerous among Russian emigres, but not among the Russian workers, have never taken the trouble to analyze these propositions. Theoretically irrefutable, these propositions are receiving striking and practical confirmation as a result of the turn affairs have taken in our country. As is well known, from its very first issue, Rabika Utra, the organ of the St. Petersburg legalist liquidators, which is ideologically supported by the Organization Committee, adopted a social chauvinist defensist position. It published the defensist manifestos of the St. Petersburg and Moscow social chauvinists. Both manifestos, inter alia, express the idea of peace without annexations, and number 2 of Rabika Utra, which particularly stresses that slogan, prints it in italics and calls it the line which provides the country with a way out of the impasse. It is calumny to call us chauvinists, the paper seems to say. We fully accept the most democratic, even truly socialist slogan of peace without annexations. No doubt Nicholas the Bloody finds it to his advantage to have such a slogan advanced by his loyal subjects at the present time. Tsarism, basing itself on the landowners and the bourgeoisie, led its armies to rob and enslave Galicia, not to mention the treaty to carve up Turkey, etc. The armies of the no less predatory German imperialists repulsed the Russian robbers and pushed them, not only out of Galicia, but also out of Russian Poland. In this struggle for the interests of both these cliques, hundreds of thousands of Russian and German workers and peasants fell on the battlefield. The slogan peace without annexations thus serves as an excellent plaything in the hands of the secret diplomacy of Tsarism. The latter can now say, look, we have been outraged, we have been robbed, deprived of Poland, we are opposed to annexations. How well the argowancy of lackeys to Tsarism suits the social chauvinists of Rabika Utra is particularly evident from an article in the first issue of that paper, entitled Polish Emigration. The past months of the war, we read, have engendered in the minds of broad strata of the Polish people a deep striving towards independence. Of course, before the war there was no such thing. In the social consciousness of broad strata of Polish democracy, the mass evidently this is a misprint. It ought to read the idea, the thought, etc. of the national independence of Poland has triumphed. Before Russian democracy the Polish question looms up importunately in all its magnitude. The Russian liberals refuse to give plain answers to the burning question about Poland's independence. Nicholas the Bloody, Kvostorf, Chelnokov, Malyukov and company are, of course, wholly in favor of the independence of Poland, heart and soul in favor of it now, that, in practice, this slogan means victory over Germany, which deprived Russia of Poland. Let us not forget that the creators of Stolypin's Labour Party won before the war, were wholly and unreservedly opposed to the slogan of self-determination of nations, opposed to Poland's right of secession, and that they put up the opportunist Semkovsky for the noble purpose of defending Tsarist oppression in Poland. Now that Poland has been taken from Russia they are in favor of the independence of Poland from Germany, but about this they maintain a discreet silence. You will not deceive the class-conscious workers of Russia, Messrs. Social chauvinists. Your October 1915 slogans of independence of Poland and peace without annexations are in practice servility to Tsarism, which precisely at the present time, precisely in February 1916, deems it necessary to camouflage its war with fine words about peace without annexations, driving Hindenburg out of Poland and the independence of Poland independent of Wilhelm, but dependent upon Nicholas II. The Russian Social Democrat who has not forgotten his program argues differently. Russian democracy, he will say, having great Russian democracy in mind first of all and most of all, for it alone has always enjoyed liberty of language in Russia. Russian democracy has undoubtedly gained from the fact that at present Russia does not oppress Poland and does not hold it by force. The Russian proletariat has undoubtedly gained from the fact that it does not oppress one of the peoples it helped to oppress yesterday. German democracy has undoubtedly lost. For as long as the German proletariat tolerates the oppression of Poland by Germany it will remain in a position worse than that of a slave, in the position of a servitor helping to keep others enslaved. The only ones who have really gained are the Junkers and the bourgeoisie of Germany. Hence, Russian Social Democrats must unmask the deception of the people perpetrated by Tsarism now that the slogans of peace without annexations and independence of Poland are being advanced in Russia. For in the present situation both these slogans express the desire to continue the war and a justification of this desire. We must say, no war for the sake of recapturing Poland. The Russian people do not want to become Poland's oppressor again. But how can we help liberate Poland from Germany? Is it not our duty to help in this? Of course it is, but not by supporting the imperialist war of Tsarist, or of bourgeois, or even of bourgeois Republican Russia, but by supporting the revolutionary proletariat of Germany, by supporting those elements in the Social Democratic Party of Germany who are fighting against the counter-revolutionary Labour Party of Sudekum. Kautsky and Co. Kautsky very recently demonstrated his counter-revolutionary nature in a most flagrant manner. On November 26, 1915, he described street demonstrations as an adventurism, just as Struve before January 9, 1905, declared that there are no revolutionary people in Russia, and yet, on November 30, 1915, 10,000 working women demonstrated in Berlin. All those who want to stand for the freedom of nations, for the right of nations to self-determination, not hypocritically, not in the Sudekum, Plekhanov, Kautsky fashion, but sincerely, must be opposed to the war because of the oppression of Poland. They must be in favor of the right of secession from Russia for those nations which Russia is now oppressing, the Ukraine, Finland, etc. Those who do not wish to be social chauvinists indeed must support only those elements in the socialist parties of all countries which are frankly, directly and immediately working for the proletarian revolution in their own countries. Not peace without annexations, but peace to the cottages, war on the palaces, peace to the proletariat and the toiling masses, war on the bourgeoisie. Footnotes 1. Lenin is referring to a group of Mensheviks who adapted themselves to the Stalin regime, accepted it and tried to obtain the Tsarist government's permission to set up a legal labor party, with the price being abandonment of the program of the RSALP. Collected Works Volume 22 Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin Wilhelm Kalb and George Plekhanov. First published, in Social Democrat, number 51, February 29, 1916. Source, Lenin's Collected Works, Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964, pages 142-142. Translated, Murius Dobiko. The online version, Lenin Internet Archive, Marxists.org, March 2000. HTML markup / transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. The pamphlet by the avowed German opportunist, Wilhelm Kalb, entitled Social Democracy at the Crossroads, Karlsruhe, 1915, appeared opportunely after the publication of Plekhanov's Symposium, War. The Kautskyist Rudolf Hilferding wrote a very feeble reply to Kalb in the Neue Zeit, in which he evaded the main issues and snivelled over Kalb's correct assertion that the unity of the German Social Democrats was purely formal. Whoever wishes to ponder seriously over the significance of the collapse of the Second International would do well to compare Kalb's ideological position with Plekhanov's. Like Kautsky, both agree on the fundamental issue, both reject and ridicule the idea of revolutionary action in connection with the present war, both accuse the revolutionary Social Democrats of defeatism, using the favorite expression of the Plekhanovists. Plekhanov, who describes the idea of a revolution in connection with the present war as a dream farce, rails against revolutionary phraseology. Kalb at every step curses revolutionary phrases, the revolutionary fantasies, the little radicals radicalensky, the hystericals, sectarianism, etc. Kalb and Plekhanov agree on the main issue, both are opposed to revolution. The fact that Kalb is generally opposed to revolution, whereas Plekhanov and Kautsky are generally in favor, is only a difference in shade, in words. In reality, Plekhanov and Kautsky are Kalb's satellites. Kalb is more honest, not in a personal, but in a political sense, that is, being consistent in his position. He is not a hypocrite. Hence, he is not afraid to admit the truth that, from his point of view, the entire International had been imbued with the spirit of revolutionary fantasy, that it had uttered threats of revolution. Messrs. Plekhanov and Kalb. In connection with the war, Kalb is right when he says that it is ridiculous to repudiate capitalist society in principle after the social democratic parties of Europe had risen in its defense at the very moment when the capitalist state was cracking from top to bottom, when its very existence was in question. This admission of the objective revolutionary situation is the truth. The consequence of the tactics of Liebknecht's followers, writes Kalb, would be that the internal struggle within the German nation would reach boiling point, and this would weaken its military and political power. To the advantage and victory of the imperialism of the Triple Entente. Here you have the crux of the opportunist railing against defeatism. This is really the crux of the whole question. Internal struggle which has reached boiling point is civil war. Kalb is right when he says that the tactics of the left lead to this. He is right when he says that they mean the military weakening of Germany, i.e., desiring and aiding its defeat, defeatism. Kalb is wrong only exclamation point in that he refuses to see the international character of these tactics of the left. For the internal struggle to reach boiling point, the weakening of the military power of the imperialist bourgeoisie, and by virtue of this, in connection with it, by means of it, the transformation of the imperialist war into civil war are possible in all the belligerent countries. This is the crux of the whole question. We thank Kalb for his good wishes, admissions and illustrations, since all this comes from an exceedingly consistent, honest and avowed enemy of the revolution. It is particularly valuable as a means of exposing to the workers the hideous hypocrisy and the shameful spinelessness of the Plekhanovs and Kautskys. Collected Works Volume 22, Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin. The Socialist Revolution and the Right of Nations to Self-Determination. Written, January-February 1916. Source, Collected Works, Volume 22, page 143-56. Publishers, Progress Publishers, Moscow, USSR, 1964. First published, S.B. Ornik Social Demokrata. Number October 1, 1916. Online version, Marx.org, 1998, Marxists.org, 1999. Transcribed, Richard Boff. HTML markup, Brian Bastian and David Walters. Contents, Imperialism, Socialism, and the Liberation of Oppressed Nations. The Socialist Revolution and the Struggle for Democracy. The meaning of the right to self-determination and its relation to federation. The proletarian revolutionary presentation of the question of the self-determination of nations. Marxism and Proudhonism on the national question. Three types of countries in relation to self-determination of nations. Social chauvinism and self-determination of nations. The concrete tasks of the proletariat in the immediate future. The attitude of Russian and Polish social democracy and of the Second International to self-determination. 1. Imperialism, socialism, and the liberation of oppressed nations. Imperialism is the highest stage of development of capitalism. Capital in the advanced countries has outgrown the boundaries of national states. It has established monopoly in place of competition, thus creating all the objective prerequisites for the achievement of socialism. Hence, in Western Europe and in the United States of America, the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat for the overthrow of the capitalist governments, for the expropriation of the bourgeoisie, is on the order of the day. Imperialism is forcing the masses into this struggle by sharpening class antagonisms to an immense degree, by worsening the conditions of the masses both economically, trusts and high cost of living, and politically growth of militarism, frequent wars, increase of reaction, strengthening and extension of national oppression and colonial plunder. Victorious socialism must achieve complete democracy and, consequently, not only bring about the complete equality of nations, but also give effect to the right of oppressed nations to self-determination, i.e., the right to free political secession. Socialist parties which fail to prove by all their activities now, as well as during the revolution and after its victory, that they will free the enslaved nations and establish relations with them on the basis of a free union, and a free union is a lying phrase without right to secession, such parties would be committing treachery to socialism. Of course, democracy is also a form of state which must disappear when the state disappears, but this will take place only in the process of transition from completely victorious and consolidated socialism to complete communism. 2. The Socialist Revolution and the Struggle for Democracy. The Socialist Revolution is not one single act, not one single battle on a single front, but a whole epoch of intensified class conflicts, a long series of battles on all fronts, i.e., battles around all the problems of economics and politics, which can culminate only in the expropriation of the bourgeoisie. It would be a fundamental mistake to suppose that the struggle for democracy can divert the proletariat from the socialist revolution, or obscure, or overshadow it, etc. On the contrary, just as socialism cannot be victorious unless it introduces complete democracy, so the proletariat will be unable to prepare for victory over the bourgeoisie unless it wages a many-sided, consistent and revolutionary struggle for democracy. It would be no less mistaken to delete any of the points of the democratic program, for example, the point of self-determination of nations, on the ground that it is infeasible, or that it is illusory under imperialism. The assertion that the right of nations to self-determination cannot be achieved within the framework of capitalism may be understood either in its absolute, economic sense, or in the conventional, political sense. In the first case, the assertion is fundamentally wrong in theory. First, in this sense, it is impossible to achieve such things as labor money, or the abolition of crises, etc., under capitalism. But it is entirely incorrect to argue that the self-determination of nations is likewise infeasible. Secondly, even the one example of the secession of Norway from Sweden in 1905 is sufficient to refute the argument that it is infeasible in this sense. Thirdly, it would be ridiculous to deny that, with a slight change in political and strategical relationships, for example, between Germany and England, the formation of new states, Polish, Indian, etc., would be quite feasible very soon. Fourthly, finance capital, in its striving towards expansion, will freely buy and bribe the freest, most democratic and republican government and the elected officials of any country, however independent it may be. The domination of finance capital, as of capital in general, cannot be abolished by any kind of reforms in the realm of political democracy, and self-determination belongs wholly and exclusively to this realm. The domination of finance capital, however, does not in the least destroy the significance of political democracy as the freer, wider and more distinct form of class oppression and class struggle. Hence, all arguments about the impossibility of achieving economically one of the demands of political democracy under capitalism reduce themselves to a theoretically incorrect definition of the general and fundamental relations of capitalism and of political democracy in general. In the second case, this assertion is incomplete and inaccurate, for not only the right of nations to self-determination, but all the fundamental demands of political democracy are possible of achievement under imperialism, only in an incomplete, in a mutilated form and as a rare exception, for example, the secession of Norway from Sweden in 1905. The demand for the immediate liberation of the colonies, as advanced by all revolutionary social democrats, is also impossible of achievement under capitalism without a series of revolutions. This does not imply, however, that social democracy must refrain from conducting an immediate and most determined struggle for all these demands. To refrain would merely be to the advantage of the bourgeoisie and reaction. On the contrary, it implies that it is necessary to formulate and put forward all these demands, not in the reformist, but in the revolutionary way, not by keeping within the framework of bourgeois legality, but by breaking through it, not by confining oneself to parliamentary speeches and verbal protests, but by drawing the masses into real action, by widening and fomenting the struggle for every kind of fundamental, democratic demand, right up to and including the direct onslaught of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, i.e., to the socialist revolution, which will expropriate the bourgeoisie. The socialist revolution may break out not only in consequence of a great strike, the street demonstration, a hunger riot, the mutiny in the forces, or a colonial rebellion, but also in consequence of any political crisis, like the Dreyfus affair, the Zollern incident, or in connection with a referendum on the secession of an oppressed nation, etc. The intensification of national oppression under imperialism makes it necessary for social democracy not to renounce what the bourgeoisie describes as the utopian struggle for the freedom of nations to secede, but, on the contrary, to take more advantage than ever before of conflicts arising also on this ground for the purpose of rousing mass action and revolutionary attacks upon the bourgeoisie. 3. The meaning of the right to self-determination and its relation to federation. The right of nations to self-determination means only the right to independence in a political sense, the right to free, political secession from the oppressing nation. Concretely, this political, democratic demand implies complete freedom to carry on agitation in favor of secession, and freedom to settle the question of secession by means of a referendum of the nation that desires to secede. Consequently, this demand is by no means identical with the demand for secession, for partition, for the formation of small states. It is merely the logical expression of the struggle against national oppression in every form. The more closely the democratic system of state approximates to complete freedom of secession, the rarer and weaker will the striving for secession be in practice, for the advantages of large states, both from the point of view of economic progress and from the point of view of the interests of the masses, are beyond doubt, and these advantages increase with the growth of capitalism. The recognition of self-determination is not the same as making federation a principle. One may be a determined opponent of this principle and a partisan of democratic centralism and yet prefer federation to national inequality as the only path towards complete democratic centralism. It was precisely from this point of view that Marx, although a centralist, preferred even the federation of Ireland with England to the forcible subjection of Ireland to the English. The aim of socialism is not only to abolish the present division of mankind into small states and all national isolation, not only to bring the nations closer to each other, but also to merge them. And in order to achieve this aim, we must, on the one hand, explain to the masses the reactionary nature of the ideas of Renner and Otto Bauer concerning so-called cultural national autonomy and, on the other hand, demand the liberation of the oppressed nations, not only in general, nebulous phrases, not in empty declamations, not by postponing the question until socialism is established, but in a clearly and precisely formulated political program which shall particularly take into account the hypocrisy and cowardice of the socialists in the oppressing nations. Just as mankind can achieve the abolition of classes only by passing through the transition period of the dictatorship of the oppressed class, so mankind can achieve the inevitable merging of nations only by passing through the transition period of complete liberation of all the oppressed nations, i.e., their freedom to secede. For the proletarian revolutionary presentation of the question of the self-determination of nations, not only the demand for the self-determination of nations but all the items of our democratic minimum program were advanced before us, as far back as the 17th and 18th centuries, by the petty bourgeoisie. And the petty bourgeoisie, believing in peaceful capitalism, continues to this day to advance all these demands in a utopian way, without seeing the class struggle and the fact that it has become intensified under democracy. The idea of a peaceful union of equal nations under imperialism, which deceives the people, and which the Trotskyists advocate, is precisely of this nature. As against this Philistine, opportunist utopia, the program of social democracy must point out that under imperialism the division of nations into oppressing and oppressed ones is a fundamental, most important and inevitable fact. The proletariat of the oppressing nations cannot confine itself to the general hackneyed phrases against annexations and for the equal rights of nations in general, that may be repeated by any pacifist bourgeois. The proletariat cannot evade the question that is particularly unpleasant for the imperialist bourgeoisie, namely, the question of the frontiers of a state that is based on national oppression. The proletariat cannot but fight against the forcible retention of the oppressed nations within the boundaries of a given state, and this is exactly what the struggle for the right of self-determination means. The proletariat must demand the right of political secession for the colonies and for the nations that its own nation oppresses. Unless it does this, proletariat and internationalism will remain a meaningless phrase. Mutual confidence and class solidarity between the workers of the oppressing and oppressed nations will be impossible. The hypocrisy of the reformist and Trotskyian advocates of self-determination who maintain silence about the nations which are oppressed by their nation and forcibly retained within their state will remain unexposed. The socialists of the oppressed nations, on the other hand, must particularly fight for and maintain complete, absolute unity also organizational between the workers of the oppressed nation and the workers of the oppressing nation. Without such unity it will be impossible to maintain an independent proletarian policy and class solidarity with the proletariat of other countries in the face of all the subterfuge, treachery and trickery of the bourgeoisie, for the bourgeoisie of the oppressed nations always converts the slogan of national liberation into a means for deceiving the workers. In internal politics it utilizes these slogans as a means for conducting reactionary agreements with the bourgeoisie of the ruling nation. For instance, the Poles in Austria and Russia, who entered into pacts with reaction in order to oppress the Jews and the Ukrainians. In the realm of foreign politics it strives to enter into pacts with one of the rival imperialist powers for the purpose of achieving its own predatory aims, the policies of the small states in the Balkans, etc. The fact that the struggle for national liberation against one imperialist power may, under certain circumstances, be utilized by another great power in its equally imperialist interests should have no more weight in inducing social democracy to renounce its recognition of the right of nations to self-determination than the numerous case of the bourgeoisie utilizing Republican slogans for the purpose of political deception and financial robbery, for example, in the Latin countries, have had in inducing them to renounce republicanism. 5. Marxism and Proudhonism on the national question. In contrast to the petty bourgeois Democrats, Marx regarded all democratic demands without exception not as an absolute, but as a historical expression of the struggle of the masses of the people, led by the bourgeoisie, against feudalism. There is not a single democratic demand which could not serve, and has not served, under certain conditions, as an instrument of the bourgeoisie for deceiving the workers. To single out one of the demands of political democracy, namely, the self-determination of nations, and to oppose it to all the rest, is fundamentally wrong in theory. In practice, the proletariat will be able to retain its independence only if it subordinates its struggle for all the democratic demands, not excluding the demand for a republic, to its revolutionary struggle for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie. Needless to say, to repudiate the right of self-determination on the ground that logically it means defense of the fatherland would be quite ridiculous. With equal logic, i.e., with equal shallowness, the social chauvinists of 1946 apply this argument to every one of the demands of democracy, for instance, to republicanism, and to every formulation of the struggle against national oppression, in order to justify defense of the fatherland. Marxism arrives at the recognition of defense of the fatherland. For example, in the wars of the Great French Revolution and the Garibaldi Wars in Europe, and at the repudiation of defense of the fatherland in the imperialist war of 1914-16, from the analysis of the specific historical circumstances of each separate war, and not from some general principle, or some separate item of a program. On the other hand, in contrast to the Proudhonists, who repudiated the national problem in the name of the social revolution, Marx, having in mind mainly the interests of the proletarian class struggle in the advanced countries, put into the forefront the fundamental principle of internationalism and socialism, viz., that no nation can be free if it oppresses other nations. It was precisely from the standpoint of the interests of the revolutionary movement of the German workers that Marx in 1898 demanded the victorious democracy in Germany should proclaim and grant freedom to the nations that the Germans were oppressing. It was precisely from the standpoint of the revolutionary struggle of the English workers that Marx in 1869 demanded the separation of Ireland from England, and added, although after the separation there may come federation. Only by putting forward this demand did Marx really educate the English workers in the spirit of internationalism. Only in this way was he able to oppose the revolutionary solution of a given historical problem to the opportunists and bourgeois reformism, which even now, half a century later, has failed to achieve the Irish reform. Only in this way was Marx able, unlike the apologists of capital who shout about the right of small nations to secession being utopian and impossible, and about the progressive nature not only of economic but also of political concentration, to urge the progressive nature of this concentration in a non-imperialist manner, to urge the bringing together of the nations, not by force, but on the basis of a free union of the proletarians of all countries. Only in this way was Marx able, also in the sphere of the solution of national problems, to oppose the revolutionary action of the masses to verbal and often hypocritical recognition of the equality and the self-determination of nations. The imperialist war of IG4IB and the Augean stabliss of hypocrisy of the opportunists and Trotskyists sit exposed have strikingly confirmed the correctness of Marx's policy, which must serve as the model for all the advanced countries, for all of them now oppress other nations. 6. 3 types of countries in relation to self-determination of nations. In this respect, countries must be divided into 3 main types. First, the advanced capitalist countries of Western Europe and the United States of America. In these countries the bourgeois, progressive, national movements came to an end long ago. Every one of these great nations oppresses other nations in the colonies and within its own country. The tasks of the proletariat of these ruling nations are the same as those of the proletariat in England in the 19th century in relation to Ireland. Secondly, Eastern Europe, Austria, the Balkans and particularly Russia. Here it was the 20th century that particularly developed the bourgeois democratic national movements and intensified the national struggle. The tasks of the proletariat in these countries, in regard to the consummation of their bourgeois democratic reformation, as well as in regard to assisting the socialist revolution in other countries, cannot be achieved unless it champions the right of nations to self-determination. In this connection, the most difficult but most important task is to merge the class struggle of the workers in the oppressing nations with the class struggle of the workers in the oppressed nations. Thirdly, the semi-colonial countries, like China, Persia, Turkey, and all the colonies, which have a combined population amounting to 1 billion. In these countries the bourgeois democratic movements have either hardly begun, or are far from having been completed. Socialists must not only demand the unconditional and immediate liberation of the colonies without compensation, and this demand in its political expression signifies nothing more nor less than the recognition of the right to self-determination, but must render determined support to the more revolutionary elements in the bourgeois democratic movements for national liberation in these countries, and assist their rebellion and, if need be, their revolutionary war against the imperialist powers that oppress them. 7. Social chauvinism and self-determination of nations. The imperialist epoch and the war of 1914-16 have particularly brought to the forefront the task of fighting against chauvinism and nationalism in the advanced countries. On the question of the self-determination of nations, there are two main shades of opinion among the social chauvinists, i.e., the opportunists and the Trotskyists, who embellish the reactionary, imperialist war by declaring it to be a war in defense of the fatherland. On the one hand, we see the rather avowed servants of the bourgeoisie who defend annexations on the ground that imperialism and political concentration are progressive, and who repudiate the right to self-determination on the ground that it is utopian, illusory, petty bourgeois, etc. Among these may be included Kuno, Pardus, and the extreme opportunists in Germany, the section of the Fabians and the trade union leaders in England, and the opportunists, Semkovsky, Liedman, Yurkevich, etc. in Russia. On the other hand, we see the Trotskyists, including Van der Velde, Renaudel, and many of the pacifists in England, France, etc. These stand for unity with the first mentioned group, and in practice their conduct is the same in that they advocate the right to self-determination in a purely verbal and hypocritical way. They regard the demand for the freedom of political secession as being excessive. Zuviel Verlankowski, in the Neue Zeit, May 21, 1915. They do not advocate the need for revolutionary tactics, especially for the socialists in the oppressing nations, but, on the contrary, they gloss over their revolutionary duties. They justify their opportunism. They make it easier to deceive the people. They evade precisely the question of the frontiers of a state which forcibly retains subject nations, etc. Both groups, opportunists who prostitute Marxism and who have lost all capacity to understand the theoretical significance and the practical urgency of Marx's tactics, an example of which he gave in relation to Ireland. The specific question of annexations has become a particularly urgent one owing to the war. But what is annexation? Clearly, to protest against annexations implies either the recognition of the right of self-determination of nations, or that the protest is based on a pacifist phrase which defends the status quo and opposes all violence, including revolutionary violence. Such a phrase is radically wrong, and incompatible with Marxism. 8. The concrete tasks of the proletariat in the immediate future. The socialist revolution may begin in the very near future. In that event the proletariat will be faced with the immediate task of capturing power, of expropriating the banks, and of introducing other dictatorial measures. In such a situation, the bourgeoisie, and particularly intellectuals like the Fabians and the Trotskyists, will strive to disrupt and to hinder the revolution, to restrict it to limited democratic aims. While all purely democratic demands made, at a time when the proletarians have already begun to storm the bulwarks of bourgeois power, serve, in a certain sense, as a hindrance to the revolution. Nevertheless, the necessity of proclaiming and granting freedom to all oppressed nations, i.e., their right to self-determination, will be as urgent in the socialist revolution as it was urgent for the victory of the bourgeois democratic revolution, for example, in Germany in 1848, or in Russia in 1905. However, 5, 10 and even more years may pass before the socialist revolution begins. In that case, the task will be to educate the masses in a revolutionary spirit so as to make it impossible for socialist chauvinists and opportunists to belong to the Workers' Party and to achieve a victory similar to that of 1914-16. It will be the duty of the socialists to explain to the masses that English socialists who fail to demand the freedom of secession for the colonies and for Ireland, that German socialists who fail to demand the freedom of secession for the colonies, for the Alsatians, for the Danes, and for the Poles, and who fail to carry direct revolutionary propaganda and revolutionary mass action to the field of struggle against national oppression, who fail to take advantage of cases like the Zollern incident to conduct widespread underground propaganda among the proletariat of the oppressing nation, to organize street demonstrations and revolutionary mass actions, that Russian socialists who fail to demand freedom of secession for Finland, Poland, the Ukraine, etc., etc. are behaving like chauvinists, like lackeys of the blood and mud-stained imperialist monarchies and the imperialist bourgeoisie. 9. The attitude of Russian and Polish social democracy and of the Second International to self-determination. The difference between the revolutionary Social Democrats of Russia and the Polish Social Democrats on the question of self-determination came to the surface as early as 1903 at the Congress which adopted the program of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, and which, despite the protest of the Polish Social Democratic delegation, inserted in that program point 9, which recognizes the right of nations to self-determination. Since then the Polish Social Democrats have never repeated, in the name of their party, the proposal to delete point 9 from our program, or to substitute some other formulation for it. In Russia, where no less than 57%, i.e., over 100 million of the population, belong to oppressed nations, where those nations mainly inhabit the border provinces, where some of those nations are more cultured than the Great Russians, where the political system is distinguished by its particularly barbarous and medieval character, where the bourgeois democratic revolution has not yet been completed, the recognition of the right of the nations oppressed by Tsarism to free secession from Russia is absolutely obligatory for social democracy in the interests of its democratic and socialist tasks. Our party, which was re-established in January 1912, adopted a resolution in 1913, reiterating the right to self-determination and explaining it in the concrete sense outlined above. The orgy of Great Russian chauvinism raging in 1914-16 among the bourgeoisie and the opportunist socialists Rubanovich, Plekhanov, Nashdilo, etc. prompts us to insist on this demand more strongly than ever and to declare that those who reject it serve, in practice, as a bulwark of Great Russian chauvinism and Tsarism. Our party declares that it emphatically repudiates all responsibility for such opposition to the right of self-determination. The latest formulation of the position of Polish social democracy on the national question, the declaration made by Polish social democracy at the Zimmerwald Conference, contains the following ideas. This declaration condemns the German and other governments which regard the Polish provinces as a hostage in the forthcoming game of compensations and thus deprive the Polish people of the opportunity to decide its own fate. The declaration says, Polish social democracy emphatically and solemnly protests against the recarving and partition of a whole country. It condemns the socialists who left to the Hohenzollerns the task of liberating the oppressed nations. It expresses the conviction that only participation in the impending struggle of the revolutionary international proletariat, in the struggle for socialism, will break the fetters of national oppression and abolish all forms of foreign domination, and secure for the Polish people the possibility of all-sided, free development as an equal member in the League of Nations. The declaration also recognizes the present war to be doubly fratricidal for the Poles. Bulletin of the International Socialist Committee, number September 2, 27, 1915, page 15. There is no difference in substance between these postulates and the recognition of the right of nations to self-determination, except that their political formulation is still more diffuse and vague than the majority of the programs and resolutions of the Second International. Any attempt to express these ideas in precise political formulae and to determine whether they apply to the capitalist system or only to the socialist system will prove still more strikingly the error committed by the Polish Social Democrats in repudiating the self-determination of nations. The decision of the International Socialist Congress held in London in 1896, which recognized the self-determination of nations, must, on the basis of the above-mentioned postulates, be supplemented by references to the particular urgency of this demand under imperialism, the politically conditional nature and the class content of all the demands of political democracy, including this demand, the necessity of drawing a distinction between the concrete tasks of the Social Democrats in the oppressing nations and those in oppressed nations, the inconsistent, purely verbal, and, therefore, as far as its political significance is concerned, hypocritical recognition of self-determination by the opportunists and Trotskyists, the actual identity of the chauvinists and those social democrats, particularly the social democrats of the great powers, Great Russians, Anglo-Americans, Germans, French, Italians, Japanese, etc., who fail to champion the freedom of secession for the colonies and nations oppressed by their own nations, the necessity of subordinating the struggle for this demand, as well as for all the fundamental demands of political democracy, to the immediate revolutionary mass struggle for the overthrow of the bourgeois governments and for the achievement of socialism. To transplant to the international the point of view of some of the small nations, particularly the point of view of the Polish Social Democrats, who, in their struggle against the Polish bourgeoisie which is deceiving the people with nationalist slogans, were misled into repudiating self-determination, would be a theoretical error. It would be the substitution of Proudhonism for Marxism and, in practice, would result in rendering involuntary support to the most dangerous chauvinism and opportunism of the great power nations. Editorial Board of Social Democrat, Central Organ of the RSALP. Collected Works Volume 22 Collected Works Table of Contents Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin. Letter from the Committee of Organizations Abroad to the Sections of the RSALP. Written, February-March 1916. First published, 1937 in Lenin Miscellany XXX. Source, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964, pages 157-160. Translated, Murius Dobiko. The online version, Lenin Internet Archive. Marxists.org. March 2000. HTML markup / transcription. Charles Farrell. Dear comrades, the recent number 25 issue, the second to come out during the War of Gazeta 61, the organ of the opposition of the Polish Social Democratic Party, carries the resolutions of their conference. The conference of the editorial board adopted back in June 1915. These resolutions clearly show that as a body we say nothing of its members as individuals, some of whom are doing extremely useful work in the German Social Democratic press. The Polish Social Democrats are once again vacillating in a most spineless manner. There's not a word against Trotskyism, not a word about any determined and resolute struggle against opportunism, as the source and buttress of social chauvinism. This can be read in one way only: they are prepared once again, as in Brussels, July 3-16, 1914-62, to play ball with the Trotskyists. We quote the main IV resolution in full. Here it is. Gazeta SD. Of the Opposition, number 25, January 1916. Resolutions of the Editorial Board Conference held on June 1-2, 1915. IV. The attitude of the Social Democrats of Poland and Lithuania to the R.S.D.L.P. The Polish Revolutionary Social Democrats regard the Central Committee of the RSAL.P. as a body consisting of the most resolute revolutionary internationalist elements in Russia, and, while leaving it to the regional organization to settle its organizational relations with it in the future, will give it political support and coordinate their activity with it. The common revolutionary stand of the Polish Social Democrats and the Central Committee on the main essential definite points of their policy makes it incumbent on the Social Democrats of Poland and Lithuania to continue taking the critical attitude to its obvious tactical exaggerations while wild growth of corn, etc. While justly desiring to emphasize the proletariat's unquestionably hostile attitude to Tsarism's plunders policy, the Central Committee put forward the slogan of Russia's defeat, basing it on the especially reactionary part Tsarism has to play in Europe and the specific significance of the Russian Revolution. However, this brings the Central Committee into contradiction with the method of internationalism, which does not allow proletarian hopes and tasks to be pinned on any definite outcome of the war, and even provides the German social patriots with arguments. While justly noting the need for revolutionary action to build a new international, while justly opposing every attempt to gloss over the conflict and piece together the broken mold international, the CC, however, overrate the importance of automatically fencing themselves off from all less resolute elements which do not accept their standpoint a priori, and forget that the task of the revolutionary camp must not be to repulse these elements but to draw them into the struggle against the fraudulence of social patriotism, and to promote their radicalization by sharply criticizing their ideological instability. As for the OC, R.S.D.L.P. The conference narrata reaffirms that its main group, which is in Russia, and also its literary representative Expositor take the social patriotic standpoint, and that its weak internationalist wing has neither the strength nor the courage to break with the social patriots, and that the OC Center takes the pacifist standpoint. The conference considers that the attitude of the Social Democrats of Poland and Lithuania to the OC can consist exclusively of criticism of its position, promoting its disintegration and separating from the OC its internationalist elements grouped around Nash Slovo, an organ which has done a great deal to elaborately crystallize internationalist revolutionary views in the ranks of the RSALP. The same applies, in particular, also to the Bund, which is a part of the OC, for its attitude is an even greater chaotic mixture of social patriotic and pacifist, Russophile and Germanophile elements. The Polish Social Democrats say here that they wish to coordinate their activity with the Central Committee. We believe it to be our unquestionable duty to tell the Central Committee this. Title Central Committee must not and cannot coordinate their activity with the P.SD. Why not? Because the PSD is vacillating again and again, for the nth time or playing the game, which is objectively the same thing on our party's cardinal question. There is no doubt that the key issue in the Russian Social Democratic movement today is that of the split. On this point we are adamant, because the entire experience of the Social Democratic movement in Russia, especially in the 1903-09 period, and even more between 1910 and 1914, and most of all in the years 1915 and 1916, has served to convince us that unity with the OC, or with the Chekhids group, which is the same thing, is harmful to the working class movement, and ensures its subjugation to the bourgeoisie. The war and Bolshevism 63 have provided the final proof. But it is on this chief, basic and fundamental issue that the Polish Social Democrats are again equivocating. They say not a word about the war having convinced them of the need for a split and of tired erroneousness of their tactics at Brussels July 3-16, 1914. On the contrary, they have inserted in the resolution a phrase which looks as if it had been deliberately worded to justify and do another Brussels desertion to the OC or Chekhids. Here it is. The Central Committee overrate the importance of automatically fencing themselves off. That is the whole point. The rest is just rhetoric. If the Central Committee overrate the need for a split, it is clear that the PSD are entitled today or tomorrow to vote again for another Brussels-Kautsky unity resolution. It is the same old Tisket trick. 64. The old game between the CC and the OC, the old eclectical, to put it mildly, use of the pendulum position. We have no objection at all to working with the PSD, either in general, or in the Zimmerwald left in particular, nor do we defend every fetter of our resolutions, but we are adamant on one, the split in Russia, and that there be no reconciliation with Kautskyism in Europe. We consider it to be our duty to warn all comrades that the Polish Social Democrats are unreliable, and to insist that the CC must not let itself be drawn once again into a repetition of Brussels experiments, or trust the authors of these experiments or participants in them. With comradely greetings, C.O.A. Editor's Notes. Asterisk. The Gazetterobotsy resolution was translated by N.K. Krupskaya. The words in bold-face type here are Lenin's additions and corrections to the translation from the Polish ed. Collected Works Volume 22. Vladimir Lenin The Peace Program. Published, March 25, 1916, in Social Democrat, No. 52. Source, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964, pages 161. Translated, Murius Dobiko. The online version, Lenin Internet Archive, Marxists.org, March 2000. HTML markup/transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. The question of the Social Democratic Peace Program is one of the most important questions on the agenda of the Second International Conference of the Zimmerwaldists. In order to bring home to the reader the essentials of this question, we will quote the declaration made by Kautsky, the most authoritative representative of the Second International and most authoritative champion of the social chauvinists in all countries. The International is not a fit instrument in time of war. It is, essentially, an instrument of peace. The fight for peace, class struggle in peacetime. Neue Zeit. November 27, 1914. All peace programs formulated by the programs of the Copenhagen, London and Vienna Congresses, all demand, and quite rightly, the recognition of the independence of nations. This demand must also serve as our compass in the present war. Hibbett, May 21, 1915. These few words excellently express the program of international social chauvinist unity and conciliation. Everybody knows that Sudikem's friends and adherents met in Vienna and acted entirely in his spirit, championing the cause of German imperialism under the cloak of defense of the fatherland. The French, English and Russian Sudikems met in London and championed the cause of their national imperialism under the same cloak. The real policy of the London and Vienna heroes of social chauvinism is to justify participation in the imperialist war, to justify the killing of German workers by French workers, and vice versa, for the sake of determining which national bourgeoisie shall have preference in robbing other countries. And to conceal their real policy, to deceive the workers, both the London and the Vienna heroes resort to the phrase, "We recognize the independence of nations," or in other words, recognize the self-determination of nations, repudiate annexations, etc., etc. It is as clear as daylight that this recognition is a flagrant, despicable hypocrisy, for it justifies participation in a war which both sides are waging, not to make nations independent, but to enslave them. Instead of exposing, unmasking and condemning this hypocrisy, Kautsky, the great authority, sanctifies it. The unanimous desire of the chauvinist traitors to socialism to deceive the workers is, in Kautsky's eyes, proof of the unanimity and virility of the International on the question of peace. Kautsky converts nationalist, crude, obvious, flagrant hypocrisy, which is obvious to the workers, into international, subtle, cloaked hypocrisy, calculated to throw dust in the eyes of the workers. Kautsky's policy is 100 times more harmful and dangerous to the labor movement than Sudikem's policy. Kautsky's hypocrisy is 100 times more repulsive. This does not apply to Kautsky alone. Substantially the same policy is pursued by Axelrod, Martov and Chkheidze in Russia, by Longwet and Pressy Main in France, Triggs in Italy, etc. Objectively, this policy means fostering bourgeois lies among the working class. It means inculcating bourgeois ideas into the minds of the proletariat. That both Sudikum and Plekhanov merely repeat the bourgeois lies of the capitalists of their respective nations is obvious, but it is not so obvious that Kautsky sanctifies these lies and elevates them to the sphere of the highest truth of a unanimous international. That the workers should regard the Sudikums and Plekhanovs as authoritative and unanimous socialists who have temporarily fallen out is exactly what the bourgeoisie wants. The very thing the bourgeoisie wants is that the workers should be diverted from the revolutionary struggle in wartime by means of hypocritical, idle and non-committal phrases about peace, that they should be lulled and soothed by hopes of peace without annexations, the democratic peace, etc., etc. Huysmans has merely popularized Kautsky's peace program and has added, courts of arbitration, democratization of foreign politics, etc. But the first and fundamental point of a socialist peace program must be to unmask the hypocrisy of the Kautskyist peace program, which strengthens bourgeois influence over the proletariat. Let us recall the fundamental postulates of socialist doctrine, which the Kautskyists have distorted. War is the continuation, by forcible means, of the politics pursued by the ruling classes of the belligerent powers long before the outbreak of war. Peace is a continuation of the very same politics, with a registration of the changes brought about in the relation of forces of the antagonists as a result of military operations. War does not change the direction in which politics developed prior to the war, it only accelerates that development. The war of 1870–71 was a continuation of the progressive bourgeois policy which was pursued for decades of liberating and uniting Germany. The debacle and overthrow of Napoleon I hastened that liberation. The peace program of the socialists of that epoch took this progressive bourgeois result into account and advocated support for the democratic bourgeoisie, urging, no plunder of France, an honorable peace with the Republic. How clownish is the attempt slavishly to repeat this example under the conditions prevailing during the imperialist war of 1914–16. This war is the continuation of the politics of an overripe reactionary bourgeoisie, which has plundered the world, which has seized colonies, etc. Owing to the objective situation, the present war cannot, on the basis of bourgeois relations, lead to any democratic progress whatever. No matter what the outcome of the war may be, it can lead only to the intensification and extension of oppression in general, and of national oppression in particular. That war accelerated development in a democratic bourgeois progressive direction. It resulted in the overthrow of Napoleon III and in the unification of Germany. This war is accelerating development only in the direction of the socialist revolution. Then the program of a democratic bourgeois peace had an objective historical basis. Now there is no such basis, and all phrases about a democratic peace is a bourgeois lie, the objective purpose of which is to divert the workers from the revolutionary struggle for socialism. Then the socialists, by their program of a democratic peace, supported the deep-going bourgeois democratic movement of the masses for the overthrow of Napoleon III and the unification of Germany which had been manifesting itself for decades. Now, with their program of a democratic peace on the basis of bourgeois relations, the socialists are helping the deception of the people by the bourgeoisie, whose aim is to divert the proletariat from the socialist revolution. Just as phrases about defense of the fatherland inculcate into the minds of the masses the ideology of the national war of liberation by means of fraud, so phrases about a democratic peace inculcate the very same bourgeois lie in a roundabout way. That means that you have no peace program, that you are opposed to democratic demands, the Trotskyists argued, in the hope that inattentive people will not notice that this objection substitutes non-existent bourgeois democratic tasks for the existing socialist tasks. Oh no, gentlemen, we replied to the Trotskyists. We are in favor of democratic demands, we alone fight for them sincerely, for the objective historical situation prevents us from advancing them except in connection with the socialist revolution. Take, for example, the compass which Kautsky and Company employ for the bourgeois deception of the workers. Sudikum and Plekhanov are unanimous in their peace program. Down with annexations. Support the independence of nations. And note this, the Suidikums are right when they say that Russia's attitude towards Poland, Finland, etc., is an annexationist attitude. And so is Plekhanov right when he says that Germany's attitude towards Alsace-Lorraine, Serbia, Belgium, etc., is also annexationist. Both are right, are they not? And in this way Kautsky reconciles the German Sudikum with the Russian Sudikums. But every sensible worker will see immediately that Kautsky and both the Sudikums are hypocrites. This is obvious. The duty of a socialist is not to make peace with hypocritical democracy, but to unmask it. How can it be unmasked? Very simply, recognition of the independence of nations can be regarded as sincere only where the representative of the oppressing nation has demanded, both before and during the war, freedom of secession for the nation which is oppressed by his own fatherland. This demand alone is in accord with Marxism. Marx advanced it in the interests of the English proletariat when he demanded freedom for Ireland, although he admitted at the same time the probability that federation would follow secession. In other words, he demanded the right of secession, not for the purpose of splitting and isolating countries, but for the purpose of creating more durable and democratic ties. In all cases where there are oppressed and oppressing nations, where there are no special circumstances which distinguish revolutionary democratic nations from reactionary nations as was the case in the 40s of the 19th century, Marx's policy in relation to Ireland must serve as a model for proletarian policy. But imperialism is precisely the epoch in which the division of nations into oppressors and oppressed is the essential and typical division, and it is utterly impossible to draw a distinction between reactionary and revolutionary nations in Europe. As early as 1913, our party, in a resolution on the national question, made it the duty of Social Democrats to apply the term self-determination in the sense here indicated. And the war of 1914-16 has fully shown that we were right. Take Kautsky's latest article in the Neue Zeit of March 3, 1916. He openly declares himself to be in agreement with Austerlitz, the notorious, extreme German chauvinist in Austria, the editor of the chauvinist Vienna Arbeiterzeitung, when he says that the independence of a nation must not be confused with its sovereignty. In other words, national autonomy within a nationality state is good enough for the oppressed nations, and it is not necessary to demand for them the equal right to political independence. In this very article, however, Kautsky asserts that it is impossible to prove that it is essential for the Poles to adhere to the Russian state. What does this mean? It means that to please Hindenburg, Sudikum, Austerlitz and Co., Kautsky recognizes Poland's right to secede from Russia, although Russia is a nationality state, but not a word does she say about freedom for the Poles to secede from Germany. In this very article, Kautsky declares that the French socialists had departed from internationalism by wanting to achieve the freedom of Alsace-Lorraine by means of war. But he says nothing about the German Sudetenland and Company deviating from internationalism when they refused to demand freedom for Alsace-Lorraine to secede from Germany. Kautsky employs the phrase the nationality state, a phrase that can be applied to England in relation to Ireland, and to Germany in relation to Poland, Alsace-Lorraine, etc. Obviously for the purpose of defending social chauvinism. He has converted the slogan "Fight Against Annexations" into a program of peace. With the chauvinists, into glaring hypocrisy. And in this very article, Kautsky repeats the honeyed little ~udas speech. The International has never ceased to demand the consent of the affected populations when state frontiers are to be altered. Is it not clear that Sudetenland and Company demand the consent of the Alsatians and Belgians to be annexed to Germany, and that Austerlitz and Company demand the consent of the Poles and Serbs to be annexed to Austria? And what about the Russian Trotskyist Marto? He wrote to the Bolshevist journal Nash Goals Samra to prove the indisputable truth that self-determination of nations does not necessarily imply defense of the fatherland in an imperialist war. But Marto says nothing about the fact that a Russian social democrat betrays the principle of self-determination if he does not demand the right of secession for the nations oppressed by the Great Russians, and in this way Marto stretches out a hand of peace to the Alexinskis, the Zhivagovs, the Dmitrievs, and the Plekhanovs. Marto is silent on this point also in the underground press. He argues against the Dutchman Gorter, although Gorter, while wrongly repudiating the principle of self-determination of nations, correctly applies it by demanding political independence for the Dutch Indies and by unmasking the betrayal of socialism by the Dutch opportunists who disagree with this demand. Marto, however, does not argue against his secretary, Semkovsky, who in 1912-15 was the only writer in the liquidationist press who repudiated the right of secession and self-determination in general. Is it not plain that Marto advocates self-determination just as hypocritically as Kautsky does, that he, too, is covering up his desire to make peace with the chauvinists? And what about Trotsky? He is body and soul for self-determination, but in his case, too, it is an idle phrase, for he does not demand freedom of secession for nations oppressed by the fatherland of the socialist of the given nationality. He is silent about the hypocrisy of Kautsky and the Trotskyists. This kind of struggle against annexations serves to deceive the workers and not to explain the program of the Social Democrats. It is an evasion of the problem and not a concrete indication of the duty of internationalists. It is a concession to nationalist prejudices and to the selfish interests of nationalism. We all, bourgeois and social chauvinists alike, derive benefits from our fatherland's oppression of other nations, but not a struggle against nationalism. The peace program of social democracy must, in the first place, unmask the hypocrisy of the bourgeois, social chauvinist and Trotskyist phrases about peace. This is the first and fundamental thing. Unless we do that, we shall be willingly or unwillingly helping to deceive the masses. Our peace program demands that the principal democratic point on this question, the repudiation of annexations, should be applied in practice and not in words, that it should serve to promote the propaganda of internationalism, not of national hypocrisy. In order that this may do so, we must explain to the masses that the repudiation of annexations, i.e., the recognition of self-determination, is sincere only when the socialists of every nation demand the right of secession for the nations that are oppressed by their nations. As a positive slogan, one capable of drawing the masses into the revolutionary struggle and explaining the necessity for adopting revolutionary measures to attain a democratic peace, we must advance the slogan, repudiation of the national debt. Finally, our peace program must explain that the imperialist powers and the imperialist bourgeoisie cannot grant a democratic peace. Such a peace must be sought and fought for, not in the past, not in the reactionary utopia of a non-imperialist capitalism, nor in the League of Equal Nations under capitalism, but in the future, in the socialist revolution of the proletariat. Not a single fundamental democratic demand can be achieved to any considerable extent, or any degree of permanency, in the advanced imperialist states, except by revolutionary battles under the banner of socialism. whoever promises the nations a democratic peace without at the same time preaching the socialist revolution, or while repudiating the struggle for it, the struggle which must be carried on now, during the war, is deceiving the proletariat. Collected Works Volume 22, Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin. Proposals submitted by the Central Committee of the RSALP to the Second Socialist Conference. Written, February-March 1916. Published, April 22, 1916 in Bulletin International Socialistische Kommission zu Bern No. 4. Published in Russian on June 10, 1916 in Sozial Democrat No. 54-55. Source, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964, pages 169179. Translated, Murius Dobiko. The online version, Lenin Internet Archive, Marxists.org. March 2000. HTML markup/transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. Theses on points 5, 6, 7a, 7b, and 8 of the agenda: the struggle to end the war, the attitude towards the problems of peace, parliamentary action and mass struggles, and the convocation of the International Socialist Bureau. 1. The International Socialist Committee, in its notice convening the Second Conference, invited the affiliated organizations to discuss the above questions, and to send in their proposals. In reply to this invitation, our party submits the following theses. 1. Just as all war is but a continuation by violent means of the politics which the belligerent states and their ruling classes had been conducting for many years, sometimes for decades, before the outbreak of war, so the peace that ends any war can be nothing but a consideration and the record of the actual changes brought about in the relation of forces in the course of and as a result of the war. 2. As long as the foundations of present, i.e., bourgeois, social relations remain intact, an imperialist war can lead only to an imperialist peace, i.e., to greater, more extensive and more intense oppression of weak nations and countries by finance capital, which grew to gigantic proportions not only in the period prior to the war, but also during the war. The objective content of the policies pursued by the bourgeoisie and the governments of both groups of great powers before and during the war leads to intensified economic oppression, national enslavement and political reaction. Therefore, provided the bourgeois social system remains, the peace that follows upon the war, whatever its outcome, must perpetuate this worsening of the economic and political condition of the masses. To assume that a democratic peace may emerge from an imperialist war is, in theory, to substitute vulgar phrases for an historical study of the policies conducted before and during that war. In practice, it is to deceive the masses of the people by beclouding their political consciousness, by covering up and prettifying the real policies pursued by the ruling classes to prepare the ground for the coming peace, by concealing from the masses the main thing, namely, that a democratic peace is impossible without a whole series of revolutions. 3. Socialists do not refuse to fight for reform. Even now, for example, they must vote in Parliament for improvements, however slight, in the condition of the masses, for increased relief to the inhabitants of the devastated areas, for the lessening of national oppression, etc. But it is sheer bourgeois deception to preach reforms as a solution for problems for which history and the actual political situation demand revolutionary solutions. That is precisely the kind of problems the present war has brought to the fore. These are the fundamental questions of imperialism, i.e., the very existence of capitalist society, the questions of postponing the collapse of capitalism by a redivision of the world to correspond to the new relation of forces among the great powers, which in the last few decades have developed, not only at fantastic speed, but, and this is particularly important, also with extreme unevenness. Real political activity working a change in the relation of social forces, and not merely deceiving the masses with words, is now possible only in one of two forms: either helping one's own national bourgeoisie to rob other countries and calling this defense of the fatherland or saving the country, or assisting the proletarian socialist revolution, fostering and stirring up the ferment which is beginning among the masses in all the belligerent countries, aiding the incipient strikes and demonstrations, etc., extending and sharpening these as yet feeble expressions of revolutionary mass struggle into a general proletarian assault to overthrow the bourgeoisie. Just as all the social chauvinists are at present deceiving the people by covering up the real, i.e., imperialist, policy of the capitalists, which is being continued in the present war with hypocritical phrases about the dishonest attack and honest defense on the part of this or that group of predatory capitalists. So phrases about a democratic peace serve only to deceive the people, as if the coming peace, which is already being prepared by the capitalists and diplomats, could simply abolish dishonest attacks and restore honest relations, and as if it would not be a continuation, the development, and the perpetuation of this very imperialist policy, i.e., the policy of financial looting, colonial robbery, national oppression, political reaction and intensified capitalist exploitation in every form. What the capitalists and their diplomats now need is socialist servants of the bourgeoisie to deafen, dupe and drug the people with talk about a democratic peace so as to cover up the real policy of the bourgeoisie, making it difficult for the masses to realize the real nature of this policy and diverting them from the revolutionary struggle. For the democratic peace program, in drafting which prominent representatives of the Second International are now engaged, is precisely such a piece of bourgeois deception and hypocrisy. For example, Huysmans at the Arnhem Congress II and Kautsky and Inuitzef, the most authoritative, official, and theoretical spokesman of this international, formulated this program as suspension of the revolutionary struggle until the imperialist governments have concluded peace. In the meantime, there are verbal repudiation of annexations and indemnities, verbal recognition of the self-determination of nations, democratization of foreign politics, courts of arbitration to examine international conflicts between states, disarmament, the United States of Europe, 3 etc., etc. The real political significance of this peace program was revealed with particular force by Kautsky, when, to prove the unanimity of the International on this question, he cited the unanimous adoption by the London Conference February 1915 and the Vienna Conference April 1915 of the main point of this program, namely, the independence of nations. Kautsky, before the whole world, thus openly gave his sanction to the deliberate deception of the people perpetrated by the social chauvinists, who combine verbal, hypocritical recognition of independence or self-determination of nations, recognition that binds no one and leads nowhere, with support for their own governments in the imperialist war. Notwithstanding the fact that on both sides the war is accompanied by systematic violations of the independence of weak nations and is being waged for the purpose of consolidating and extending their oppression. Objectively, this cheap peace program reinforces the subjection of the working class to the bourgeoisie by reconciling the workers, who are beginning to develop the revolutionary struggle, with their chauvinist leaders, by underplaying the gravity of the crisis in the socialist movement to bring back the pre-war state of affairs. In the socialist parties which led the majority of the leaders to desert to the bourgeoisie, the fact that this Kautsky policy is clothed in plausible phrases and that it is being conducted not only in Germany but in all countries, makes it all the more dangerous for the proletariat. In Britain, for instance, this policy is being pursued by the majority of the leaders, in France, by Longuet, Pressy-Main and others, in Russia, by Axelrod, Marteau, Schkeidts and others. Schkeidts is screening the chauvinist idea of defense of the country in the present war with the save the country phrase, paying lip service to Zimmerwald, on the one hand, and on the other, praising Huysmans's notorious Arnhem speech in an official declaration by his group, but neither from the floor of the Duma nor in the press has he actually opposed the participation of the workers in the war industries committees, and remains on the staff of newspapers advocating such participation. In Italy, a similar policy is being pursued by Trips. See the threat made by Avanti, for the central organ of the Italian Socialist Party, of March 5, 1916, to expose Trips and other reformist possibilists, to expose those who resorted to every means to prevent the party executive and Otto Morgari from taking action to secure unity at Zimmerwald and to create the new international, etc., etc. 5. The chief of the peace questions at the present time is that of annexations. It most strikingly reveals the now prevailing socialist hypocrisy and the tasks of real socialist propaganda and agitation. It is necessary to explain the meaning of annexations, and why and how socialists must fight against them. Not every appropriation of foreign territory can be described as an annexation, for, generally speaking, socialists favor the abolition of frontiers between nations and the formation of larger states, nor can every disturbance of the status quo be described as an annexation, for this would be extremely reactionary and a mockery of the fundamental concepts of the science of history. nor can every military seizure of territory be called annexation, for socialists cannot repudiate violence and wars in the interests of the majority of the population. Annexation must apply only to the appropriation of territory against the will of the population of that territory. In other words, the concept of annexation is inseparably bound up with the concept of self-determination of nations. The present war, however precisely bemused, it is an imperialist war insofar as both groups of belligerent powers are concerned inevitably had to and did give rise to the phenomenon of the bourgeoisie and the social chauvinists fighting violently against annexations when this is done by an enemy state. This kind of struggle against annexations and this kind of unanimity on the question of annexation is plainly sheer hypocrisy. Obviously, the French socialists who defend war over Alsace-Lorraine, and the German socialists who do not demand freedom for Alsace-Lorraine, for German Poland, etc., to separate from Germany, and the Russian socialists who describe the war being waged to return Poland to Tsarist bondage as a war to save the country and who demand that Polish territory be annexed to Russia in the name of peace without annexations, etc., etc., are in fact annexationists. To prevent the struggle against annexations from being mere hypocrisy, or an empty phrase, to make it really educate the masses in the spirit of internationalism, the question must be presented in such a way as to open the eyes of the masses to the fraud in this matter of annexations, instead of covering it up. It is not enough for the socialists of each country to pay lip service to the equality of nations or to orate, swear and invoke the name of God to witness their opposition to annexations. The socialists of every country must demand immediate and unconditional freedom to secede for the colonies and nations oppressed by their own fatherland. Without this condition, recognition of the self-determination of nations and principles of internationalism would, even in the Zimmerwald Manifesto, remain a dead letter, at best. 6. The socialists' peace program, and their program of struggle to end the war must proceed from the exposure of the lie of the democratic peace, the pacific intentions of the belligerents, etc., now being spread among the people by demagogic ministers, pacifist bourgeois, social chauvinists, and Kotskiites in all countries. Any peace program will deceive the people and be a piece of hypocrisy, unless its principal object is to explain to the masses the need for a revolution, and to support, aid, and develop the mass revolutionary struggles breaking out everywhere. Ferment among the masses, protests, fraternization in the trenches, strikes, demonstrations, letters from the front to relatives, for example, in France, urging them not to subscribe to war loans, etc., etc. It is the duty of socialists to support, extend and intensify every popular movement to end the war, but it is actually being fulfilled only by those socialists who, like Liebknecht, in their parliamentary speeches, call upon the soldiers to lay down their arms, and preach revolution and transformation of the imperialist war into a civil war for socialism. The positive slogan Lemus put forward to draw the masses into revolutionary struggle and to explain the necessity for revolutionary measures to make a democratic peace possible, is that of repudiation of debts incurred by states. It is not enough to hint at revolution, as the Zimmerwald Manifesto does, by saying that the workers must make sacrifices for their own and not for someone else's cause. The masses must be shown their road clearly and definitely. They must know where to go and why. That makes revolutionary actions during the war, if successfully developed, can lead only to the transformation of the imperialist war into a civil war for socialism is obvious, and it is harmful to conceal this from the masses. On the contrary, this aim must be indicated clearly, no matter how difficult its attainment may appear now, while we are still at the beginning of the road. It is not enough to say, as the Zimmerwald Manifesto does, that tile capitalists like then they speak about defense of the fatherland in the present war, and that the workers in their revolutionary struggle must ignore their country's military situation. It is necessary to state clearly what is merely hinted at here, namely, that not only the capitalists, but also the social chauvinists and the Kotskiites lie when they allow the term defense of the fatherland to be applied in the present imperialist war, and that revolutionary action during the war is impossible unless one's own government is threatened with defeat. It must be stated clearly that every defeat of the government in the reactionary war facilitates revolution, which alone is capable of bringing about a lasting and democratic peace. Finally, the masses must be told that unless they themselves create illegal organizations and a press that is free from military censorship, i.e., and illegal press, it will be quite impossible to render serious support to the incipient revolutionary struggle, to develop it, to criticize some of its steps, to correct its errors and systematically to extend and sharpen it. 7. On the question of socialist parliamentary action, it must be borne in mind that the Zimmerwald resolution not only expresses sympathy for the 5 social democratic deputies in the State Duma, who belong to our party, and who have been sentenced to exile to Siberia, but also expresses its solidarity with their tactics. It is impossible to recognize the revolutionary struggle of the masses while resting content with exclusively legal socialist activity in Parliament. This can only arouse legitimate dissatisfaction among the workers, cause them to desert social democracy for anti-parliamentary anarchism or syndicalism. It must be stated clearly and publicly that social democratic members of Parliament must use their position not only to make speeches in Parliament, but also to render all possible aid outside Parliament to the underground organization and the revolutionary struggle of the workers, and that the masses themselves, through their illegal organization, must supervise these activities of their leaders. 8. The question of the convocation of the International Socialist Bureau boils down to a fundamental question of principle, i.e., whether the old parties and the Second International can be united. Every step forward taken by the international labor movement along the road mapped out by Zimmerwald shows more and more clearly the inconsistency of the position adopted by the Zimmerwald majority, for, on the one hand, it identifies the policy of the old parties and of the Second International with bourgeois policy in the labor movement, with a policy which does not pursue the interests of the proletariat, but of the bourgeoisie. For example, the statement in the Zimmerwald manifesto that the capitalists like then they speak of defense of the fatherland in the present war, also the still more definite statements contained in the circular of the International Socialist Committee of February 10, 1916. 5. On the other hand, the International Socialist Committee is afraid of a break with the International Socialist Bureau and has promised officially to dissolve when the Bureau reconvenes. 6. We state that not only was such a promise never voted on, but it was never even discussed in Zimmerwald. The 6 months since Zimmerwald have proved that actual work in the spirit of Zimmerwald, not empty phrases but work, is bound up throughout the world with the split that is becoming deeper and wider. In Germany, illegal anti-war leaflets are being printed despite the party's decisions, i.e., systematically. When Deputy Otto ruled, Karl Liebknecht's closest friend, said openly that there were actually 2 parties in existence, one helping the bourgeoisie, and the other fighting against it. Many, including the Korskites, reviled him, but no one refuted him. In France, Bourgaron, a member of the Socialist Party, is a determined opponent of a split, but at the same time he submits a resolution to his party disapproving of the party's Central Committee and of the parliamentary group disapprover com. ADM. Perm. Yet Gr. Karl, which, if adopted, would certainly have caused an immediate split. In Britain, T. Puzzle Williams, a member of the ILP, writing in the Moderate Labour Leader, openly admits that a split is inevitable and finds support in letters written by local functionaries. The example of America is perhaps still more instructive, because even there, in a neutral country, 2 irreconcilably hostile trends in the Socialist Party have become revealed. On the one hand, the adherents of so-called preparedness *, war, militarism, and navalism, and on the other, socialists like Eugene Debs, former presidential candidate from the Socialist Party, who openly preaches civil war for socialism, precisely in connection with the coming war. Actually, there is already a split throughout the world. 2 entirely irreconcilable working-class policies in relation to the war have crystallized. We must not close our eyes to this fact. To do so would only result in confusing the masses of the workers, in befogging their minds, in hindering the revolutionary mass struggle with which all Zimmerwaldists officially sympathize, and in strengthening the influence over the masses of those leaders whom the International Socialist Committee, in its circular of February 10, 1916, openly accuses of misleading the masses and of hatching a plot, pact against socialism. It is the social chauvinists and Trotskyists of all countries who will undertake the task of restoring the bankrupt International Socialist Bureau. The task of the socialists is to explain to the masses the inevitability of a split with those who pursue the bourgeois policy under the flag of socialism. Written. Footnotes. *. The word is in English in the original. 1. The International Socialist Bureau (ISB) was the permanent executive and information body of the Second International located at Brussels. It was funded by a decision taken at the Paris Congress of the Second International 1900. It consisted of 2 national delegated from each national party, and was to meet 4 times a year, the Executive Committee of the Belgian Labour Party being charged with its position between sessions. Van der Velde was its chairman, and Huysmans, its secretary. Lenin was a member of the Bureau, as a representative of the RSALP, formed 1905. Formed June 1914, on Lenin's proposal, M. Vinoff was appointed to represent the RSALP Central Committee. When the First World War broke out, the ISB became a pliable tool in the hands of the social chauvinists. To a Congress of the Dutch Social Democratic Party held in Arnhem on January 8–9, 1916. 3. See the United States of Europe slogan in Volume 21. For Avanti! Forward! A daily, the central organ of the Italian Socialist Party, founded in December 1896. During the First World War it was inconsistently internationalist, and retained its ties with the reformists. It is now the central organ of the Italian Socialist Party. 5. An ISC appeal to all affiliated parties and groups adopted unanimously by the enlarged meeting on the ISC in Bern on February 5–9, 1916. The delegation of the RSALP Central Committee, led by Lenin, stated that it regarded the appeal as a step forward as compared with the decisions of the First International Socialist Conference at Zimmerwald, but did not find it satisfactory on all points. The appeal was published in number 3 of the ISC Bulletin on February 29, 1916, and in number 52 of Social Democrat on March 25, 1916. 6. The official ISC statement dated September 29, 1915, and published in number 2 of the ISC Bulletin on November 27, 1915, which said, contrary to the decisions of the First Zimmerwald Conference, that the ISC was prepared to consider itself dissolved as soon as the ISB resumed its activities at The Hague. This was helping to restore the Second International. Collected Works Volume 22 Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin Split Award Decays. Written, February–April 1916. Published, 1931. And Lenin Miscellany XDII Source, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964. Pages 180–181. Translated, Murius Dobiko. The online version, Lenin Internet Archive. Marxists.org. March 2000. HTML markup/transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. That was how Social Democrat posed the alternative with regard to the German Social Democratic Party, back in its issue number 35/1, when it elaborated the fundamental ideas of the Manifesto on War issued by our party's Central Committee. To notice how the facts bear out this conclusion. The German Social Democratic Party is clearly disintegrating. Otto Rühl, Karl Liebknecht's closest associate, quite apart from the ISD group International Socialists of Germany 3, which has been consistently fighting the hypocritical Kautsky, has openly come out for a split. Vorwärts had no serious, honest answer. There are actually 2 workers' parties in Germany. Even in Britain, a statement was made by T. Russell Williams in the moderate, pacifist Labour leader, the central organ of the Independent Labour Party, and he was supported by many local functionaries. Comrade Ornatsky, for who has done very good internationalist work in Britain, came out in the conciliatory Nash Slovo in Paris for an immediate split there. We are naturally in full agreement with Ornatsky in his polemic with D. Rothstein, a correspondent of Communist 5, who takes a Kautsky attitude. In France, Bourgaron is a fervent opponent of any split, but has proposed to the Party Congress a resolution calling for outright disapproval both of the party's Central Committee and the parliamentary group. Adoption of such a resolution would mean an immediate split in the party. In America, the Socialist Party appears to be united. Actually, some of its members, like Russell and others, preach preparedness, stand for war, and want an army and navy. Others, like Eugene Debs, the party's presidential candidate, openly preach civil war in the event of an imperialist war, rather, in connection with one. There are now actually 2 parties all over the world. There are in fact already 2 internationals. And if the Zimmerwald majority are afraid to recognize this, if they dream of unity with the social chauvinists, and declare their readiness to have such unity, These pious hopes in practice remain nothing but hopes, expressive of inconsistency and timidity of thought. Consciousness lags behind reality. Footnotes 1 Volume 21, The War and Russian Social Democracy. 2 Ibid, Dead Chauvinism and Living Socialism. 3 A group of German left-wing social democrats which emerged during the First World War. Its organ, Lichtstrahlen Rays of Light, was published in Berlin from 1913 to 1921. The ISD openly opposed war and opportunism and took the most consistent stand in Germany on separation from the social chauvinists and centrists. Borchardt, representing the group at the Zimmerwald Conference, alone of the 10 German delegates signed the draft resolution and draft manifesto of the Zimmerwald Left. Soon after the conference, the Bureau of the Zimmerwald Left was informed that the ISD group had joined it, and this was reported in Internationale Black International Leaflets No. 1. The group had no extensive ties with the masses and soon broke up. For G.V. Chucherin. 5 The magazine, founded by Lenin and published by the editorial board of Social Democrat jointly with J.L. Piatakovi and E.B. Bosch, who financed it, Bukharin was one of the editors. Only one double issue was published. It carried, apart from the article The Honest Voice of a French Socialist, 2 other articles by Lenin, The Collapse of the Second International and Imperialism and Socialism in Italy. The publication plan was worked out by Lenin in the spring of 1915. The organizational meeting of the editorial board was held under his guidance. Lenin planned to make Communist an international organ of the left-wing Social Democrats, but it soon transpired that there were grave contradictions between the editorial board and Bukharin, Piatakovi and Bosch, which were aggravated after the No. 1-2 issue. The Bukharin-Piatakovi-Bosch took an incorrect stand on a number of points of principle in the party's program and tactics: the right of nations to self-determination, a role of democratic demands and a minimum program in general, etc. And tried to make use of the magazine for factional purposes. On the editorial board, Lenin fought the Bukharin-Piatakovi-Bosch group, exposed their anti-Bolshevik views and factional activities, and sharply criticized the conciliatory attitude to the group on the part of G.Y. Zinoviev and A.G. Shliapnikovi. In view of the group's anti-party attitude, the Social Democrat editorial board declared, on Lenin's proposal, that it considered it impossible to continue publication. Lenin wrote the draft resolution of the RSALP Central Committee terminating the publication of the Communist. The Central Committee Bureau in Russia, having heard a report on the contradictions on the Communist editorial board, declared its full solidarity with the editorial board of the central organ, Social Democrat. AD expressed a wish that all publications of the Central Committee should be edited online strictly in conformity with the Central Committee's policy and adopted before the outbreak of the war. From October 1916, the editorial board of Social Democrat began publication of S.V. Ortnik Social Demokrata. Collected Works Volume 22 Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin German and Non-German Chauvinism. Published in Vodprozy Strakovania No. 554 on May 31, 1916. Source, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964, pages 1A to 184. Translated, Murius Dobikovi. Online version, Lenin Internet Archive. Marxists.org. March 2000. HTML markup / transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. The German chauvinists, as we know, have succeeded in imposing their influence upon the overwhelming majority of leaders of the so-called Social Democratic, now, in fact, National Liberal Party. We shall see presently how far this applies to the non-German chauvinists like Postrasovy, Levitsky and co. At the moment we must deal with the German chauvinists, among whom, in fairness, Kautsky must also be included, notwithstanding the fact that P.B. Axelrod, in his German pamphlet, for example, very assiduously and very incorrectly defends Kautsky and calls him an internationalist. One of the characteristics of German chauvinism is that socialists in quotation marks talk about the independence of nations, except those which are oppressed by their own nation. It does not make much difference whether so directly, or whether they defend, justify and shield those who say it. The German chauvinists, who include Pardus, the publisher of a little magazine, called Die Glocke, among whose contributors are Lensch, Fanisch, Grunwald, all the rest of the crew of socialist lackeys of German imperialist bourgeoisie, speak at great length and very eagerly, for example, about the independence for the peoples oppressed by Britain. It is not only the social chauvinists of Germany, i.e., socialists in words, chauvinists in deeds, but the whole bourgeoisie press of Germany that is trumpeting with all its might about the shameful, brutal and reactionary, etc., fashion in which Britain rules her colonies. The German papers write about the liberation movement in India with great gusto, malicious glee, delight and rapture. It is easy to see why the German bourgeoisie is full of malicious joy. It hoped to improve its military position by fanning the discontent in the anti-British movement in India. These hopes are silly, of course, because it is simply impossible seriously to entertaining the influencing the life of a multi-million people, and a very peculiar people at that, from outside, from afar in a foreign language, particular when the influence is not systematic, but casual, only for the duration of the war. Rather than the desire to influence India, the efforts of the German imperialist bourgeoisie are more of an attempt at self-consolation, more of a desire to fool the German people and to divert their attention from home to foreign parts. But this general, theoretical question automatically arises: what is at the root of the falsehood of such arguments? How can the hypocrisy of the German imperialists be exposed without unerring certainty? The correct theoretical answer pointing to the root of falsehood always serves as a means of exposing the hypocrites who, for reasons all too obvious, are inclined to cover up their falsehood, to obscure it, to clothe it in flowery phrases, all sorts of phrases about everything in the world, even about internationalism. Even the Lensches, Sudokums and Schiedmans, all these agents of the German bourgeoisie, who, unfortunately, belong to the so-called Social Democratic Party of Germany, insist that they are internationalists. Men must not be judged by their words, however, but by their deeds. This is a home truth. Will anyone in Russia judge Patrasovy, Blavatsky, Balkan and company by their words? Of course not. The falsehood of the German chauvinists has its roots in their shouting their sympathy for the independence of the peoples oppressed by Britain, their enemy in the war, and modestly, sometimes much too modestly, keeping silent about the independence of the peoples oppressed by their own nation. Take the Danes. When Prussia annexed Schleswig, she also seized, as all great powers are wont to do, a part inhabited by Danes. The violation of the rights of this population was so patent that when Austria ceded to Prussia her rights to Schleswig under the Peace of Prague, August 23–30, 1866, the treaty stipulated that the population of the northern part of the province was to be asked in a plebiscite whether they wished to join Denmark or were to be joined to Denmark in the event of a vote to that effect. This condition, however, was not fulfilled by Prussia, who, in 1871, had this unpleasant clause deleted. Frederick Engels, who was never indifferent to the chauvinism of great power nations, specifically pointed to this violation of the rights of a small nation by Prussia. 78 But the present-day social chauvinists, while recognizing the right of self-determination of nations in words, as Kautsky also does, have never carried on any consistently democratic and resolutely democratic agitation in favor of liberating an oppressed nation when the depression was exercised nation was their own nation. That is the whole secret, the kernel, of the question of chauvinism and of its exposure. Collected Works Volume 22 Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin The Genius Pamphlet. Written, July, 1916. First published, August 1916 in S.B. Ortnik Social Democrated No. 1 Source, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964, pages 305319. Translated, Urius Dobko. The online version, Lenin Internet Archive Marxists.org March, 2000 HTML markup/transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. At last there has appeared in Germany, illegally, without any adaptation to the despicable Junkers censorship, a social democratic pamphlet dealing with questions of the war. The author, who evidently belongs to the left radical wing of the party, signs himself Junius, which in Latin means junior, and gave his pamphlet the title, The Crisis of Social Democracy. Appended are the theses on the tasks of international social democracy, which have already been submitted to the Bern ISC International Socialist Committee and published in number 3 of its bulletin. The theses were drafted by the International Group, which in the spring of 1915 published one issue of a magazine under that title with articles by Zetkin, Mering, R. Luxemburg, Thalheimer, Dunseeker, Saab, and others, and which in the winter of 1915-16 convened a conference of Social Democrats from all parts of Germany at which these theses were adopted. The pamphlet, the author says in the introduction dated January 2, 1916, was written in April 1915, and published without any alteration. Outside circumstances prevented it from being published earlier. The pamphlet is devoted not so much to the crisis of social democracy as to an analysis of the war, to refuting the legend of its being a war for national liberation, to proving that it is an imperialist war on the part of Germany as well as on the part of the other great powers, and to a revolutionary criticism of the behavior of the official party. Written in a very lively style, Junius' pamphlet has undoubtedly played and will play an important role in the struggle against the ex-Social Democratic Party of Germany, which has deserted to the side of the bourgeoisie and the Junkers, and we heartily greet the author. To the Russian reader who is familiar with the social democratic literature published abroad in Russian in 1914-16, Junius' pamphlet offers nothing new in principle. But in reading this pamphlet and comparing the arguments of this German revolutionary Marxist with what has been stated, for example, in the manifesto of the Central Committee of our party September-November 1914, in the burnt resolutions March 1915, and in the numerous commentaries on them, it becomes clear that Junius' arguments are very incomplete and that he commits to errors. Proceeding to criticize Junius' faults and errors, we must strongly emphasize that we do so for the sake of self-criticism, which is so necessary for Marxists, and of submitting to an all-round test the views which must serve as the ideological basis of the Third International. On the whole, Junius' pamphlet is a splendid Marxian work, and in all probability its defects are, to a certain extent, accidental. The chief defect in Junius' pamphlet, and what marks a definite step backward compared with the legal although immediately suppressed magazine, International, is its silence regarding the connection between social chauvinism. The author uses neither this nor the less precise term social patriotism and opportunism. The author rightly speaks of the capitulation and collapse of the German Social Democratic Party and of the treachery of its official leaders, but he goes no further than this. The International, however, did criticize the center, i.e., Kautskyism, and quite properly poured ridicule on it for its spinelessness, its prostitution of Marxism, and its servility to the opportunists. This magazine also began to expose the role the opportunists are really playing by making known, for example, the very important fact that on August 4, 1914, the opportunists came forth with an ultimatum, with their minds made up to vote for the war credits under any circumstances. Neither in Junius' pamphlet nor in the theses is anything said about opportunism or about Kautskyism. This is wrong from the standpoint of theory, for it is impossible to explain the betrayal without linking it up with opportunism as a trend with a long history, the history of the whole Second International. It is a mistake from the practical political standpoint, for it is impossible to understand the crisis of social democracy or overcome it without making clear the meaning and the RO1E of TWO trend S, the avowedly opportunist trend Legion, David etc. and the masked opportunist trend Kautsky and Co. This is a step backward compared with the historic article by Otto Rühl in Vorwärts of January 13, 1916, in which he directly and openly pointed out that a split in the Social Democratic Party of Germany was inevitable. The editors of the Vorwärts answered him by repeating honeyed and hypocritical Kautskyist phrases, for they were unable to advance a single material argument to disprove the assertion that there were already two parties in existence, and that these two parties could not be reconciled. It is astonishingly inconsistent, because the International Thesis number 12 directly states that it is necessary to create a new international, owing to the treachery of the official representatives of the socialist parties of the leading countries and their adoption of the principles of bourgeois imperialist politics. Clearly, to suggest that the old Social Democratic Party of Germany, or Party S which tolerate Legion, David and Co., would participate in a new international is simply ridiculous. We do not know why the international group took this step backward. A very great defect in revolutionary Marxism in Germany as a whole is its lack of a compact illegal organization that would systematically pursue its line and educate the masses in the spirit of the new tasks. Such an organization would also have to take a definite stand towards opportunism and Kautskyism. This is all the more necessary now, since the German Revolutionary Social Democrats have been deprived of their last two daily papers, the one in Bremen Bremenberger Zeitung and the one in Brunswick Volksfront, both of which have gone over to the Kautskyists. That the International Socialists of Germany (ISD) group alone remains at its post is definitely clear to everybody. Some members of the international group have evidently slipped once again into the morass of unprincipled Kautskyism. Strobel, for instance, went so far as to make obeisance, in the Neue Zeit, to Bernstein and Kautsky. And only the other day, on August 15, 1916, he had an article in the papers entitled Pacifism and Social Democracy, in which he defends the most vulgar type of Kautskyan pacifism. Junius, however, strongly opposes Kautsky's fantastic schemes for disarmament, abolition of secret diplomacy, etc. Perhaps there are two trends in the International group, the revolutionary trend and a trend wavering in the direction of Kautskyism. The first of Junius' erroneous postulates, the first is contained in the International group's thesis number 5, in the epic era of this unbridled imperialism, there can be no more national wars. National interests serve only as an instrument of deception, to deliver the masses of the toiling people into the service of their mortal enemy, imperialism. This postulate is the end of thesis number 5, the first part of which is devoted to the description of the present war as an imperialist war. The repudiation of national wars in general may either be an oversight or a fortuitous overemphasis of the perfectly correct idea that the present war is an imperialist war and not a national war. But as the opposite may be true, as various social democrats mistakenly repudiate all national wars because the present war is falsely represented to be a national war, we are obliged to deal with this mistake. Junius is quite right in emphasizing the decisive influence of the imperialist background of the present war, when he says that behind Serbia there is Russia, behind Serbian nationalism there is Russian imperialism, that even if a country like Holland took part in the present war, she too would be waging an imperialist war, because, firstly, Holland would be defending her colonies, and, secondly, she would be an ally of one of the imperialist coalitions. This is indisputable in relation to the present war. And when Junius lays particular emphasis on what to him is the most important point, the struggle against the phantom of national war, which at present dominates social democratic policy, page 81, Junius' pamphlet, we cannot but agree that his reasoning is correct and quite appropriate. But it would be a mistake to exaggerate this truth, to depart from the Marxian rule to be concrete, to apply the appraisal of the present war to all wars that are possible under imperialism, to lose sight of the national movements against imperialism. The only argument that can be used in defense of the thesis, there can be no more national wars, is that the world has been divided up among a handful of great imperialist powers, and, therefore, every war, even if it starts as a national war, is transformed into an imperialist war and affects the interests of one of the imperialist powers or coalitions, page 81 of Junius' pamphlet. The fallacy of this argument is obvious. Of course, the fundamental proposition of Marxian dialectics is that all boundaries in nature and society are conventional and mobile, that there is not a single phenomenon which cannot under certain conditions be transformed into its opposite. The national war can be transformed into an imperialist war, and vice versa. For example, the wars of the Great French Revolution started as national wars and were such. They were revolutionary wars because they were waged in defense of the Great Revolution against a coalition of counter-revolutionary monarchies. But after Napoleon had created the French Empire by subjugating a number of large, virile, long-established national states of Europe, the French national wars became imperialist wars, which in their turn engendered wars for national liberation against Napoleon's imperialism. Only a sophist would deny that there is a difference between imperialist war and national war on the grounds that one can be transformed into the other. More than once, even in the history of Greek philosophy, dialectics have served as a bridge to sophistry. We, however, remain dialecticians and combat sophistry, not by the sweeping denial of the possibility of transformation in general, but by concretely analyzing a given phenomenon in the circumstances that surround it and in its development. It is highly improbable that this imperialist war of 1914-16 will be transformed into a national war, because the class that represents progress is the proletariat, which, objectively, is striving to transform this war into civil war against the bourgeoisie, and also because the strength of both coalitions is almost equally balanced, while international finance capital has everywhere created a reactionary bourgeoisie. Nevertheless, it cannot be said that such a transformation is impossible, If the European proletariat were to remain impotent for another 20 years, if the present war were to end in victories similar to those achieved by Napoleon, in the subjugation of a number of virile national states, if imperialism outside of Europe, primarily American and Japanese, were to remain in power for another 20 years without a transition to socialism, say, as a result of a Japanese-American war, then a great national war in Europe would be possible. This means that Europe would be thrown back for several decades. This is improbable. But it is not impossible, for to picture world history as advancing smoothly and steadily without sometimes taking gigantic strides backward is undialectical, unscientific and theoretically wrong. Further, national wars waged by colonial and semi-colonial countries are not only possible but inevitable in the epoch of imperialism. The colonies and semi-colonies of China, Turkey, Persia have a population of nearly 1 billion, i.e., more than half the population of the earth. In these countries the movements for national liberation are either very strong already or are growing and maturing. Every war is a continuation of politics by other means. The national liberation politics of the colonies will inevitably be continued by national wars of the colonies against imperialism. Such wars may lead to an imperialist war between the present great imperialist powers, or they may not. That depends on many circumstances. For example, England and France were engaged in a 7 years' war for colonies, i.e., they waged an imperialist war which is as possible on the basis of slavery, or of primitive capitalism, as on the basis of highly developed modern capitalism. France was defeated and lost part of her colonies. Several years later the North American states started a war for national liberation against England alone. Out of enmity towards England, i.e., in conformity with their own imperialist interests, France and Spain, which still held parts of what are now the United States, concluded friendly treaties with the states that had risen against England. The French forces together with the American defeated the English. Here we have a war for national liberation in which imperialist rivalry is a contributory element of no great importance, which is the opposite of what we have in the War of 1914-16, in which the national element in the Austro-Serbian War is of no great importance compared with the all-determining imperialist rivalry. This shows how absurd it would be to employ the term imperialism in a stereotyped fashion by deducing from it that national wars are impossible. The war for national liberation waged, for example, by an alliance of Persia, India and China against certain imperialist powers is quite possible and probable, for it follows logically from the national liberation movements now going on in those countries. Whether such a war will be transformed into an imperialist war among the present imperialist powers will depend on a great many concrete circumstances, and it would be ridiculous to guarantee that these circumstances will arise. Thirdly, national wars must not be regarded as impossible in the epoch of imperialism, even in Europe. The epoch of imperialism made the present war an imperialist war. It inevitably engenders until the advent of socialism new imperialist war. It transformed the policies of the present great powers into thoroughly imperialist policies. But this epoch by no means precludes the possibility of national wars, waged, for example, by small, let us assume, annexed or nationally oppressed states against the imperialist powers, any more than it precludes the possibility of big national movements in Eastern Europe. With regard to Austria, for example, Junius shows sound judgment in taking into account not only the economic, but also the peculiar political situation, in noting Austria's inherent lack of vitality and admitting that the Habsburg monarchy is not a political organization of a bourgeois state, but only a loosely knit syndicate of several cliques of social parasites, that historically, the liquidation of Austria-Hungary is merely the continuation of the disintegration of Turkey and at the same time the demand of the historical process of development. The situation is no better in certain Balkan states and in Russia. And in the event of the great powers becoming extremely exhausted in the present war, or in the event of a victorious revolution in Russia, national wars, even victorious ones, are quite possible. On the one hand, intervention by the imperialist powers is not possible under all circumstances. On the other hand, when people argue haphazardly that a war waged by a small state against a giant state is hopeless, we must say that a hopeless war is war nevertheless, and, moreover, certain events within the giant states, for example, the beginning of a revolution, may transform a hopeless war into a very hopeful one. The fact that the postulate that there can be no more national wars is obviously fallacious in theory is not the only reason why we have dealt with this fallacy at length. It would be a very deplorable thing, of course, if the lefts began to be careless in their treatment of Marxian theory, considering that the Third International can be established only on the basis of Marxism, on vulgarized Marxism. But this fallacy is also very harmful in a practical political sense. It gives rise to the stupid propaganda for disarmament, as if no other war but reactionary wars are possible. It is the cause of the still more stupid and downright reactionary indifference towards national movements. Such indifference becomes chauvinism when members of great European nations, i.e., nations which oppress a mass of small and colonial peoples, declare with a learned air that there can be no more national wars. National wars against the imperialist powers are not only possible and probable, they are inevitable, they are progressive and revolutionary, although, of course, what is needed for their success is either the combined efforts of an enormous number of the inhabitants of the oppressed countries, hundreds of millions. In the example we have taken of India and China, or a particularly favorable combination of circumstances in the international situation, for example, when the intervention of the imperialist powers is paralyzed by exhaustion, by war, by their mutual antagonisms, etc., or a simultaneous uprising of the proletariat of one of the great powers against the bourgeoisie. This latter case stands first in order from the standpoint of what is desirable and advantageous for the victory of the proletariat. We must state, however, that it would be unfair to accuse Junius of being indifferent to national movements. When enumerating the sins of the Social Democratic Parliamentary Group, he does at least mention their silence in the matter of the execution of a native leader in the Cameroons for treason, evidently for an attempt at insurrection in connection with the war, and in another place he emphasizes for the special benefit of Messrs. Legion, Lynch and similar scoundrels who call themselves Social Democrats that colonial nations are also nations. He declares very definitely, socialism recognizes for every people the right to independence and freedom, the right to be masters of their own destiny. International socialism recognizes the right of free, independent, equal nations, but only socialism can create such nations, only socialism can establish the right of nations to self-determination. This slogan of socialism, justly observes the author, like all its other slogans, serves, not to justify the existing order of things, but as a guidepost, as a stimulus to the revolutionary, reconstructive, active policy of the proletariat. Page 77 to 78. Consequently, it would be a profound mistake to suppose that all the left German Social Democrats have stooped to the narrow-mindedness and distortion of Marxism advocated by certain Dutch and Polish Social Democrats, who repudiate self-determination of nations even under socialism. However, we shall deal with the special Dutch and Polish sources of this mistake elsewhere. Another fallacious argument advanced by Junius is in connection with the question of defense of the fatherland. This is a cardinal political question during an imperialist war. Junius has strengthened us in our conviction that our party has indicated the only correct approach to this question. The proletariat is opposed to defense of the fatherland in this imperialist war because of its predatory, slave-owning, reactionary character, because it is possible and necessary to oppose to it and to strive to convert it into civil war for socialism. Junius, however, while brilliantly exposing the imperialist character of the present war as distinct from a national war, falls into the very strange error of trying to drag the national program into the present non-national war. It sounds almost incredible, but it is true. The official Social Democrats, both of the Legion and of the Kautsky shade, in their servility to the bourgeoisie, who have been making the most noise about foreign invasion in order to deceive the masses of the people as to the imperialist character of the war, have been particularly assiduous in repeating this invasion argument. Kautsky, who now assures naive and credulous people incidentally, through the mouth of Spectator, a member of the Russian Organization Committee, that he joined the opposition at the end of 1914, continues to use this argument. To refute it, Junius quotes extremely instructive examples from history, which prove that invasion and class struggle are not contradictory in bourgeois history, as the official legend has it, but that one is the means and the expression of the other. For example, the Bourbons in France invoked foreign invaders against the Jacobins. The bourgeoisie in 1871 invoked foreign invaders against the Commune. In his Civil War in France, Marx wrote, The highest heroic effort of which old society is still capable is national war, and this is now proved to be a mere governmental humbug, intended to defer the struggle of the classes, and to be thrown aside as soon as that class struggle bursts out in civil war. The classical example for all times, says Junius, referring to 1793, is the Great French Revolution. From all this, he draws the following conclusion: century-old experience thus proves that it is not a state of siege, but heroic class struggle, which rouses the self-respect, the heroism and the moral strength of the masses of the people, and serves as the country's best protection and defense against the foreign enemy. Junius' practical conclusion is this: yes, it is the duty of the Social Democrats to defend their country during a great historical crisis. But the grave guilt that rests upon the Social Democratic Reichstag group lies precisely in that, in solemnly declaring, on August 4, 1914, that in the hour of danger we will not leave our fatherland unprotected, they at the same time belied those words. They did leave the fatherland unprotected in the hour of greatest peril. For their first duty to the fatherland in that hour was to show the fatherland what was really behind the present imperialist war, to tear down the web of patriotic and diplomatic lies with which this encroachment on the fatherland was enmeshed, to proclaim loudly and clearly that both victory and defeat in the present war are equally fatal for the German people, to resist to the last the throttling of the fatherland by declaring the state of siege, to proclaim the necessity of immediately arming the people and of allowing the people to decide the question of war and peace, resolutely, to demand a permanent session of the people's representatives for the whole duration of the war in order to guarantee vigilance central over the government by the people's representatives, and the control over the people's representatives by the people, to demand the immediate abolition of all restrictions on political rights. For only a free people can successfully defend its country, and, finally, to oppose the imperialist war program, which is to preserve Austria and Turkey, i.e., perpetuate reaction in Europe and in Germany, with the old, truly national program of the Patriots and Democrats of 1848, the program of Marx, Engels and Lassalle, the slogan of a united, great German Republic. This is the banner that should have been unfurled before the country, which would have been a truly national banner of liberation, which would have been in accord with the best traditions of Germany and with the international class policy of the proletariat. Hence, the grave dilemma: the interests of the fatherland or the international solidarity of the proletariat. The tragic conflict which prompted our parliamentarians with a heavy heart to side with the imperialist war, is purely imaginary, it is bourgeois nationalist fiction. On the contrary, there is complete harmony between the interests of the country and the class interests of the proletariat and international. Both in time of war and in time of peace, both war and peace demand the most energetic development of the class struggle, the most determined fight for the social democratic program. This is how Junius argues. The fallacy of his argument is strikingly evident, and since the masked and avowed lackeys of Tsarism, Messrs. Plekhanov and Chikenkelly, and perhaps even Messrs. Martov and Chkieds may gloatingly seize upon Junius' words, not for the purpose of establishing theoretical truth, but for the purpose of wriggling, of covering up their tracks and of throwing dust in the eyes of the workers, we must in greater detail elucidate the theoretical source of Junius' error. He proposes to oppose the imperialist war with a national program. He urges the advanced class to turn its face to the past and not to the future. In France, in Germany, and in the whole of Europe it was a bourgeois democratic revolution that, objectively, was on the order of the day in 1793 and 1848. Corresponding to this objective historical situation was the truly national, i.e., the national bourgeois program of the then existing democracy. In 1793 this program was carried out by the most revolutionary elements of the bourgeoisie and the plebeians, and in 1848 it was proclaimed by Marx in the name of the whole of progressive democracy. Objectively, the feudal and dynastic wars were then opposed with revolutionary democratic wars, with wars for national liberation. This was the content of the historical tasks of that epoch. At the present time the objective situation in the biggest advanced states of Europe is different. Progress, if we leave out the possibility of temporary steps backward, is possible only towards socialist society, only towards the socialist revolution. Objectively, the imperialist bourgeois war, the war of highly developed capitalism, can, from the standpoint of progress, from the standpoint of the progressive class, be opposed only with a war against the bourgeoisie, i.e., primarily civil war between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie for power, for unless such a war is waged serious progress is impossible, and after that only under certain special conditions a war to defend the socialist state against bourgeois stares is possible. That is why those Bolsheviks, fortunately, very few, and we quickly handed them over to the PRIZists who were ready to adapt the point of view of conditional defense, i.e., of defending the fatherland on the condition that there was a victorious revolution and the victory of a republic in Russia, were true to the letter of Bolshevism, but betrayed its spirit. 48 For being drawn into the imperialist war of the advanced European powers, Russia, even under a republican form of government, would also be waging an imperialist war. In saying that class struggle is the best means of defense against invasion, Junius applied Marxian dialectics only halfway, taking one step on the right road and immediately deviating from it. Mandarin dialectics called for a concrete analysis of each specific historical situation. That class struggle is the best means of defense against invasion is true both with regard to the bourgeoisie, which is overthrowing feudalism, and with regard to the proletariat, which is overthrowing the bourgeoisie. Precisely because it is true with regard to every form of class oppression, it is too general, and therefore, inadequate in the present specific case. Civil war against the bourgeoisie is also a form of class struggle, and only this form of class struggle would have saved Europe, the whole of Europe, not only one country, from the peril of invasion. The great German Republic, had it existed in 1914-16, would also have waged an imperialist war. Junius came very close to the correct solution of the problem and to the correct slogan, civil war against the bourgeoisie for socialism, but, as if afraid to speak the whole truth, he turned back to the fantasy of a national war in 1914, 1915 and 1916. Even if we examine the question from the purely practical and not theoretical angle, Junius' error remains no less clear. The whole of bourgeois society, all classes in Germany, including the peasantry, were in favor of war. In all probability the same was the case in Russia. At least a majority of the well-to-do and middle peasantry and a very considerable portion of the poor peasants were evidently under the spell of bourgeois imperialism. The bourgeoisie was armed to the teeth. Under such circumstances, to proclaim the program of a republic, a permanent parliament, election of officers by the people, the armed nation, etc., would have meant, in practice, proclaiming the revolution with a wrong revolutionary program. In the same breath, Junius quite rightly says that a revolution cannot be made. Revolution was on the order of the day in 1914-16, it was hidden in the depths of the war, was emerging out of the war. This should have been proclaimed in the name of the revolutionary class, and its program should have been fearlessly and fully announced. Socialism is impossible in time of war without civil war against the arch-reactionary, criminal bourgeoisie, which condemned the people to untold disaster. Systematic, consistent, practical measures should have been thought out, which could be carried out no matter what the rate of development of the revolutionary crisis might have been, and which would be in line with the maturing revolution. These measures are indicated in the resolution of our party: 1. Voting against war credits, 2. Violation of civil peace, 3. Creation of an illegal organization, 4. Fraternization among the soldiers, 5. Support to all the revolutionary actions of the masses. The success of all these steps inevitably leads to civil war. The promulgation of a great historical program was undoubtedly of tremendous significance, not the old national German program, which became obsolete in 1914-16, but the proletariat and international and socialist program. You, the bourgeoisie, are fighting for plunder. We, the workers of all the belligerent countries, declare war upon you for socialism. This is the sort of speech that should have been delivered in the parliaments on August 4, 1914, by socialists who had not betrayed the proletariat, as the Legions, Davids, Kautskys, Plekhanovs, Geds, Sembats, etc. betrayed it. Evidently Junius' error is due to mistakes in reasoning. There is no doubt that Junius is decidedly opposed to the imperialist war and is decidedly in favor of revolutionary tactics, and all Messrs. Plehanath's gloating over Junius' defensism cannot wipe out this fact. Possible and probable calumnies of this kind must be answered promptly and bluntly. But, firstly, Junius has not completely rid himself of the environment of the German Social Democrats, even the lefts, who are afraid of a split, who are afraid to follow revolutionary slogans to their logical conclusions. 1. This is a mistaken fear, and the left Social Democrats of Germany must and will rid themselves of it. They will do so in the course of the struggle against the social chauvinists. The fact is that they are fighting against their own social chauvinists resolutely, firmly and sincerely, and this is the tremendous, the fundamental difference in principle between them and Messrs. Martovs and Chkiewiczes, who, with one hand a Las Cabellas unfurl a banner bearing the greeting, to the Liebknechts of all countries, and with the other hand tenderly embrace Chancellor and Potresovy. Secondly, Junius apparently wanted to achieve something in the nature of the Menshevik theory of stages, of sad memory. He wanted to begin to carry out the revolutionary program from the end that is more suitable, more popular and more acceptable to the petty bourgeoisie. It is something like the plan to outwit history, to outwit the Philistines. He seems to say, surely, nobody would oppose a better way of defending the real fatherland. That real fatherland is the great German Republic, and the best defense is a militia, a permanent parliament, etc. Once it was accepted, that program would automatically lead to the next stage to the socialist revolution. Probably, it was reasoning of this kind that consciously or semi-consciously determined Junius' tactics. Needless to say, such reasoning is fallacious. Junius' pamphlet conjures up in our mind the picture of a lone man who has no comrades in an illegal organization accustomed to thinking out revolutionary slogans to their conclusion and systematically educating the masses in their spirit. But this shortcoming, it would be a grave error to forget, this is not Junius' personal failing, but the result of the weakness of all the German lefts, who have become entangled in the vile net of Trotskyist hypocrisy, pedantry and friendliness towards the opportunists. Junius' adherents have managed in spite of their isolation to begin the publication of illegal leaflets and to start the war against Trotskyism. They will succeed in going further along the right road. And Lenin. Footnotes. 1. We find the same error in Junius' arguments about which is better, victory or defeat. His conclusion is that both are equally bad: ruin, growth of armaments, etc. This is the point of view not of the revolutionary proletariat, but of the pacifist petty bourgeois. If we speak about the revolutionary intervention of the proletariat of this, both Junius and the thews of the international group speak, although unfortunately in too general terms, then we must raise the question from another point of view, namely, is revolutionary intervention possible without the risk of defeat? 2. Is it possible to scourge the bourgeoisie and the government of one's own country without taking that risk? 3. Have we not always asserted, and does not the historical experience of reactionary wars prove, that defeats help the cause of the revolutionary class? Collected Works Volume 22, Collected Works, Table of Contents, Lenin Works Archive. Vladimir Lenin. The discussion on self-determination summed up. Written, July 1916. First published, October 1916 in S.B. Ortnik. Social Democrat. No. 1 Source, Lenin's Collected Works. Progress Publishers, Moscow, Volume 22, 1964. Pages 3-0360. Translated, Murius Dobiko. The online version, Lenin Internet Archive. Marxists.org. March 2000. HTML markup / transcription, Charles Farrell and David Walters. Issue number 2 of Tile Herald Vorbote number 2, April 1916. The Marxist Journal of the Zimmerwald Left, published Theses for and Against the Self-Determination of Nations, signed by the editorial board of our central organ, Social Democrat, and by the editorial board of the organ of the Polish Social Democratic Opposition, Gazeta Robotnicza. Above the reader will find a reprint of the former day and a translation of the latter. This is practically the first time that the question has been presented so extensively in the international field. It was raised only in respect of Poland in the discussion carried on in the German Marxist journal Neue Zeit 20 years ago, 1895-96, before the London International Socialist Congress of 1896. By Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Kautsky and the Polish independence champions of the independence of Poland, the Polish Socialist Party, who represented 3 different views. See the rights of nations to self-determination. Since then, as far as we know, the question of self-determination has been discussed at all systematically only by the Dutch and the Poles. Let us hope that the Herald will succeed in promoting the discussion of this question, so urgent today, among the British, Americans, French, Germans and Italians. Official socialism, represented both by direct supporters of their own governments, the Plekhanovs, Davids and Company, and the undercover defenders of opportunism, the Kauskites among them Axelrod, Martov, Chkieds and others has told so many lies on this question that for a long time there will inevitably be efforts, on the one hand, to maintain silence and evade the issue, and, on the other, workers' demands for direct answers to these accursed questions. We shall try to keep our readers informed of the struggle between the trends among socialists abroad. This question is of specific importance to us Russian Social Democrats. The present discussion is a continuation of the one that took place in 1903 and 1913. 102. During the war this question has been the cause of some wavering in the thinking of party members. It has been made more acute by the trickery of such prominent leaders of the Zhivosdyovor chauvinist workers' party as Martov and Chkieds, in their efforts to evade the substance of the problem. It is essential, therefore, to sum up at least the initial results of the discussion that has been started in the international field. It will be seen from the theses that our Polish comrades provide us with a direct answer to some of our arguments, for example, on Marxism and Prudhonism. In most cases, however, they do not answer us directly but indirectly, by opposing their assertions to ours. Let us examine both their direct and indirect answers. 1. Socialism and the self-determination of nations. We have affirmed that it would be a betrayal of socialism to refuse to implement the self-determination of nations under socialism. We are told in reply that the right of self-determination is not applicable to a socialist society. The difference is a radical one. Where does it stem from? We know, runs our opponent's reasoning, that socialism will abolish every kind of national oppression since it abolishes the class interests that lead to it. What has this argument about the economic prerequisites for the abolition of national oppression, which are very well known and undisputed, to do with a discussion of one of the forms of political oppression, namely, the forcible retention of one nation within the state frontiers of another? This is nothing but an attempt to evade political questions. And subsequent arguments further convince us that our judgment is right. We have no reason to believe that in a socialist society, the nation will exist as an economic and political unit. It will in all probability assume the character of a cultural and linguistic unit only, because the territorial division of a socialist cultural zone, if practiced at all, can be made only according to the needs of production and, furthermore, the question of such a division will naturally not be decided by individual nations alone and in possession of full sovereignty as is required by the right to self-determination but will be determined jointly by all the citizens concerned. Our Polish comrades like this last argument, on joint determination instead of self-determination, so much that they repeat it 3 times in their theses. Frequency of repetition, however, does not turn this Octoberist and reactionary argument into a social democratic argument. All reactionaries and bourgeois grant to nations forcibly retained within the frontiers of a given state the right to determine jointly their fate in a common parliament. Wilhelm II also gives the Belgians the right to determine jointly the fate of the German Empire in a common German parliament. Our opponents try to evade precisely the point at issue. The only one that is up for discussion, the right to secede. This would be funny if it were not so tragic. Our very first thesis said that the liberation of oppressed nations implies a dual transformation in the political sphere, one the full equality of nations. This is not disputed and applies only to what takes place within the state, to freedom of political separation. B. This refers to the demarcation of state frontiers. This only is disputed. But it is precisely this that our opponents remain silent about. They do not want to think either about state frontiers or even about the stabs as such. This is a sort of imperialist economism like the old economism of 1894 to 1902, which argued in this way: capitalism is victorious, therefore political questions are a waste of time. Imperialism is victorious, therefore political questions are a waste of time. Such an apolitical theory is extremely harmful to Marxism. In his critique of the Gotha program, Marx wrote, "Between capitalist and communist society lies a period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. There corresponds to this also a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat." 103. Up to now this truth has been indisputable for socialists, and it includes the recognition of the fact that the state will exist until victorious socialism develops into full communism. Engels's dictum about the withering away of the state is well known. We deliberately stressed, in the first thesis, that democracy is a form of state that will also wither away when tile state withers away. And until our opponents replace Marxism by some sort of non-state viewpoint, their arguments will constitute one big mistake. Instead of speaking about the state, which means about the demarcation of its frontiers, they speak of a socialist cultural zone, i.e., they deliberately choose an expression that is indefinite in the sense that all state questions are alliterated. Thus we get a ridiculous tautology. If there is no state, there can, of course, be no question of frontiers. In that case, the whole democratic political program is unnecessary. Nor will there be any republic when the state withers away. The German chauvinist Lensch, in the articles we mentioned in Thesis 5 footnote, quoted an interesting passage from Engels's article The Po and the Rhine. Amongst other things, Engels says in this article that in the course of historical development, which swallowed up a number of small and non-viable nations, the frontiers of great and viable European nations were being increasingly determined by the language and sympathies of the population. Engels calls these frontiers natural. 100 For such was the case in the period of progressive capitalism in Europe, roughly from 1848 to 1871. Today, these democratically determined frontiers are more and more often being broken down by reactionary, imperialist capitalism. There is every sign that imperialism will leave its successor, socialism, a heritage of less democratic frontiers. The number of annexations in Europe and ill other parts of the world. Is it to be supposed that victorious socialism, restoring and implementing full democracy all along the line, will refrain from democratically demarcating state frontiers and ignore the sympathies of the population? Those questions need only be stated to make it quite clear that our Polish colleagues are sliding down from Marxism towards imperialist economism. The old economists, who made a caricature of Marxism, told the workers that only the economic was of importance to Marxists. The new economists seem to think either that the democratic state of victorious socialism will exist without frontiers like a complex of sensations without matter, or that frontiers will be delineated only in accordance with the needs of production. In actual fact, its frontiers will be delineated democratically, i.e., in accordance with the will and sympathies of the population. Capitalism rides roughshod over these sympathies, adding more obstacles to the rapprochement of nations. Socialism, by organizing production without class oppression, by ensuring the well-being of all members of the state, gives full play to the sympathies of the population, thereby promoting and greatly accelerating the drawing together and fusion of the nations. To give the reader a rest from the heavy and clumsy economism, let us quote the reasoning of a socialist writer who is outside our dispute. That writer is Otto Bauer, who also has his own pet little point, cultural and national autonomy, who argues quite correctly on a large number of most important questions. For example, in chapter 29 of his book The National Question and Social Democracy, he was doubly right in noting the use of national ideology to cover up imperialist policies. In chapter 30, Socialism and the Principle of Nationality, he says, the socialist community will never be able to include whole nations within its makeup by the use of force. Imagine the masses of the people, enjoying the blessings of national culture, taking a full and active part in legislation and government, and, finally, supplied with arms. Would it be possible to subordinate such a nation to the rule of an alien social organism by force? All state power rests on the force of arms. The present-day People's Army, thanks to an ingenious mechanism, still constitutes a tool in the hands of a definite person, family or class, exactly like the knightly and mercenary armies of the past. The army of the democratic community of a socialist society is nothing but the people armed, since it consists of highly cultured persons, working without compulsion in socialized workshops and taking full part in all spheres of political life. In such conditions any possibility of alien rule disappears. This is true. It is impossible to abolish national or any other political oppression under capitalism, since this requires the abolition of classes, i.e., the introduction of socialism. But while being based on economics, socialism cannot be reduced to economics alone. The foundation socialist production is essential for the abolition of national oppression, but this foundation must also carry a democratically organized state, a democratic army, etc. By transforming capitalism into socialism, the proletariat creates the possibility of abolishing national oppression. The possibility becomes reality only! With the establishment of full democracy in all spheres, including the delineation of state frontiers in accordance with the sympathies of the population, including complete freedom to secede. And this, in turn, will serve as a basis for developing the practical elimination of even the slightest national friction and the least national mistrust, for an accelerated drawing together and fusion of nations that will be completed when the state withers away. This is the Marxist theory, the theory from which our Polish colleagues have mistakenly departed. Is democracy practicable under imperialism? The old polemic conducted by Polish Social Democrats against the self-determination of nations is based entirely on the argument that it is impracticable under capitalism. As long ago as 1903 the Iskra supporters, laughed at this argument in the Program Commission of the Second Congress of the R.S.D:'L.P. and said that it weighed repetition of the distortion of Marxism preached by the late lamented economist. In our theses we dealt with this error in particular detail, and it is precisely on this point, which contains the theoretical kernel of the whole dispute, that the Polish comrades did not wish to or could not answer any of our arguments. To prove the economic impossibility of self-determination would require an economic analysis such as that used to prove the impracticability of prohibiting machines or introducing labor money, etc. No one has even attempted to make such an analysis. No one will maintain that it has been possible to introduce labor money under capitalism by way of exception in even one country, in the way it was possible for one small country to realize this impracticable self-determination, even without war or revolution, by way of exception in the era of the most rabid imperialism, Norway, 1905. In general, political democracy is merely one of the possible forms of superstructure above capitalism, although it is theoretically the normal one for pure capitalism. The facts show that both capitalism and imperialism develop within the framework of any political form and subordinate them all. It is, therefore, a basic theoretical error to speak of the impracticability of one of the forms and of one of the demands of democracy. The absence of an answer to these arguments from our Polish colleagues compels us to consider the discussion closed on this point. To make it graphic, so to say, we made the very concrete assertion that it would be ridiculous to deny the practicability of the restoration of Poland today, making it dependent on the strategic and other aspects of the present war. No reply was forthcoming. The Polish comrades simply repeated an obviously incorrect assertion once saying that in questions of the annexation of foreign territories, forms of political democracy are pushed aside, sheer force is decisive. Capital will never allow the people to decide the question of their state frontiers. As though capital could allow the people to select its civil servants, the servants of imperialism. Or as though weighty decisions on important democratic questions, such as the establishment of a republic in place of a monarchy, or a militia in place of a regular army, were, in general, conceivable without sheer force. Subjectively, the Polish comrades want to make Marxism more profound, but they are doing it altogether unsuccessfully. Objectively, their phrase is about impracticability opportunism, because their tacit assumption is, this is impracticable without a series of revolutions, in the same way as democracy as a whole, all its demands taken together, is impracticable under imperialism. Once only, at the very end of SII 1, in the discussion on Alsace, our Polish colleagues abandoned the position of imperialist economism and approached the question of one of the forms of democracy with a concrete answer and not with general references to the economic. And it was precisely this approach that was wrong. It would, they wrote, he particularist, undemocratic if some Hungarians, without asking the French, were to impose on them union with Alsace, although part of Alsace was German-oriented and this threatened war. The confusion is amusing. Self-determination presumes this is in itself clear, and we have given it special emphasis in our theses. Freedom to separate from the oppressor state, but the fact that union with a state presumes the consent of that state is something that is not customarily mentioned in polities ally more than the consent of a capitalist to receive profit or of a worker to receive wages is mentioned in economics. It is ridiculous even to speak of such a thing. If one wants to be a Marxist politician, one should, in speaking of Alsace, attack the German socialist scoundrels for not fighting for Alsace's freedom to succeed and attack the French socialist scoundrels for making their peace with the French bourgeoisie who want to annex the whole of Alsace by force and both of them for serving the imperialism of their own country and for fearing a separate state, even if only a little one little thing is to show how the socialists who recognize self-determination would solve the problem in a few weeks without going against the will of the Alsatians. To argue, instead, about the horrible danger of the French Alsatians forcing themselves on France is a real pearl. 3. What is annexation? We raised this question in a most definite manner in our theses section 7. The Polish comrades did not reply to it, they evaded it, insisting that they are against annexations and explaining why they are against them. It is true that these are very important questions, but they are questions of another kind. If we want our principles to be theoretically sound at all, if we want them to be clearly and precisely formulated, we cannot evade the question of what an annexation is. Since this concept is used in our political propaganda and agitation, the evasion of the question in a discussion between colleagues cannot be interpreted as anything but desertion of one's position. Why have we raised this question? We explained this when we raised it. It is because a protest against annexations is nothing but recognition of the right to self-determination. The concept of annexation usually includes 1. The concept of force joining by means of force, 2. The concept of oppression by another nation, the joining of alien regions, etc. and, sometimes 3. The concept of violation of the status quo. We pointed this out in the theses and this did not meet with any criticism. Can social democrats be against the use of force in general? It may be asked. Obviously not. This means that we are against annexations not because they constitute force, but for some other reason. Nor can the social democrats be for the status quo. However you may twist and turn, annexation is violation of the self-determination of a nation. It is the establishment of state frontiers contrary to the will of the population. To be against annexations means to be in favor of the right to self-determination. To be against the forcible retention of any nation within the frontiers of a given state. We deliberately employed this slightly changed formulation of the same idea in section 4 of our theses, and the Polish comrades answered us with complete clarity at the beginning of their essay, for that they are against the forcible retention of oppressed nations within the frontiers of the annexing state is the same as being in favor of the self-determination of nations. We do not want to haggle over words. If there is a party that says in its program or in a resolution binding on all, the form does not matter, that it is against annexations. See, against the forcible retention of oppressed nations within tile frontiers of its state, we declare our complete agreement in principle with that party. It would be absurd to insist on the word self-determination. And if there are people in our party who want to change words in this spirit, who want to amend Clause 9 of our party program, we should consider our differences with such comrades to be anything but a matter of principle. The only thing that matter is political clarity and theoretical soundness of our slogans. In verbal discussions on this question, the importance of which nobody will deny, especially now, in view of the war, we have met the following argument: we have not come across it in the press. A protest against a known evil does not necessarily mean recognition of a positive concept that precludes the evil. This is obviously an unfounded argument and, apparently, as such has not been reproduced in the press. If a socialist party declares that it is against the forcible retention of an oppressed nation within the frontiers of the annexing state, it is thereby committed to renounce retention by force when it comes to power. We do not for one moment doubt that if Hindenburg were to accomplish the semi conquest of Russia tomorrow, and this semi conquest were to be expressed by the appearance of a now Polish state in connection with the desire of Britain and France to weaken Tsarism somewhat, something that is quite practicable from the standpoint of the economic laws of capitalism and imperialism, and if, the day after tomorrow, the socialist revolution were to be victorious in Petrograd, Berlin and Warsaw, the Polish socialist government, like the Russian and German socialist governments, would renounce forcible retention of, say, the Ukrainians within the frontiers of the Polish state. If there were members of the Gazeta Robotniczej editorial board in that government, they would no doubt sacrifice their theses, thereby disproving the theory that the right of self-determination is not applicable to a socialist society. If we thought otherwise, we should not put a comradely discussion with the Polish Social Democrats on the agenda, but would rather conduct a ruthless struggle against them as chauvinists. Suppose I were to go out into the streets of any European city and make a public protest which I then published in the press. against my not being permitted to purchase a man as a slave. There is no doubt that people would have the right to regard me as a slave owner, a champion of the principle, or system, if you like, of slavery. No one would be fooled by the fact that my sympathies with slavery were expressed in the negative form of a protest and not in a positive form. I am for slavery. A political protest is quite the equivalent of a political program. This is so obvious that one feels rather awkward at having to explain it. In any case, we are firmly convinced that on the part of the Zimmerwald left, at any rate, we do not speak of the Zimmerwald group as a whole, since it contains Marto and other Kotskites. We shall not meet with any protest if we say that in the Third International there will be no place for people capable of separating a political protest from a political program, of counterpoising the one to the other, etc. Not wishing to haggle over words, we take the liberty of expressing the sincere hope that the Polish Social Democrats will try soon to formulate, officially, their proposal to delete Clause 9 from our party program, which is also theirs and also from the program of the International. The resolution of the 1896 London Congress, as well as their own definition of the relevant political concepts of old and new annexations and of the forcible retention of an oppressed nation within the frontiers of the annexing state. Let us now turn to the next question. For or against annexations. In F3 of Part 1 of their theses, the Polish comrades declare very definitely that they are against any kind of annexation. Unfortunately, in F4 of the same part we find an assertion that must be considered annexationist. It opens with the following, how can it be put more delicately? The following strange phrase: the starting point of social democracy's struggle against annexations, against the forcible retention of oppressed nations within the frontiers of the annexing state, is renunciation of any defense of the fatherland. The author's italics, which, in the era of imperialism, is defense of the rights of one's own bourgeoisie to oppress and plunder foreign peoples. What's this? How is it put? The starting point of the struggle against annexations is renunciation of any defense of the fatherland. But allied national war and any national revolt can be called defense of the fatherland and, until now, has been generally recognized as such. We are against annotations, but we mean by this that we are against the annexed waging the war for their liberation from those who have annexed them, that we are against the annexed revolting to liberate themselves from those who have annexed them. Isn't that an annexationist declaration? The authors of the theses motivate their strange assertion by saying that in the era of imperialism, defense of the fatherland amounts to defense of the right of one's own bourgeoisie to oppress foreign peoples. This, however, is true only in respect of all imperialist war, i.e., in respect of the war between imperialist powers or groups of powers, when both belligerents not only oppress foreign peoples but are fighting the war to decide who shall have a greater share in oppressing foreign peoples. The authors seem to present the question of defense of the fatherland very differently from the way it is presented by our party. We renounce defense of the fatherland in an imperialist war. This is said as clearly as it can be in the manifesto of our party's Central Committee and in the burnt resolutions 3D reprinted in the pamphlet Socialism and War, which has been published both in German and French. We stressed this twice in our theses footnotes to sections 4 and 6. The authors of the Polish theses seem to renounce defense of the fatherland in general, i.e., for a national war as well, believing, perhaps, that in the era of imperialism national wars are impossible. We say perhaps because the Polish comrades have not expressed this view in their theses. Such a view is clearly expressed in the theses of the German International Group and in the Junius pamphlet, which is dealt with in a special article. 4. In addition to what is said there, let us note that the national revolt of an annexed region or country against the annexing country may be called precisely a revolt and not a war. We have heard this objection made and, therefore, cite it here, although we do not think this terminological dispute a serious one. In any case, hardly anybody would risk denying that annexed Belgium, Serbia, Galicia and Armenia would call their revolt against those who annexed them defense of the fatherland and would do so in all justice. It looks as if the Polish comrades are against this type of revolt on the grounds that there is also a bourgeoisie in these annexed countries which also oppresses foreign peoples, or, more exactly, could oppress them, since the question is one of the right to oppress. Consequently, The given war or revolt is not assessed on the strength of its real social content, the struggle of an oppressed nation for its liberation from the oppressor nation, but the possible exercise of the right to oppress by a bourgeoisie which is at present itself oppressed. If Belgium, let us say, is annexed by Germany in 1917, and in 1918 revolts to secure her liberation, the Polish comrades will be against her revolt on the grounds that the Belgian bourgeoisie possess the right to oppress foreign peoples. There is nothing Marxist or even revolutionary in this argument. If we do not want to betray socialism, we must support every revolt against our chief enemy, the bourgeoisie of the big states, provided it is not the revolt of the reactionary class. By refusing to support the revolt of annexed regions, we become, objectively, annexationists. It is precisely in the era of imperialism, which is the era of nascent social revolution, that the proletariat will today give especially vigorous support to any revolt of the annexed regions, so that tomorrow, or simultaneously, it may attack the bourgeoisie of the great power that is weakened by the revolt. The Polish comrades, however, go further in their annexationism. They are not only against any revolt by the annexed regions, they are against any restoration of their independence, even the peaceful one. Listen to this: social democracy, rejecting all responsibility for the consequences of the policy of oppression pursued by imperialism, and conducting the sharpest struggle against them, does not by any means favor the erection of new frontier posts in Europe or the re-erection of those swept away by imperialism. The authors. Italics. Today imperialism has swept away the frontier posts between Germany and Belgium and between Russia and Galicia. International social democracy, if you please, ought to be against their re-erection in general, whatever the means. In 1905, in the era of imperialism, when Norway's autonomous Diet proclaimed her secession from Sweden, and Sweden's war against Norway, as preached by the Swedish reactionaries, did not take place, what with the resistance of the Swedish workers and tile international imperialist situation, social democracy ought to have been against Norway's secession, since it undoubtedly meant the erection of now frontier posts in Europe. This is downright annexationism. There is no need to refute it because it refutes itself. No socialist party would risk taking this stand. We oppose annexations in general, but we sanction annexations for Europe or tolerate them once they have been made. We need deal only with the theoretical sources of the error that has led our Polish comrades to such a patent impossibility. We shall say further on why there is no reason to make exceptions for Europe. The following two phrases from the theses will explain the other sources of the error. Wherever the wheel of imperialism has rolled over and crushed an already formed capitalist state, the political and economic concentration of the capitalist world, paving the way for socialism, takes place in the brutal form of imperialist oppression. This justification of annexations is not Marxism but Struvism. Russian social democrats who remember the 1890s in Russia have a good knowledge of this manner of distorting Marxism, which is common to Struve, Kuno, Legian and Co. In another of the theses II-3 of the Polish comrades we read the following, specifically about the German Struvists, the so-called social imperialists. The slogan of self-determination provides the social imperialists with an opportunity, by demonstrating the illusory nature of that slogan, to represent our struggle against national oppression as historically unfounded sentimentality, thereby undermining the faith of the proletariat in the scientific validity of the social democratic program. This means that the authors consider the position of the German Struvists scientific. Our congratulations. One trifle, however, brings down this amazing argument which threatens to show that the Lensches, Kunos and Pardusas are right in comparison to us. It is that the Lensches are consistent people in their own way, and in issue number 8-9 of the chauvinist German Glocke we deliberately quoted it in our theses. Lensch demonstrates simultaneously both the scientific invalidity of the self-determination slogan. The Polish Social Democrats apparently believe that this argument of Lensch's is irrefutable, as can be seen from their arguments in the theses we have quoted, and the scientific invalidity of the slogan against annexations. For Lensch had an excellent understanding of that simple truth which we pointed out to those Polish colleagues who showed no desire to reply to our statement. There is no difference, either political or economic or even logical, between the recognition of self-determination and the protest against annexations. If the Polish comrades regard the arguments of the Lensches against self-determination to be irrefutable, there is one fact that has to be accepted: the Lensches also use all these arguments to oppose the struggle against annexations. The theoretical error that underlies all the arguments of our Polish colleagues has led them to the point of becoming inconsistent annexationists. 5. Why are Social Democrats against annexations? In our view, the answer is obvious: because annexation violates the self-determination of nations, or, in other words, is a form of national oppression. In the view of the Polish Social Democrats, there have to be special explanations of why we are against annexations, and it is these three antitheses that inevitably enmesh the authors in a further series of contradictions. They produce two reasons to justify our opposition to annexations: the scientifically valid arguments of the Lenists notwithstanding. First, to the assertion that annexations in Europe are essential for the military security of a victorious imperialist state, the Social Democrats counterpose the fact that annexations only serve to sharpen antagonisms, thereby increasing the danger of war. This is an inadequate reply to the Lenists because their chief argument is not that annexations are a military necessity but that they are economically progressive and under imperialism mean concentration. Where is the logic if the Polish Social Democrats in the same breath recognize the progressive nature of such a concentration, refusing to re-erect frontier posts in Europe that have been swept away by imperialism, and protest against annexations? Furthermore, the danger of what wars is increased by annexations. Not imperialist wars, because they have other causes. The chief antagonisms in the present imperialist war are undoubtedly those between Germany and Britain, and between Germany and Russia. These antagonisms have nothing to do with annexations. It is the danger of national wars and national revolts that is increased. But how can one declare national wars to be impossible in the era of imperialism on the one hand, and then speak of the danger of national wars on the other? This is not logical. The second argument: annexations create a gulf between the proletariat of the ruling nation and that of the oppressed nation. The proletariat of the oppressed nation would unite with its bourgeoisie and regard the proletariat of the ruling nation as its enemy. Instead of the proletariat waging an international class struggle against the international bourgeoisie, it would be split and ideologically corrupted. We fully agree with these arguments. But is it logical to put forward simultaneously two arguments on the same question which cancel each other out? In F3 of the first part of the theses we find the above arguments that regard annexations as causing the split in the proletariat, and next to it, in F4, we are told that we must oppose the annulment of annexations already effected in Europe and favor the education of tired working masses of the oppressed and the oppressor nations in a spirit of solidarity in struggle. If the annulment of annexations is reactionary sentimentality, annexations must not be said to create a gulf between sections of the proletariat and cause a split, but should, on the contrary, be regarded as a condition for the bringing together of the proletariat of different nations. We say, in order that we may have the strength to accomplish the socialist revolution and overthrow the bourgeoisie, the workers must unite more closely, and this close union is promoted by the struggle for self-determination, i.e., the struggle against annexations. We are consistent. But the Polish comrades who say that European annexations are non-annullable and national wars impossible defeat themselves by contending against annexations with the use of arguments about national wars. These arguments are to the effect that annexations hamper the drawing together and fusion of workers of different nations. In other words, the Polish Social Democrats, in order to contend against annexations, have to draw for arguments on the theoretical stock they themselves reject in principle. The question of colonies makes this even more obvious. 6. Is it right to contrast Europe with the colonies in the present question? Our theses say that the demand for the immediate liberation of the colonies is as impracticable, that is, it cannot be effected without a number of revolutions and is not stable without socialism under capitalism, as the self-determination of nations, the election of civil servants by the people, the democratic republic, and so on, and, furthermore, that the demand for the liberation of the colonies is nothing more than the recognition of the right of nations to self-determination. The Polish comrades have not answered a single one of these arguments. They have tried to differentiate between Europe and the colonies. For Europe alone they become inconsistent annexationists by refusing to annul any annexations once these have been made. As for the colonies, they demand unconditionally, get out of the colonies. Russian socialists must put forward the demand, get out of Turkestan, Khiva, Bokhara, etc. It is alleged, They would be guilty of utopianism, unscientific sentimentality and so on if they demanded a similar freedom of secession for Poland, Finland, the Ukraine, etc. British socialists must demand, get out of Africa, India, Australia but not out of Ireland. What are the theoretical grounds for a distinction that is so patently false? This question cannot be evaded. The chief ground of those opposed to self-determination is its impracticability. The same idea, with a nuance, is expressed in the reference to economic and political concentration. Obviously, concentration also comes about with the annexation of colonies. There was formerly an economic distinction between the colonies and the European peoples, at least, the majority of the latter, the colonies having been drawn into commodity exchange but not into capitalist production. Imperialism changed this. Imperialism is, among other things, the export of capital. Capitalist production is being transplanted to the colonies at an ever-increasing rate. They cannot be extricated from dependence on European finance capital. From the military standpoint as well as from the standpoint of expansion, tile separation of tile colonies is practicable, as a general rule, only under socialism. Under capitalism it is practicable only by way of exception or at the cost of a series of revolts and revolutions both in the colonies and the metropolitan countries. The greater part of the dependent nations in Europe are capitalistically more developed than the colonies, though not all, the exceptions being the Albanians and many non-Russian peoples in Russia, but it is just this that generates greater resistance to national oppression and annexations. Precisely because of this, the development of capitalism is more secure in Europe under any political conditions, including those of separation, than in the colonies. There, the Polish comrades say about the colonies for capitalism is still confronted with the task of developing tile productive forces independently. This is even more noticeable in Europe. Capitalism is undoubtedly developing the productive forces more vigorously, rapidly and independently in Poland, Finland, the Ukraine and Alsace than in India, Turkestan, Egypt and other straightforward colonies. In a commodity-producing society, no independent development, or development of any sort whatsoever, is possible without capital. In Europe the dependent nations have both their own capital and easy access to it on a wide range of terms. The colonies have no capital of their own, or none to speak of, and under finance capital no colony can obtain any except on terms of political submission. What then, in face of all this, is the significance of the demand to liberate the colonies immediately and unconditionally? Is it not clear that it is more utopian in the vulgar, caricature Marxist sense of the word, utopian in the sense in which it is used by the Struves, Lenches, cool-nosed, with tile Polish comrades unfortunately following in their footsteps? Any deviation from the ordinary, the commonplace, as well as everything that is revolutionary, is here labeled utopianism. But revolutionary movements of all kinds, including national movements, are more possible, more practicable, more stubborn, more conscious and more difficult to defeat in Europe than they are in the colonies. Socialism, say the Polish comrades will be able to give the underdeveloped peoples of tile colonies unselfish, cultural aid without ruling over them. This is perfectly true. But what grounds are there for supposing that a great nation, a great state that goes over to socialism, will not be able to attract a small, oppressed European nation by means of unselfish cultural aid? It is the freedom to succeed granted to the colonies by the Polish Social Democrats that will attract the small but cultured and politically exacting oppressed nations of Europe to union with great socialist states, because under socialism a great state will mean so many hours less work a day and so much more pay a day. The masses of working people, as they liberate themselves from the bourgeois yoke, will gravitate irresistibly towards union and integration with the great advanced socialist nations for the sake of that cultural aid, provided yesterday's oppressors do not infringe on the long oppressed nations' highly developed democratic feeling of self-respect, and provided they are granted equality in everything, including state construction, that of experience in organizing their own state. Under capitalism this experience means war, isolation, seclusion, and the narrow egoism of the small privileged nations Holland, Switzerland. Under socialism the working people themselves will nowhere consent to seclusion merely for the above-mentioned purely economic motives, while the variety of political forms, freedom to secede, and experience in state organization there will be all this until the state in all its forms withers away will be the basis of aid. prosperous cultured life and an earnest that the nations will draw closer together and integrate at an ever faster pace. By setting the colonies aside and contrasting them to Europe, the Polish comrades step into a contradiction which immediately brings down the whole of their fallacious argument. 7. Marxism or Prudhonism. By way of an exception, our Polish comrades vary our reference to Marx's attitude towards the separation of Ireland directly and not indirectly. What is their objection? References to Marx's position from 1848 to 1871, they say, are not of the slightest value. The argument advanced in support of this unusually irate and peremptory assertion is that at one and the same time Marx opposed the strivings for independence of the Czechs, South Slavs, etc. 105. The argument is so very irate because it is so very unsound. According to the Polish Marxists, Marx was simply a muddlehead who in one breath said contradictory things. This is altogether untrue, and it is certainly not Marxism. It is precisely the demand for concrete analysis, which our Polish comrades insist on, but do not themselves supply, that makes it necessary for us to investigate whether Marx's different attitudes towards different concrete national movements did not spring from one and the same socialist outlook. Marx is known to have favored Polish independence in the interests of European democracy in its struggle against the power and influence, or, it might be said, against the omnipotence and predominating reactionary influence of Tsarism. That this attitude was correct was most clearly and practically demonstrated in 1849, when the Russian Serf army crushed the National Liberation and Revolutionary Democratic Rebellion in Hungary. From that time until Mann's death, and even later, until 1890, when there was a danger that Tsarism, allied with France, would wage a reactionary war against a non-imperialist and nationally independent Germany, Engels stood first and foremost for a struggle against Tsarism. It was for this reason, and exclusively for this reason, that Marx and Engels were opposed to the national movement of the Czechs wrote South Slavs. A simple reference to what Marx and Engels wrote in 1848 and 1841 will prove to anyone who is interested in Marxism in real earnest and not merely for the purpose of brushing Marxism aside, that Marx and Engels at that time drew a clear and definite distinction between whole reactionary nations serving as Russian outposts in Europe, and revolutionary nations, namely, the Germans, Poles and Magyars. This is a fact, and it was indicated at the time with incontrovertible truth. In 1848 revolutionary nations fought for liberty, whose principal enemy was Tsarism, whereas the Czechs, etc., were in fact reactionary nations, and outposts of Tsarism. What is the lesson to be drawn from this concrete example, which must be analyzed concretely if there is any desire to be true to Marxism? Only this, one, that the interests of the liberation of a number of big and very big nations in Europe rate higher than the interests of the movement for liberation of small nations. 2. That the demand for democracy must not be considered in isolation but on a European, today we should say a world scale. That is all there is to it. There is no hint of any repudiation of that elementary socialist principle which the Poles forget but to which Marx was always faithful, that no nation can be free if it oppresses other nations. If the concrete situation which confronted Marx when Tsarism dominated international politics were to repeat itself, for instance, in the form of a few nations starting the socialist revolution as a bourgeois democratic revolution was started in Europe in 1848 and other nations serving as the chief bulwarks of bourgeois reaction, then me too would have to be in favor of a revolutionary war against the latter, in favor of crushing them, in favor of destroying all their outposts, no matter what small nation movements arose in them. Consequently, instead of rejecting any examples of Marx's tactics, this would mean professing Marxism while abandoning it in practice. We must analyze them concretely and draw invaluable lessons for the future. The several demands of democracy, including self-determination, are not an absolute, but only a small part of the general democratic, now general socialist world movement. In individual concrete casts, the part may contradict the whole. If so, it must be rejected. It is possible that the Republican movement in one country may be merely an instrument of the clerical or financial monarchist intrigues of other countries. If so, we must not support this particular, concrete movement, but it would be ridiculous to delete the demand for a republic from the program of international social democracy on these grounds. In what way has the concrete situation changed between the periods of 1848 to 71 and 1898 to 1916? I take the most important landmarks of imperialism as a period, from the Spanish-American Imperialist War to the European Imperialist War. Tsarism has manifestly and indisputably ceased to be the chief mainstay of reaction, first, because it is supported by international finance capital, particularly French, and, secondly, because of 1905. At that time the system of big national states, the democracies of Europe, was bringing democracy and socialism to tile the world in spite of Tsarism. E. Marx and Engels did not live to see the period of imperialism. The system now is a handful of imperialist great powers, 5 or 6 in number, each oppressing other nations, and this oppression is a source for artificially retarding the collapse of capitalism, and artificially supporting opportunism and social chauvinism in the imperialist nations which dominate the world. At that time, West European democracy, liberating the big nations, was opposed to Tsarism, which used certain small nation movements for reactionary ends. Today, the socialist proletariat, split into chauvinists, social imperialists on the one hand, and revolutionaries, on the ether, is confronted by an balance of Tsarist imperialism and advanced capitalist, European, imperialism, which is based on their common oppression of a number of nations. Such are the concrete changes that have taken place in the situation, and it is just these that the Polish Social Democrats ignore, in spite of their promise to hit concrete. Hence the concrete change in the application of the same socialist principles. Formerly the main thing was to fight against Tsarism and against certain small nation movements that it was using for undemocratic ends, and for the greater revolutionary peoples of the West, the main thing today is to stand against the united, aligned front of the imperialist powers, the imperialist bourgeoisie and the social imperialists, and for the utilization of all national movements against imperialism for the purposes of the socialist revolution. The more purely proletarian the struggle against the general imperialist front now is, the more vital, obviously, is the internationalist principle. No nation can be free if it oppresses other nations. In the name of their doctrinaire concept of social revolution, the Prudentists ignored the international role of Poland and brushed aside the national movements. Equally doctrinaire is the attitude of the Polish Social Democrats, who break up the international front of struggle against the social imperialists, and objectively help the latter by their vacillations on the question of annexations. For it is precisely the international front of proletarian struggle that has changed in relation to the concrete position of the small nations. At that time, 1848 to 71, the small nations were important as the potential allies either of Western democracy and the revolutionary nations, or of Tsarism. Now 1898 to 1914, that is no longer so. Today they are important as one of the nutritive media of the parasitism and, consequently, the social imperialism of the dominant nations. The important thing is not whether 1/50th or 100th of the small nations are liberated before the socialist revolution, but the fact that in the epoch of imperialism, owing to objective causes, the proletariat has been split into 2 international camps, one of which has been corrupted by the crumbs that fall from the table of the dominant nation bourgeoisie and, among other things, from the double or triple exploitation of small nations, while the other cannot liberate itself without liberating the small nations, without educating the masses in an anti-chauvinist, i.e., anti-annexationist, i.e., self-determinationist spirit. This, the most important aspect of the question, is ignored by our Polish comrades, who do not view things from the key position in the epoch of imperialism, the standpoint of the division of the international proletariat into 2 camps. Here are some other concrete examples of their Prudentianism. 1. Their attitude to the Irish Rebellion of 1916, of which later. 2. The declaration in the Theses 11:3 and of S3 that the slogan of socialist revolution must not be overshadowed by anything. The idea that the slogan of socialist revolution can be overshadowed by linking it up with a consistently revolutionary position on all questions, including the national question, is certainly profoundly anti-Marxist. The Polish Social Democrats consider our program national reformist. Compare these 2 practical proposals, 1 for autonomy Polish theses, III, for and 2 for freedom to secede. It is in this, and in this alone, that our programs differ. And is it not clear that it is precisely the first program that is reformist and not the second? The reformist change is one which leaves intact the foundations of the power of the ruling class and is merely a concession leaving its power unimpaired. The revolutionary change undermines the foundations of power. The reformist national program does not abolish all the privileges of the ruling nation. It does not establish complete equality. It does not abolish national oppression in all its forms. An autonomous nation does not enjoy rights equal to those of the ruling nation. Our Polish comrades could not have failed to know this had they not, like our old economists, obstinately avoided making an analysis of political concepts and categories. Until 1905, autonomous Norway, as a part of Sweden, enjoyed tile-widest autonomy, but she was not Sweden's equal. Only by her free secession was her equality manifested in practice and proved, and let us add in parenthesis that it was this free secession that created the basis for a more intimate and more democratic association, founded on equality of rights. As long as Norway was merely autonomous, the Swedish aristocracy had one additional privilege, and secession did not mitigate this privilege. The essence of reformism lies in mitigating an evil and not in destroying it, but eliminated it altogether, the principal criterion of the revolutionary character of a program. Incidentally, autonomy, as a reform, differs in principle from freedom to recede, as a revolutionary measure. This is unquestionable. But as everyone knows, in practice a reform is often merely a step towards revolution. It is autonomy that enables a nation forcibly retained within the boundaries of a given state to crystallize into a nation, to gather, assess and organize its forces, and to select the most opportune moment for a declaration in the Norwegian spirit. We, the autonomous diet of such and such a nation, or of such and such a territory, declare that the Emperor of all the Russias has ceased to be King of Poland, etc. The usual objection to this is that such questions are decided by wars and not by declarations. True, in the vast majority of cases they are decided by wars, just as questions in the form of government of big states are decided, in the vast majority of cases, only by wars and revolutions. However, it would do no harm to reflect whether such an objection to the political program of the Revolutionary Party is logical. Are we opposed to wars and revolutions for what is just and beneficial to the proletariat, for democracy and socialism? But we cannot be in favor of a war between great nations, in favor of the slaughter of 20 million people for the sake of the problematic liberation of a small nation with a population of perhaps 10 or 20 millions. Of course not. And it does not mean that we throw complete national equality out of our program. It means that the democratic interests of one country must be subordinated to the democratic interests of several and all countries. Let us assume that between two great monarchies there is a little monarchy whose king is bound by blood and other ties to the monarchs of both neighboring countries. Let us further assume that the declaration of a republic in the little country and the expulsion of its monarch would in practice lead to a war between the two neighboring big countries for the restoration of that or another monarch in the little country. There is no doubt that all international social democracy, as well as the really internationalist section of social democracy in the little country, would be against substituting the republic for the monarchy in this case. The substitution of the republic for a monarchy is not an absolute, but one of the democratic demands, subordinate to the interests of democracy and still more, of course, to those of the socialist proletariat as a whole. A case like this would in all probability not give rise to the slightest disagreement among social democrats in any country. But if any social democrat were to propose on these grounds that the demand for a republic be deleted altogether from the program of international social democracy, he would certainly be regarded as quite mad. He would be told that after all one must not forget the elementary logical difference between the general and the particular. This example brings us, from a somewhat different angle, to the question of the internationalist education of the working class. Can such education, on the necessity and urgent importance of which differences of opinion among the Zimmerwald left are inconceivable, be concretely identical in great, oppressor nations and in small, oppressed nations, in annexing nations and in annexed nations? Obviously not. The way to the common goal, complete equality, the closest association until eventual amalgamation of all nations OBVIOUSLY, runs along different routes in each concrete case. As, let us say, the way to a paint in the center of this page runs left from one edge and right from the opposite edge. If a social democrat from a great, oppressing, annexing nation, while advocating the amalgamation of nations in general, were for one moment to forget that his Nicholas II, his Wilhelm, George, Twakat, etc., also stand for amalgamation with small nations by means of annexations, and ICHOLASII for amalgamation with Galicia, Wilhelm II for amalgamation with Belgium, etc. Such a social democrat would be a ridiculous doctrinaire in theory and an abettor of imperialism in practice. In the internationalist education of the workers of the oppressor countries, emphasis must necessarily be laid on their advocating freedom for the oppressed countries to succeed and their fighting for it. Without this there can be no internationalism. It is our right and duty to treat every social democrat of an oppressor nation who fails to conduct such propaganda as a scoundrel and an imperialist. This is an absolute demand, even where the chance of secession being possible and practicable before the introduction of socialism is only 1 in 1,000. It is our duty to teach the workers to be indifferent to national distinctions. There is no doubt about that. But it must not be the indifference of the annexationists. A member of an oppressor nation must be indifferent to whether small nations belong to his state or to the neighboring state, or to themselves, according to where their sympathies lie. Without such indifference he is not a social democrat. To be an internationalist social democrat one must not think only of one's own nation, but place above it the interests of all nations, their common liberty and equality. Everyone accepts this in theory but displays an annexationist indifference in practice. There is the root of the evil. On the other hand, a social democrat from a small nation must emphasize in his agitation the second word of our general formula, voluntary integration of nations. He may, without failing in his duties as an internationalist, be in favor of both the political independence of his nation and its integration with the neighboring state of X, Y, Z, etc. But in all cases he must fight against small nation narrow-mindedness, seclusion and isolation, consider the whole and the general, subordinate the particular to the general interest. People who have not gone into the question thoroughly think that it is contradictory for the social democrats of oppressor nations to insist on the freedom to secede while social democrats of oppressed nations insist on the freedom to integrate. However, a little reflection will show that there is not, and cannot be, any other road to internationalism and the amalgamation of nations, any other road from the given situation to this goal. And now we come to the specific position of Dutch and Polish social democrats. 8. The specific and the general in the position of the Dutch and Polish social democrat internationalists. There is not the slightest doubt that the Dutch and Polish Marxists who oppose self-determination are among the best revolutionary and internationalist elements in international social democracy. How can it be then that their theoretical arguments, as we have seen, are a mass of errors? There is not a single correct general argument, nothing but imperialist economism. It is not at all due to the especially bad subjective qualities of the Dutch and Polish comrades but to the specific objective conditions in their countries. Both countries are, one, small and helpless in the present-day system of great powers. 2. Both are geographically situated between tremendously powerful imperialist plunderers engaged in the most bitter rivalry with each other, Britain and Germany, Germany and Russia. 3. In both there are terribly strong memories and traditions of the times when they themselves were great powers. Holland was once a colonial power greater than England. Poland was more cultured and was a stronger great power than Russia and Prussia, for to this day both retain their privileges consisting in the oppression of other peoples. The Dutch bourgeois owns the very wealthy Dutch East Indies. The Polish landed proprietor oppresses the Ukrainian and Belarusian peasant, the Polish bourgeois, the Jew, etc. The particularity comprised in the combination of these 4 points is not to be found in Ireland. Portugal. She was at one time annexed to Spain. Alsace, Norway, Finland, the Ukraine, the Lettish and Belarusian territories for many others. And it is this very peculiarity that is the real essence of the matter. When the Dutch and Polish social democrats reason against self-determination, using general arguments, i.e., those that concern imperialism in general, socialism in general, democracy in general, national oppression in general, we may truly say that they wallow in mistakes. But one has only to discard this obviously erroneous shell of general arguments and examine the essence of the question from the standpoint of the specific conditions obtaining in Holland and Poland for their particular position to become comprehensible and quite legitimate. It may be said, without any fear of sounding paradoxical, that when the Dutch and Polish Marxists battle against self-determination they do not say quite what they mean, or, to put it another way, mean quite what they say. We have already quoted one example in our theses. Gorter is against the self-determination of his own country but in favor of self-determination for the Dutch East Indies, oppressed as they are by his nation. Is it any wonder that we see in him the more sincere internationalist and a fellow thinker who is closer to us than those who recognize self-determination as verbally and hypocritically as Kautsky in Germany, and Trotsky and Marto in Russia? The general and fundamental principles of Marxism undoubtedly imply the duty to struggle for the freedom to succeed for nations that are oppressed by one's own nation, but they certainly do not require the independence specifically of Holland to he made a matter of paramount importance. Holland, which suffers most from her narrow, callous, selfish and stultifying seclusion, let the whole world burn, we stand aside from it all, we are satisfied with our old spoils and the rich leftovers. The Indies, we are not concerned with anything else. Here is another example. Karl Radicke, the Polish social democrat, who has done particularly great service by his determined struggle for internationalism in German social democracy since the outbreak of war, made a furious attack on self-determination in an article entitled The Right of Nations to Self-Determination, Lichtstrahlend 107 Left Radical Monthly, prohibited by the Prussian censor. Edited by J. Borchardt 1915, December 5, third year of publication, number 3. Hot quotes. Incidentally, only Dutch and Polish authorities in his support and propounds, amongst others, the argument that self-determination fosters the idea that it is allegedly the duty of social democrats to support any struggle for independence. From the standpoint of general theory, this argument is outrageous, because it is clearly illogical. First, no democratic demand can fail to give rise to abuses. Unless the specific is subordinated to the general, we are not obliged to support either any struggle for independence or any republican or anti-clerical movement. Secondly, no formula for the struggle against national oppression can fail to suffer from the same shortcoming. Radicke himself in Berner Tagwacht used the formula 1915, issue 253 against old and new annexations. Any Polish nationalist will legitimately deduce from this formula, Poland is an annexment. I am against annexations, i.e., I am for the independence of Poland. More, I recall Rosa Luxemburg saying in an article written in 1908, 108 that the formula against national oppression was quite adequate. But any Polish nationalist would say, and quite justly, that annexation is one of the forms of national oppression. Consequently, etc. However, bake Poland's specific conditions in place of these general arguments. Her independence today is impracticable without wars or revolutions. To be in favor of an all-European war merely for the sake of restoring Poland is to be a nationalist of the worst sort, and to place the interests of a small number of Poles above those of the hundreds of millions of people who suffered from war. Such, indeed, are the phrasing the right wing of the PSP 109 who are socialists only in word, and compared with whom the Polish Social Democrats are 1,000 times right. To raise the question of Poland's independence today, with the existing alignment of the neighboring imperialist powers, is really to run after a will-o'-the-wisp, plunge into narrow-minded nationalism and forget the necessary premise of an all-European or at least a Russian and a German revolution. To have put forward in 1908-14 freedom of coalition in Russia as an independent slogan would also have meant running after a will-o'-the-wisp, and would, objectively, have helped the Stalin in Labour Party, now the Patriotic Party, which, incidentally, is the same thing. But it would be madness to remove freedom of coalition in general from the program of social democracy. A third and, perhaps, the most important example. We read in the Polish Theses II and of 82 that the idea of an independent Polish buffer state is opposed on the grounds that it is an inane utopia of small impotent groups. Put into effect, it would mean the creation of a tiny fragment of a Polish state that would be a military colony of one or another group of great powers, the plaything of their military or economic interests, an area exploited by foreign capital, and a battlefield in future war. This is all very true when used as an argument against the slogan of Polish independence today, because even the revolution in Poland alone would change nothing and would only divert the attention of the masses in Poland from the main thing, the connection between their struggle and that of the Russian and German proletariat. It is not a paradox but a fact that today the Polish proletariat as such called help the cause of socialism and freedom, including the freedom of Poland, only by joint struggle with the proletariat of the neighboring countries. against the narrow Polish nationalists. Great historical service rendered by the Polish Social Democrats in the struggle against the nationalists cannot possibly be denied. But these same arguments, which are true from the standpoint of Poland's specific conditions in the present epoch, are manifestly untrue in the general form in which they are presented. So long as there are wars, Poland will always remain the battlefield in wars between Germany and Russia. This is no argument against greater political liberty and, therefore, against political independence in the periods between wars. The same applies to the arguments about exploitation by foreign capital and Poland's role as a plaything of foreign interests. The Polish Social Democrats cannot, at the moment, raise the slogan of Poland's independence, for the Poles, as proletariat and internationalists, can do nothing about it without stooping, like the phrase, to humble servitude to one of the imperialist monarchies. But it is not indifferent to the Russian and German workers whether Poland is independent. They take part in annexing her, and that would mean educating the Russian and German workers and peasants in the basest turpitude and their consent to play the part of executioner of other peoples. The situation is, indeed, bewildering, but there is a way out in which all participants would remain internationalists. The Russian and German Social Democrats by demanding for Poland unconditional freedom to succeed the Polish Social Democrats by working for the unity of the proletarian struggle in both small and big countries without putting forward the slogan of Polish independence for the given epoch or the given period. 8. Engels' letter to Kautsky. In his pamphlet Socialism and Colonial Politics, Berlin, 1907, Kautsky, who was then still a Marxist, published a letter written to him by Engels, dated September 12, 1882, which is extremely interesting in relation to the question under discussion. Here is the principal part of the letter. In my opinion, the colonies proper, i.e., the countries occupied by a European population, Canada, the Cape, Australia, will all become independent. On the other hand, the countries inhabited by a native population, which are simply subjugated, India, Algeria, the Dutch, Portuguese and Spanish possessions, must be taken over for the time being by the proletariat and led as rapidly as possible towards independence. How this process will develop is difficult to say. India will perhaps, indeed very probably, make a revolution, and as a proletariat in process of self-emancipation cannot conduct any colonial wars, it would have to be allowed to run its course. It would not pass off without all sorts of destruction. Of course, that sort of thing is inseparable from all revolutions. The same might also take place elsewhere, e.g., in Algeria and Egypt, and would certainly be the best thing for us. We shall have enough to do at home. Once Europe is reorganized, and North America, that will furnish such colossal power and such an example that the semi-civilized countries will of themselves follow in their wake. Economic needs, if anything, will see to that. But as to what social and political phases these countries will then have to pass through before they likewise arrive at socialist organization, I think we today can advance only rather idle hypotheses. One thing alone is certain: the victorious proletariat can force no blessings of any kind upon any foreign nation without undermining its own victory by so doing, which of course by no means excludes defensive wars of various kinds. 110. Engels does not at all suppose that the economic alone will directly remove all difficulties. An economic revolution will be a stimulus to all peoples to strive for socialism, but at the same time revolutions against the socialist state and wars are possible. Politics will inevitably adapt themselves to the economy, but not immediately or smoothly, not simply, not directly. Engels mentions as certain only one, absolutely internationalist, principle, and this he applies to all foreign nations, i.e., not to colonial nations only. To force blessings upon them would mean to undermine the victory of the proletariat. Just because the proletariat has carried out a social revolution, it will not become wholly and immune from errors and weaknesses. But it will be inevitably led to realize this truth by possible errors and selfish interest attempts to saddle others. We of the Zimmerwald left all hold the same conviction as Kautsky, for example, held before his desertion of Marxism for the defense of chauvinism in 1914, namely, that the socialist revolution is quite possible in the very near future, any day, as Kautsky himself once put it. National antipathies will not disappear so quickly. The hatred and perfectly legitimate hatred of an oppressed nation for its oppressor will last for a while, It will evaporate only after the victory of socialism and after the final establishment of completely democratic relations between nations. If we are to be faithful to socialism, we must even now educate the masses in the spirit of internationalism, which is impossible in oppressor nations without advocating freedom of secession for oppressed nations. 10. The Irish Rebellion of 1916. Our theses were written before the outbreak of this rebellion, which must be the touchstone of our theoretical views. The views of the opponents of self-determination lead to the conclusion that the vitality of small nations oppressed by imperialism has already been sapped, that they cannot play any role against imperialism, that support of their purely national aspirations will lead to nothing, etc. The imperialist war of 1914-16 has provided facts which refute such conclusions. The war proved to be an epoch of crisis for the West European nations, and for imperialism as a whole. Every crisis discards the conventionalities, tears away the outer wrappings, sweeps away the obsolete and reveals the underlying springs and forces. What has it revealed from the standpoint of the movement of oppressed nations? In the colonies there have been a number of attempts at rebellion, which the oppressor nations, naturally did all they could to hide by means of military censorship. Nevertheless, it is known that in Singapore the British brutally suppressed a mutiny among their Indian troops, that there were attempts at rebellion in French and Nazi Slovo and in the German Cameroons, that in Europe, on the one hand, there was a rebellion in Ireland, which the freedom-loving English, who did not dare to extend conscription to Ireland, suppressed by executions, and, on the other, the Austrian government passed the death sentence on the deputies of the Czech Diet for treason and shot whole Czech regiments for the same crime. This list is, of course, far from complete. Nevertheless, it proves that, owing to the crisis of imperialism, the flames of national revolt have flared up both in the colonies and in Europe, and that national sympathies and antipathies have manifested themselves in spite of the draconian threats and measures of repression. All this before the crisis of imperialism hit its peak. The power of the imperialist bourgeoisie was yet to be undermined. This may be brought about by a war of attrition, but has not yet happened, and the proletarian movements in the imperialist countries were still very feeble. What will happen when the war has caused complete exhaustion, or when, in one state at least, the power of the bourgeoisie has been shaken under the blows of proletarian struggle, as that of Tsarism in 1905? On May 9, 1916, there appeared in Berner Tag watched the organ of the Zimmerwald group, including some of the leftists, an article on the Irish Rebellion entitled "Their Song Is Over" and signed with the initials KR. It described the Irish Rebellion as being nothing more nor less than a putsch for, as the author argued, the Irish question was an agrarian one. The peasants had been pacified by reforms, and the nationalist movement remained only a purely urban, petty bourgeois movement, which, notwithstanding the sensation it caused, had not much social backing. It is not surprising that this monstrously doctrinaire and pedantic assessment coincided with that of the Russian National Liberal cadet, Mr. H. Ulisharech 112 No. 102, April 15, 1916, who also labeled the rebellion the Dublin Putsch. It is to be hoped that, in accordance with the adage, "It's an ill wine that blows nobody any good," many comrades, who were not aware of the morass they were sinking into by repudiating self-determination and by treating the national movements of small nations with disdain, will have their eyes opened by the accidental coincidence of opinion held by a social democrat and a representative of the imperialist bourgeoisie. The term putsch in its scientific sense may be employed only when the attempt at insurrection has revealed nothing but a circle of conspirators or stupid maniacs, and has aroused no sympathy among the masses. The centuries-old Irish national movement, having passed through various stages and combinations of class interest, manifested itself, in particular, in a mass Irish National Congress in America or Words, March 28, 1916, which called for Irish independence. It also manifested itself in street fighting conducted by a section of the urban petty bourgeoisie and a section of the workers after a long period of mass agitation, demonstrations, suppression of newspapers, etc. Whoever calls such a rebellion a putsch is either a hardened reactionary, or a doctrinaire hopelessly incapable of envisaging the social revolution as a living phenomenon. To imagine that social revolution is conceivable without revolts by small nations in the colonies and in Europe, without revolutionary outbursts by a section of the petty bourgeoisie with all its prejudices, Without a movement of the politically non-conscious proletarian and semi-proletarian masses against oppression by the landowners, the church, and the monarchy, against national oppression, etc. To imagine all this is to repudiate social revolution. So one army lines up in one place and says, "We are for socialism," and another, somewhere else, and says, "We are for imperialism," and that will be a social revolution. Only those who hold such a ridiculously pedantic view could vilify the Irish rebellion by calling it a putsch. Whoever expects a pure social revolution will never live to see it. Such a person pays lip service to revolution without understanding what revolution is. The Russian Revolution of 1905 was a bourgeois democratic revolution. It consisted of a series of battles in which all the discontented classes, groups and elements of the population participated. Among these there were masses imbued with the crudest prejudices, with the vaguest slid most fantastic aims of struggle. There were small groups which accepted Japanese money, there were speculators and adventurers, etc. But, objectively, the mass movement was breaking the hack of Tsarism and paving the way for democracy. For this reason the class-conscious workers led it. The socialist revolution in Europe cannot be anything other than an outburst of mass struggle on the part of all and sundry oppressed and discontented elements. Inevitably, sections of tile petty bourgeoisie and of the backward workers will participate in it. Without such participation, mass struggle is impossible. Without it no revolution is possible, and just as inevitably will they bring into the movement their prejudices, their reactionary fantasies, their weaknesses slid errors. But objectively they will attack capital, and the class-conscious vanguard of the revolution, the advanced proletariat, expressing this objective truth of a variegated and discordant, motley and outwardly fragmented, mass struggle, will be able to unite and direct it, capture power, seize the banks, expropriate the trusts which all hate, though for difficult reasons, and introduce other dictatorial measures which in their totality will amount to the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the victory of socialism, which, however, will by no means immediately purge itself of petty bourgeois slag. Social democracy, we wrote in the Polish thesis for must utilize the struggle of the young colonial bourgeoisie against European imperialism in order to sharpen the revolutionary crisis in Europe. Authors italics. Is it not clear that it is least of all permissible to contrast Europe to the colonies in this respect? The struggle of the oppressed nations in Europe, the struggle capable of going all the way to insurrection and street fighting, capable of breaking down tile iron discipline of the army and martial law, will sharpen the revolutionary crisis in Europe to an infinitely greater degree than a much more developed rebellion in a remote colony. The blow delivered against tile power of the English imperialist bourgeoisie by a rebellion in Ireland is 100 times more significant politically than a blow of equal force delivered in Asia or in Africa. The French chauvinist press recently reported the publication in Belgium of the 80th issue of an illegal journal, Free Belgium. 113. Of course, the chauvinist press of France very often lies, but this piece of news seems to be true. Whereas chauvinist and Kautsky German social democracy has failed to establish a free press for itself during the 2 years of war, and has meekly borne the yoke of military censorship, only the left radical elements, to their credit be it said, have published pamphlets and manifestos. In spite of the censorship, an oppressed civilized nation has reacted to a military oppression unparalleled in ferocity by establishing an organ of revolutionary protest. The dialectics of history are such that small nations, powerless as an independent factor in the struggle against imperialism, play a part as one of the ferments, one of the bacilli, which help the real anti-imperialist force, the socialist proletariat, to make its appearance on the scene. The general staffs in the current war are doing their utmost to utilize any national and revolutionary movement in the enemy camp. The Germans utilize the Irish rebellion, entire French The Czech movement, etc. They are acting quite correctly from their own point of view. The serious war would not be treated seriously if advantage were not taken of the enemy's slightest weakness, and if every opportunity that presented itself were not seized upon, the more so, since it is impossible to know beforehand at what moment, or, and with what force some powder magazine will explode. We would be very poor revolutionaries if, in the proletariat's great war of liberation for socialism, we did not know how to utilize every popular movement against every single disaster imperialism brings in order to intensify and extend the crisis. If we were, on the one hand, to repeat in 1,000 keys the declaration that we are opposed to all national oppression and, on the other, to describe the heroic revolt of the most mobile and enlightened section of certain classes in an oppressed nation against its oppressors as a which we should be sinking to the same level of stupidity as the Kotskiites. It is the misfortune of the Irish that they rose prematurely, before the European revolt of the proletariat had had time to mature. Capitalism is not so harmoniously built that the various sources of rebellion can immediately emerge of their own accord, without reverses and defeats. On the other hand, the very fact that revolts do break out at different times, in different places, and are of different kinds, guarantees wide scope and depth to the general movement, but it is only in premature, individual, sporadic and therefore unsuccessful, revolutionary movements that the masses gain experience, acquire knowledge, gather strength, and get to know their real leaders, the socialist proletarians, and in this way prepare for the general onslaught, just as certain strikes, demonstrations, local and national, mutinies in the army, outbreaks among the peasantry, etc., prepared the way for the general onslaught in 1905. 11. Conclusion. Contrary to the erroneous assertions of the Polish Social Democrats, the demand for the self-determination of nations has played no less a role in our party agitation than, for example, the arming of the people, the separation of the church from the state, the election of civil servants by the GNP and other points the Philistines have called utopian. The contrary, the strengthening of the national movements after 1905 naturally prompted more vigorous agitation by our party, including a number of articles in 1912-13, and the resolution of our party in 1913 giving a precise anti-Kotskian definition, i.e., one that does not tolerate purely verbal recognition of the content of the point. It will not do to overlook the fact which was revealed at that early date. Opportunists of various nationalities, the Ukrainian Yurkevich, the Bundesligaman, Skrzynkovsky, the Russian Myrmidon of Potresovy and Company, all spoke in favor of Rosa Luxemburg's arguments against self-determination. What for Rosa Luxemburg, the Polish Social Democrat, had been merely an incorrect theoretical generalization of tile-specific conditions of the movement in Poland, became objective opportunist support for great Russian imperialism when actually applied to more extensive circumstances, to conditions obtaining in a big state instead of a small one, when applied on an international scale instead of narrow Polish scale. The history of trends in political thought as distinct from the views of individuals has proved the correctness of our program. Outspoken social imperialists, such as Lensch, still rail both against self-determination and the renunciation of annexations. As for Trotskyites, they hypocritically recognize self-determination. Trotsky and Marto are going the same way here in Russia. Both of them, like Kautsky, say they favor self-determination. What happens in practice? Take Trotsky's articles The Nation and the Economy in Nash Slovo, and you will find his usual eclecticism. On the one hand, the economy unites nations and, on the other, national oppression divides them. The conclusion. The conclusion is that the prevailing hypocrisy remains unexposed, agitation is dull and does not touch upon what is most important, basic, significant and closely connected with practice, one's attitude to the nation that is oppressed by one's own nation. Martov and other secretaries abroad simply preferred to forget a profitable lapse of memory! The struggle of their colleague and fellow member Semkovsky against self-determination. In the legal press of the Gvozdiovites Nashgolos, Martov spoke in favor of self-determination, pointing out the indisputable truth that during the imperialist war it does not yet imply participation, etc. But evading the main thing, he also evades it in the illegal, free press! Which is that even in peacetime Russia set a world record for the oppression of nations with an imperialism that is much more crude, medieval, economically backward and militarily bureaucratic. The Russian Social Democrat, who recognizes self-determination of nations more or less as it is recognized by Messrs. Plekhanov, Potresovy and Company, that is, without bothering to fight for the freedom of secession for nations oppressed by Tsarism, is in fact an imperialist and a lackey of Tsarism. No matter what the subjective good intentions of Trotsky and Martov may be, their evasiveness subjectively supports Russian social imperialism. The epoch of imperialism has turned all the great powers into the oppressors of a number of nations, and the development of imperialism will inevitably lead to a more definite division of trends in this question in international social democracy as well. Footnotes. They see the socialist revolution and the rights of nations to self-determination. B.C. Ibid. C. Karl Radke formulated this as against old and new annexations in one of his articles. In Berner Tagwacht. D.C. The War and Russian Social Democracy, The Conference of the RSALP. Groups Abroad, Volume 21 of the Collected Works. E. Ryazanov has published in Grunberg Archives of the History of Socialism 1916. A very interesting article by Engels on the Polish question, written in 1866. Engels' emphasis is that the proletariat must recognize the political independence and self-determination right to dispose itself. These words are in English in the original of the great, major nations of Europe, and points to the absurdity of the principle of nationalities, particularly in its Bonapartist application, i.e., of placing any small nation on the same level as these big ones. And as is to Russia, says Engels, she could only be mentioned as the detainer of an immense amount of stolen property, i.e., oppressed nations which would have been disgorged on the day of reckoning. 106. Both Bonapartism and Tsarism utilize the small nation movements for their own benefit, against European democracy. Let us recall that all the Polish Social Democrats recognized self-determination in general in their Zimmerwald Declaration, although their formulation was slightly different. Collected Works Volume 22 Collected Works Table of Contents Lenin Works Archive